Chapter 1, Regenerate Snake and Spirit Orb. Tick, tick. Bean-sized water droplets fell from the leaves, ticking sounds constantly. Where is this? Why, my body hurts. Yebei opened his eyes hard. When he said this, his vision gradually became clear. When the surrounding environment came into view, the body trembled violently. Everything that enters the eye is blood red. All around are unknown plants, and every plant is like a giant tree. In addition, there are a lot of trees, and the water droplets falling from the leaves look bigger than their own heads. And near the body, there are a large number of eggshells with scarlet blood sticking to them, and a strong smell is still permeated in the air. Yebei never thought that this world would have such a weird place. However, after being shocked, Yebei quickly calmed down. Although my head hurts, my memory is beginning to emerge clearly. That day, it seemed that employees of my own organization took a plane to go abroad for vacation, and then encountered a storm. The plane gradually lost control during the storm. The most trusted assistant was about to have an accident at that moment. He handed himself the parachute, opened the quick escape door, and jumped down. Then, there was nothing in my mind. In this way, after the plane accident, I was still alive. Yebei thought to himself, and then felt a little sad. Zhao Hang, Chen Chengsong, Wang Shuo, Li Yu, Wang Shenjiun, don't have anything wrong with you, you must live. Muttered to himself. Chi chi. However, Yebei was clearly speaking human words, but after these words were spoken, all he heard was a sneer. What's this sound? Yebei had a premonition that something was wrong, and he tried to move his body. His eyes began to rest on his body. But the next second, he was stunned, and everything in his eyes was shocked. This is my body? How is it possible? Why has my body become a snake? Is this a dream? Chi 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 chi. Yebei roared, he couldn't accept the situation before him. Because when he looked over, he only saw a body full of patterns, covered with blood stains, and a long tail, constantly twisting. Rustling. Yebeishi was transformed, and his mind was full of questions, and at this moment, a rustling voice suddenly came from beside him. Immediately afterwards, Yebei's eyes stared out. A huge monster, I don't know when it has quietly appeared before my eyes. It was also a patterned body with scarlet letters in his mouth. The huge body was 100 times bigger than his own. The blood-red eyes, full of cold breath, seemed to be able to swallow everything. This is a giant python. It is the largest existence Yebei has ever seen. It's over. Is it going to die again? When he saw this monster, Yebei was desperate. But, the monster didn't intend to hurt Yebei. Although his body exuded a terrifying aura, the moment he approached Yebei, he actually felt a warm illusion. Soon, the monster opened his mouth. Blood red, with a nauseating smell. Then, Yebei's eyes widened, and the monster opened his mouth wide, and unexpectedly spit out a silver-white bead from it. The bead was huge, about 10 times bigger than Yebei's body. Gurulu. But after the bead slowly appeared, Yebei felt an unprecedented hunger. My stomach began to groan. Instinctively told him that this bead can be eaten directly. But, reason told him that if such a big bead is eaten with your own body, it will definitely be burst. As for the huge monster, after spitting the beads beside Yebei, it quickly disappeared into the woods. Looking at the scarlet bloodstain on the ground, Yebei finally determined a few things at this moment. First, he is still alive. But it became a snake. Second, this is a completely unfamiliar island, and judging from the surrounding eggshells, I have just been born. If I don't want to die, I must rely on my own strength to live in this unknown island forest. Third, the huge monster just now is probably his own mom. These truths made Yebei completely unacceptable for a while. He was the boss of a well-known domestic group before his death. Every sentence and every decision can affect thousands of people. As a result, he has become a newly born snake. This is really a great irony. Gilyalu. Gilyalu. Yebei entangled himself in the same place, not knowing how long he thought about it. It wasn't until the hunger in his stomach became stronger and stronger that he slowly reacted. Finally, under the stimulation of hunger, the body was completely out of the control of reason, opened his huge mouth, and madly moved towards the silver the white bead bit over it. The beads are huge. Originally, Yebei thought it was very hard. But after taking the first bite, he found that the bead was extremely soft. After one bite, a burst of hot energy quickly passed through the mouth to the whole body. Delicious! Yes, the neurotransmission results in his mind told him that the beads are extremely delicious. And the hot energy made Yebei feel that every cell in his body was cheering. 1, 2, 3. Yebei had swallowed half of the beads that were originally more than 10 times larger than his own body in less than 3 minutes. Of course, if humans were watching at this time, they would definitely be stunned by the sight in front of them. With every bite of the bead, Yebei's body will increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Yebei finished eating the whole bead, his body, which was originally only 30 centimeters, suddenly increased to more than 1 meter. It has also become thicker by at least 5 times. Okay, so full. I feel that my whole body is full of strength. That feeling of hunger prompted Yebei to eat the entire bead. When the beads were finished, he lay on the spot, burped, and said contentedly, even though those sounds reached his ears, they all turned into the sound of a sniffing snake. But just when Yebei was lying on the spot and wanted to rest after eating, a strange voice resounded in his ear immediately. Congratulations to the host for eating the spirit orb. Open the infinite evolution system. As long as you continue to capture more powerful creatures, the host will one day become a true dragon that travels for 9 days. What? Yebei heard this sentence very clearly. He can be 100% sure, this is definitely not auditory hallucinations, nor is it a dream. Is it possible that after turning into a snake, he has successfully turned on the system now? When Yebei was stunned, a clear picture immediately appeared in front of him, and all the information recorded on it was his own. Chapter 2, Increase in Food and Evolution Points. Huge plant. Huge trees. In the desert island forest, the sound of wild beasts came out from time to time. In the distance of the sky, a bright rainbow hung, and it was obvious that there was a heavy rain not long ago. Birds fly by from time to time around. Sometimes some reptiles pass by. It's just that Yebei now has no mood to care about these things. Occupying in a snake den between the tree trunks, he stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the fluorescent screen that appeared before him. Infinite Evolution System. Name, Yebei. Species, Blood Python. Age, under 1 year old. Young Python. Lifespan, 10 years. Evolution points, 1/1000. Grade, LV1. Language, Snake language. Ability, none. Apostle, none. Territory, none. Task, ask the host to carry out the next stage of evolution at the fastest speed in order to obtain self-protection ability. D. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the infinite evolution system. Now you will be rewarded with a big gift package. May I ask if the host is enabled? Yes, just such words appeared on the screen in front of Yebei's eyes. After seeing these, Yebei felt more and more dreaming. It's fine to become a snake. Now a snake can still be carried. Is the system such a high-tech product? The heart is magnificent. But in the end Yebei forcibly calmed down. Since this is the case now, being able to survive in this forest is the most important thing. At least in the future, there may be a chance to become a true dragon in the legend, retransform into a human form, and return to what belongs to humans. With this thought, Yebei spoke again. System, How can I get the gift pack? Just say to open the package. The system's voice is somewhat mechanized, and the speed of this answer makes Yabe feel quite amazed. Then open it. Try to calm down. After the sound fell, the fluorescent screen in front of me changed again. I saw a yellow copper box suddenly appeared on the screen. The box slowly opened. Yabe opened his eyes wide and suddenly found that there were 2 in the box. Sharp teeth. What is this? I'm all curious. The system is very user-friendly and explained immediately. Congratulations to the host for opening the bronze gift pack and getting a pair of cobra fangs. Please decide whether to carry it. Remarks: as a python that wants to incarnate as a real dragon, if it doesn't even have a good mouth, what is the difference with salted fish? So smart. Seeing the teeth and hearing the system's voice, Yabe was taken aback for a moment. Of course, carry it. Immediately afterwards, he said unceremoniously. As soon as the words fell, Yabe suddenly discovered that there were 2 more things in his mouth. It was a pair of teeth full of venom, and the moment it appeared, it was completely integrated with Yabe's body. At this moment, Yabe discovered that as long as his thoughts move, he can easily control the release of toxins in the fangs. Even an elephant, if bitten by these fangs, would be paralyzed on the spot. This fang is very powerful. With this thing, if you save your life, it is probably no problem. Yabe nodded slightly, satisfied with this brass gift bag. So, the system, evolution points, how can I get them? When will I become a true dragon if I meet the evolution conditions? Continue to ask. Evolution points are judged based on the strength of the creatures swallowed by the host. The stronger the life, the more points you get. In addition, the host's body has been systematically modified. As long as there are a sufficient number of creatures, the host can swallow it indefinitely. The problem of bursting. This is too great. Yabe's eyes lit up when he heard this. If it is really like what the system says, then you only need to eat it all the way. Eat a more powerful creature, and one day, you will evolve into a real dragon and have the opportunity to transform into a human form. It was just that this thought had just arisen, and Yabe's heart suddenly rebelled. Now I am a snake. If I want to evolve, I have to eat living things, but after all I still have human consciousness. If I really eat, just thinking about it would be disgusting enough, okay? Entangled in the snake den, Yabe began to fall into a fierce psychological struggle. Okay? However, after about 10 minutes, a gluttonous fragrance floated into Yabe's nose. Gilyalu. Inside the body, the feeling of hunger reappeared. Following the smell of the food, Yabe twisted this brand new body and carefully left the snake nest covered with eggshells. His body was wrapped around the tree trunk, almost instinctively climbing along the fragrance. This is a huge tree with staggered branches. 3 minutes later, Yabe saw a bird's nest built entirely of dead wood. The strong fragrance came from the bird's nest. Is it a bird? That thing, is it really going to be eaten? His eyes were staring at the bird's nest. Yabe's heart was still struggling, but the cold killing intent in those eyes made the surrounding air begin to cool down. Zi. 1 step, 2 steps. Quietly, try not to make any noises. The body slowly appeared beside the birdhouse. Looked up. The first time he prayed, Yabe was still quite worried. But when he raised his head and looked at the bird's nest, he found that it was actually a bird egg the size of 15 human fists. In his originally entangled eyes, there was a glow of excitement and heat. It turned out to be a bird egg. Great. It seems that the first meal is quite good. This thought came to mind. Then, his head quickly reached the bird's nest, his mouth opened wide, and one bite was to smash one of the bird eggs. The warm egg yolk splashed around and the rich fragrance made Yabe very comfortable. As the fresh egg yolk poured into the mouth, the sound of the system immediately resounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a black eagle egg and gaining dozens of evolution points. 1 egg, 10 evolution points? It seems that this point is not difficult to obtain. Yabe thought excitedly, and at the same time, his cold eyes quickly locked on the second egg. It's just that Yabe at this moment didn't notice at all. Not far from the sky above the nest of bird eggs, a black eagle with cold eyes was swiftly flapping its wings and hitting this side with incredible speed. Come! Chapter 3, The Predatory Eagle Starts Evolution. Click, click. The black carving egg tastes quite good. Perhaps it was because of the blood python's taste. When eating, the wonderful taste made Yabe extremely comfortable. Moreover, after the bird's egg is in the mouth, it immediately turns into a warm energy, which quickly radiates around the body. In addition, with the help of the system, Yabe felt that even if he ate all the 15 bird eggs in one go, he would not be supported. Of course, psychologically, he is still under great pressure. This practice of eating raw bird eggs makes him always feel, too and cruel. The second bird egg. The fifth egg. Yabe quickly became fascinated by the feeling of being able to eat delicacies unscrupulously. The last 10 bird eggs were swallowed by him with his mouth wide open. After eating 15 bird eggs, the evolution point reached 150 points, and only 850 points were needed for evolution. System, this speed is a bit slow. If you want to upgrade, you need so many points. Is there a faster way? Yabe asked seriously, feeling the scent of food remaining in his mouth. Host. 1 egg is 10 o'clock, and 100 eggs can complete evolution. This is the limit. If you want faster evolution, you can find powerful creatures to swallow it. The system answers quickly. Okay. Yabe knew he was a little impatient. Things like eating should be done slowly. However, just as Yabe was about to continue to look for other food around here, and when he was evolving rapidly, a harsh eagle call came to his head. Instinctively look up. In the next second, I clearly saw a huge eagle rushing down. Shocked by the sky. Wow! His movements are agile, and his wings make a rattling noise when they fly over the leaves. Bye! Wouldn't it be so unlucky? The bird egg that I ate just now belongs to this eagle? You know the eagle is the natural enemy of the snake. Yabe's pupil shrank, and a sense of crisis that made his body tremble spread to his whole body. He stared at the flying eagle, and even forgot to escape for a while. Host, you must kill him. As long as you eat this eagle, you can complete the first step of evolution. Yabe dumbfounded. The sound of the system sounded again. Hearing this voice, Yabe's body was agitated. Suddenly, a huge desire to survive was boiling in his mind. This has just been reborn, absolutely can't die. Being killed by an eagle, this is a great humiliation. Calm down, be calm. He has the fangs of a cobra, and as long as he finds the opportunity to bite the eagle, he will win. Thinking of this, Yabe quickly calmed down. Come on, let me have a full meal. Chi. A scarlet letter was spitting in his mouth. The 2 sharp fangs looked very cold. Although Yabe's body is only more than 1 meter now, this look, at first glance, is quite shocking. As for the eagle, it is not affected by Yabe's fierce appearance. The pitch-black claws exude killing intent. From top to bottom, he grabbed Yabe's body fiercely. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. It is not so much that the eagle now wants to hunt Yabe. It's better to say that at this moment, Yabe is hunting for food. Laugh. Coming. The pitch-black claws stretched forward suddenly, and when the huge wings were waving, a hurricane was generated, and Yabe's body was a little out of control. Hard, bite it. When the sharp claws grabbed towards his body, Yabe controlled his body and moved at the fastest speed. The 1-meter-long snake was twisted into an S shape. The sharp fangs sneered. With a sound, he bit on the eagle's thigh. At the same time, a piercing pain spread throughout the body. While biting the eagle, Yabei's body was also caught by the eagle. Wow! The sharp claws caused Yabei's body to be bloody, and after Yabei bit the eagle's leg, he forcibly resisted the pain of his body, and madly controlled the toxins to be injected into his body. If you don't kill this eagle, then you will die. The cobra's poison is extremely violent. If human beings are bitten, within 3 seconds, they will poison themselves and die. The eagle was still struggling while being bitten, which directly caused the toxin to expand faster. As the toxins invaded, the strength of the eagle became weaker and weaker. For 2 seconds, the eagle, which was still imposing, seemed to be evacuated of all its power, its eyes widened, and it fell weakly into the nest, and its wings twitched slightly. But it didn't cause any harm to Yabei. Great! Seeing the eagle stop struggling, Yabei was overjoyed. Gilyalu! Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented feeling of hunger spread all over the body, covering up all the pain on the body. Eat the eagle. As long as you eat it, you can complete the next stage of evolution and get a chance to survive on this desert island. In my mind, there seemed to be such a voice constantly repeating. All the eagles with black hair, in Yabei's eyes, it seemed to be the most delicious food. Laugh. After hesitating for a second or two, physical instinct easily defeated reason. Wow! In the next second, Yabei grew his mouth, his sharp fangs raged on the eagle, and then the huge mouth swallowed it directly. Warm blood, soft meat. Accompanied by his mouth, it spread rapidly throughout his body. While eating the eagle, Yabei was shocked to find that the place he was scratched just now was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the snake skin on his body was obviously changing. It is thicker, and the length and thickness are also increasing rapidly. At this moment, Yabei ate harder. 10 minutes later, when the whole eagle was eaten by nothing, the snake body, which was originally only 1 meter long, grew to about 1.5 meters. The thickness has also become 10 centimeters. The strength of the body has increased by more than 10 times. If there is a chance to meet the eagle again, Yabei has 100% confidence to quickly kill him. Congratulations to the host for successfully eating the eagle and gaining 1000 evolution points. May I ask whether the host has started the first stage of evolution? When Yabei was ecstatic because of the changes in his body, the voice of the system came directly. Hearing this voice, Yabei was even more excited. Start evolution. Chapter 4, Predator Expansion Territory. On the mysterious desert island. Sunlight passed through the gaps in the leaves and sprinkled on a blood python. Maybe it's a crisis, and birds fly around from time to time. As for this island, some creatures that are far away, but are more vigilant, all instinctively looked in the direction where Yabei was. But this sense of danger only passed in a flash. Soon the animals returned to normal. Chi 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 chi. When Yabei spoke, the voice that came out was still the sound of a snake. However, after the sound fell, Yabei immediately felt that his entire body was wrapped in a warm current. This feeling is more comfortable than eating lingzua before. It seems that every cell in the body is cheering, hot energy rushing wildly in the body, mental power and vision have been improved as never before. Yabei, who is entrenched in his nest, has his eyes open. Even I saw ants crawling on the pole of a big tree more than 200 meters away. Great! Is this the feeling of evolution? That's great! In my mind, everything is occupied by cheering sounds. Chi 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 chi. The body is growing rapidly. The body was originally covered with messy patterns, and the lines on it became artistic. 1 meter 5, 2 meters, 3 meters. As the body grew longer, a layer of half a centimeter thick white snakeskin was also fading from Yabei's body. Click, click. It's not just the body lengthening. The thickness of the body was also increasing rapidly, and the bones creaked, but it didn't hurt at all. I suddenly felt, even if there is a tiger in front of me now, it can be easily killed. About an hour later, a white snake skin appeared beside his body. Yebei was entangled in the nest, his huge body filled the whole nest, and at least 2/3 of his body was wrapped around the tree stem. This increased pleasure made Yebeiji addicted. After the system has evolved, what abilities do I probably have now? After marveling at the magic of nature and his own powerful power, Yebei excitedly asked the system. The sound just fell. The fluorescent screen lights up again. Infinite Evolution System. Name, Yebei. Species, Blood Python. Age, under 1 year old. Young Python. Lifespan, 20 years. Evolution points, 150/5000. Grade, LV1. Language, Snake language. Ability, Fangs. Apostle, none. Territory, none. Task, the host has completed the first stage of evolution, and the body has been strengthened successfully. Next is the second stage of evolution, and the expansion of the territory. After the evolution is completed, it will become the Titan Python, and the territory is planned to be the entire island. After seeing this information, Yebei, who was originally excited, realized that all this was just the beginning. The so-called evolution just now only improves physical fitness. I feel quite down. But soon, Yebei's heart was more excited and excited. This is the first evolution, and the body has grown to 3 meters, almost 15 centimeters thick. If it keeps evolving and devouring it, wouldn't it be that one day your body will be invulnerable, and the length will reach thousands of meters? On the whole earth, no creature can stop one's steps. After thinking of this, Yebei immediately became full of hope for the future. But in the same way, the mission of the system made Yebei quite curious. Territory? What does this mean? As the host of the wireless evolution system, you naturally need to own your own territory. The so-called territory refers to the place the host rules. When the host successfully surrenders or eliminates all the creatures in this place, it will get the right to the territory. Within the territory, the host can ignore the distance, ignore the obstacles, see and hear the voices of other creatures, enter ideas and communicate, and even the changes in nature can also adjust the host to a certain extent. The sound of the system was quite cold, as if it was just telling a common thing. But after Yebei heard these words, his body was startled. Territory, so powerful? If this is the case, does it mean that if I have turned the entire earth into my own territory, then, everything on the earth can't be hidden from me, and even the weather can be controlled at will? Is that special? Yes, it is God. Is there a time limit for this task? No. But the host will rule the island as soon as possible, and the system will give certain rewards at that time. The system decisively tempted. For example, what? Confidentiality. It was impossible to get some information from the mouth of the system, but at this time, Yebei was quite excited. In fact, when the system revealed the function of territory, Yebei had already made up his mind to take the entire island as fast as possible. Only in this way would his strength evolve even stronger. Rustling. After getting bigger, it was very easy to sit on the tree pole. Borrowing the muscles in the abdomen to twist, Yebei is now moving very fast, but at this moment, Yebei is crawling towards the top of the tree pole. Rather than continuing to devour creatures and gaining more powerful power, Yebei now feels that it is more important to figure out the situation on this island first, and the best way to figure out the situation is to climb high to observe. The body twists. Under perfect power control, even if the tree pole is not very thick, it can easily bear the weight of Yebei's body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When Yebei successfully climbed to the top of the big tree, he looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes became extremely hot. The endless forest. In the distance of the forest, there is a blue ocean. From time to time, flocks of birds fly by in the air. The white clouds are like cotton candy. The forest that has just been washed by heavy rain exudes joyful vitality. It's really beautiful scenery. But here, it won't take long to become your own territory. Looking at the entire island condescendingly, Yabe muttered. This feeling made him feel even more exciting than the expansion of the commercial territory. It's just that when his words just fell. In the sky, a black and huge shadow rushed towards Yabe with a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 5, Devouring Evolution and Mutated Tiger. There was a hint of cold in the air. Sitting at the top of the big tree, coupled with the evolution of eyesight, when the black shadow just passed by, Yabe actually identified its species for the first time. This is a giant eagle. If it's not wrong, he was paired with the eagle that he had just killed. Dark wings. When it opened, from Yabe's current perspective, it was dark. The sharp claws seemed to be able to tear everything apart. That huge body is about twice the size of the eagle before. However, Yabe, who was entrenched at the top of the tree at this moment, had no fear. I just ate that eagle and gained 1000 evolution points. To the next stage of evolution, 4850 evolution points are needed. Such an eagle only needs to eat 5 to evolve again. And there are extra points. In Yabe's mind, there are all such calculated figures. He had just completed the first stage and was confident enough that as long as this eagle dared to fly over, he would stab it to death with his fangs. Wow! The giant eagle was still rushing quickly. 100 meters, 50 meters. Okay? But when the distance was less than 10 meters, Yabe's pupils stared, because he found that the claws of the giant eagle did not come at his body at all, but slammed in the direction of the tree pole. Does this guy want to break the branch? Then let himself fall from the giant tree and fall alive. Inside Yabe's head, a terrible thing came to mind. But this kind of thinking only passed quickly. Now, you are my prey. No matter what, as long as you dare to approach, you will definitely die. His eyes were bloodshot. The mouth is slightly open, and the sharp fangs seem to decay everything. Whoosh whoosh. Wow! The giant eagle flew by, with its wings in the air, producing a whistling sound. The next moment, its body slammed into the tree pole that Yabe was entwined with. With a crash, the tree pole broke. The opportunity is here. But at this moment, Yabe's eyes lit up. When the tree pole broke, the tail slapped fiercely on the tree pole, and the huge force made the snake body soar. Puff! The giant eagle swept past, but Yabe's entire body landed firmly on its back. Chi-chi! Immediately afterwards, the body twisted, and the body quickly entangled the body of the giant eagle while leaving a pair of wings for its movement. The giant eagle had never expected Yabe's reaction speed to be so fast. After being entangled, it realized that it was dead this time. With a mentality of revenge, it did not plan to land properly, but desperately fanned its wings and rushed toward the higher sky. Wow! Hoo! Wings flapped against the leaves and made a clattering sound, and when they rose quickly, the rush of wind in the ears. Court death! Realizing that something was wrong, a vigorous killing intent suddenly rose in Yabe's mind. Eyes are blood red. With a violent body force, the giant eagle sank. Laugh! In the next moment, Yabe opened his mouth, and his sharp fangs bit the giant eagle's neck unceremoniously. Laugh! The fangs pierced into the neck of the giant eagle, and the poison spread quickly. In just 2 seconds, the giant eagle lost its strength and quickly slid down towards the island. Yabe was tightly wrapped around the body of the giant eagle, allowing the giant eagle to resist the scratches of the branches below, and at the same time act as a meat cushion. Wow! Falling from the sky, a large number of branches were smashed to pieces. Boom! With the branches as a buffer, plus the giant eagle's body as a mat, and finally fell on the ground with a bang, Yabe only felt his body shook suddenly, and then his whole body became numb. Okay, it hurts. It seemed that the bones were all broken. But the giant eagle was even more miserable. Gilyalu. What made Yebei feel speechless was that his body was in great pain, but after seeing the blood on the ground and the giant eagle that had just been killed by him, his stomach snorted again. The feeling of hunger spread all over the body. Can't help it. Let's eat this first, these are all evolutionary points. Holding back the pain in his body, Yebei opened his mouth and bit on the giant eagle. As the giant eagle's flesh melted in his mouth, Yebei could clearly feel a stream of pure energy spreading throughout his body, and his body that was originally painful had slowly returned to normal. Damn! If I eat creatures, can I quickly recover from injuries? While eating, Yebei said excitedly. Dear host, strictly speaking, as long as it does not suffer fatal injuries and gains energy through swallowing, it can heal the body extremely quickly. This recovery ability is a gift of the system. The system explained. Good stuff. Yebei nodded. As long as you eat, you can recover from the injury, which is quite good. Click, click, click. After getting the system's answer, Yebei was not at all polite next, using two sharp fangs, when swallowing the giant eagle, he kept making a clicking sound. The ground was covered with bright red blood stains. The air is also full of blood. All small animals approaching here seemed to be frightened and quickly evacuated. 10 minutes later. When Yebei swallowed all this giant eagle, his evolutionary points increased by a full 1,000 points. At the same time, he clearly felt that his physical fitness had been greatly improved again, but in terms of length and thickness, it remained the same. There is no change. This feeling of eating is really cool. Lying on the ground, his physical injuries completely recovered, Yebei muttered to himself contentedly, looking at the crime scene where only a pool of blood remained. Rustle. However, just when Yebei was about to slowly feel the kind of bravery after his body became stronger, he suddenly felt cold in his body, and a dangerous feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, there was a faint rustling sound. Have enemies? Wow! In the next moment, the lower body was entwined together, and the upper body was directly erected. Scarlet eyes, staring at the source of the sound. Then, he clearly saw that a tiger with white fur, with wide open eyes and cold eyes, was slowly walking towards him. And this tiger is completely different from the tigers that Yebei has seen before. There are fangs more than 10 centimeters long on both sides of the mouth, sticking to saliva. The body shape is at least 3 meters long, and the height is about 1.5 meters, this form is definitely a monster for Yebei now. This tiger, isn't it a mutation? Yebei's heartbeat speeds up frantically. Chapter 6, Fighting the Mutant Tiger is Bloody. This forest is huge. Even if he was taken in midair by the giant eagle just now, Yebei did not find the end. Same. The trees and some plants here are also huge. Chi-chi. Sitting on the moist ground, Yebei's mouth was open, but the body of the python spit out the letter out of instinct. Scarlet eyes, staring at the huge white fur tiger. Feeling the cold killing intent. At the same time, Yebei also knew that he had been locked by the tiger, and it was basically impossible to escape. Wow! In the forest, the birds soared with a constant clatter. Occasionally a few leaves were knocked down and fell on Yebei's body, but he dared not move. Very concentrated. Zi. The mutated white fur tiger made a slight movement. When it was walking, its feet stepped on the thick layer of leaves on the ground and made a sizzling noise. A mutant megatooth tiger is found, and if you swallow it, you will gain 3,000 evolution points. Warning: the mutant tiger is extremely dangerous. The giant teeth can tear steel. The host must be careful. Yebei's eyes opened wide. The erect body is motionless, like a weird tree pole. Even the system's voice resounded in his mind, he didn't seem to hear it. Zi. Near. Only 100 meters. Wow! Finally, Yabe saw the tiger speed up and walked through the forest. A large number of plants blocking the front were crushed, making a rattling sound. Roar! At the same time, a loud roar broke out from the tiger's mouth. The sound was so loud that the forest shook, and the surrounding big trees made a clattering noise, and the leaves on it fell like rain. Hoo! Soon, the speed of this tiger was like a silver-white lightning, rushing towards Yabe frantically. Nature is so cruel. Between creatures and creatures, there is only the relationship between hunting and hunting. This mutant tiger obviously treats Yabe as a very delicious food. Its blood-red eyes, open mouth, and dripping saliva are all enough to see come out of its inner desire at the moment. Of course, Yabe ignored the system's voice, just because there was only one thought in his mind. Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! As long as he eats this mutant tiger, he will experience a qualitative change again. It was as if he had just eaten the spirit orb from the unknown giant snake when he was born from the shell. As for why this tiger has mutated, and why the plants in this forest look so huge, Yabe doesn't care about this kind of problem. Swallow the giant snake, this is everything. The distance is getting closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. Roar! The mutant giant-toothed tiger opened its mouth wide, and a stench spread in the air, and a huge roar continued to erupt from his mouth. At the same time, his four claws also stretched out sharp thorns. Looking at this situation, it seemed that he wanted to rush over and tore Yabe's body to pieces. The toxin has been filled. My body is 3 meters in length and almost over 15 centimeters in diameter. When the body is half standing, it is exactly 1.5 meters high. This distance can easily bite this tiger's neck. As for in terms of the body, the system has said that if you don't suffer fatalities, you will not die. Seeing that mutant tiger was about to rush over, Yabe's mind throbbed a lot of numbers. At the same time, his spirit maintained an unprecedented calmness at this moment. This is a contest between life and death, tolerant of carelessness. 10 meters. Roar! The tiger's roar continued. It seemed that it wanted to use this roar to distract Yabe. Wow! When the four legs stomped on the ground, a large number of dead leaves were torn to pieces, and the sound of clattering resounded through the forest. 5 meters. Hoo! The speed is too fast, the hair on the body is upright, and when the body rubs against the air, a whistling sound is produced. Okay? 1 meter. Yabe's eyes suddenly stared. The scarlet bloodshot seemed to overflow from the eyes. Chi-chi! The two sharp fangs filled the toxins to the point, and even the tips of the teeth still carried a drop of dark yellow toxin. Booming! Finally, in the next instant, the mutant tiger rushed to Yabe's side, his blood basin opened wide, his sharp teeth biting on Yabe's body. Wow! While being bitten, Yabe felt his body numb, and the pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. At the same time, the breath of death spread crazily in his mind. Can't die, absolutely can't die. The current evolution has just begun. Will supports Yabe. No matter how the blood was splattering, Yabe, with the last trace of strength, was torn to pieces by the mutant giant-toothed tiger. At the same time, those two fangs also pierced through the thick fur of the mutant giant-toothed tiger. The poison was injected into the tiger's neck. Roar! The original rough roar was suppressed a lot at this time. When he was going to use the sharp claws to shred Yabe's body for the second time, the toxin spread directly in the mutant tiger's body, instantly causing it to lose its strength. Now Yabe, after his body evolved, the toxins naturally became a lot stronger. It is natural to poison a tiger to death. Ho ho ho! The roar is getting lower and lower, and finally it just becomes the sound that happens when the throat surges. Boom! He bit the mutant giant-toothed tiger's neck tightly and didn't loosen it. Yabe slowly let go until the giant-toothed tiger was poisoned, completely deactivated, and fell to the ground with a bang. He was bitten by a giant-toothed tiger, half of his body was about to break, and the ground was full of blood. At this time, consciousness also gradually dissipated. But eat it. Just eat it and it will be better. In my mind, such voices kept resounding. Relying on the last trace of strength, Yabe tried his best to open his mouth and bit towards the mutant megalodon. After the first bite of meat entered his mouth, he had already lost his strength. Yabe's eyes suddenly stared. An unprecedented power rushed into his body along with that piece of meat. What's going on? This tiger is absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 7, Swallowed and the body gets bigger again. Pile of leaves, with a rotten smell. Because Yabe and the mutant giant-toothed tiger fought together, under this rotten smell, there was also a strong smell of blood. All the sapient animals around, all run far away, and they dare not even look. Click, click, click. As for Yabe at the moment, dragging the body, bite after bite swallowed the meat of the mutant giant-toothed tiger. It's strange. Ming Yabe's body was torn apart from the middle, and the mutant tiger was terribly huge, but half of it was eaten by him. His belly was not big at all, and even the original torn place quickly grew new. The meat came, and slowly became stronger. It's delicious, it tastes great. Is this tiger meat? With every bite, it's like a stream of cool energy spreading through the body. I feel that my body has become stronger again. While the devourer mutated the giant-toothed tiger meat, Yabe, who had wide-eyed, kept making such noises in his mouth. This kind of meat, whether it is the taste or the kind of hot energy, is dozens of times better than the bird eggs and 2 eagles that have been eaten before. Although eaten raw is very bloody. But at this moment, Yabe didn't have the slightest consciousness, his eyes exuded cold aspects, and the corners of his mouth kept overflowing with bright red blood, completely indulging in it. 20 minutes. Yabe ate this mutant giant-toothed tiger for 20 minutes before eating it completely. When he saw that there was only a pile of white bones left on the ground, Yabe, whose body had grown 4 meters long, was entrenched in the pile of white bones, and looked at his body with satisfaction. The injuries caused by the megalodon all healed. The length has grown to about 4 meters. The diameter of the body is 20 centimeters. The snakeskin has become more than 3 times harder. Ordinary daggers can hardly tear this thick layer of snakeskin. The mouth is also much stronger. I feel that if the mouth is thick, it can be directly bitten into pieces. The overall strength of the body has also become a lot stronger. If there is an elephant in front of him and it is wrapped around its neck, it may be strangled alive. These are Yabe's first feelings after eating the mutant megalodon. Of course. In addition, there was one thing that made Yabe extremely excited. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutant megatoothed tiger and gaining 3000 evolution points, which is only 950 points away from the next stage of evolution. Please keep up the work. The sound of the system resounded. Only 950 points are left until the next stage of evolution. In other words, then, as long as you find any creature to swallow it, you can complete the evolution. The system, if it evolves so fast, if I swallow all the creatures on this island in one day, wouldn't it be possible to easily complete several stages of evolution? Excited, Yabe asked curiously. After all, this rate of evolution makes him very excited. Evolution is divided into stages. Host, now you are only evolving on the basis of blood pythons. This evolution will reach the limit. After all, your level is still LV1, which is also a way of evolution. When you reach the first stage of LV1 complete body, you will break through the species limit, and your genes will undergo tremendous changes. What? Hearing this, Yabe was surprised. Breaking through the restriction of species and carrying out genetic evolution, level LV1, is the beginning of evolution. To be honest, this result really shocked Yabe. That is to say, my current stage of evolution is only evolving on the basis of the blood python. When the blood python evolves to the top, the level will be increased. What is my next level? Yebei was quite curious. Titan python. So powerful? Just the Titan python. Yebei's pupils shrank. Under normal circumstances, the blood python's body length is about 2 feet, and now it has reached 4 meters. With the help of the system, the stage evolution will obviously surpass the species itself. According to this ratio, once you really upgrade and become a Titan python, wouldn't it be hundreds of meters long? After thinking of this, Yebei began to be faintly excited. However, if you look at it this way, there is still a long way to go. Host, calculated according to the system. If you want to break through the extreme evolution of the blood python, you must swallow all the species of the entire island, but before again, the host should complete the second stage of evolution of the blood python. The system is serious. As for Yebei, after listening to it, his heart became even more excited. That's the Titan python, the legendary ancient species. Now the requirements are so simple, just swallow all the species on this entire island once. Then I know. I plan to turn this entire island into my private domain. Yebei said decisively. Zi. Then, the body entrenched on the ground moved quickly, his eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and his body also exuded a frightening chill. Blood python. The next step of eating is about to start soon. Chapter 8, the second stage of evolution opens. Wow! Zi. This island is huge. Yebei can't calculate how big it is. However, through the fluttering direction of the leaves and the slight cool sea breeze that his body felt, Yebei was able to determine that the surrounding island was definitely an endless sea. In addition, the beasts on this island will mutate due to some special reasons, which is also very strange. Yebei, who was just using his body to move fast, didn't think about it at all in his mind. But while looking for a creature that can be swallowed, while thinking about a strange thing. This is a mysterious island. So, will humans come to live? If there were no humans to settle down, maybe someone would come here to explore or survive in the wilderness. So, when you meet humans, should you eat or not? Yes, at this moment, Yebei's head is all filled with such questions. Only soon, these problems all disappeared. After eating the mutant megatooth, Yebei had moved a long distance, but he did not find any traces of creatures, which made him feel quite strange. System, why didn't you see other creatures? It's unscientific. After moving more than 300 meters, Yebei couldn't help but ask. After all, within the observation range of his line of sight, there was still no living creatures in and out, and when he first came to this forest, Yebei was 100% sure that there were a lot of living things in this forest. The mutant megalodon itself is the natural enemy of a large number of creatures. Any living species has the ability to perceive danger. This is the basic guarantee for survival. The current strength of the host is sufficient to deal with most of the forests. The creatures deal a devastating blow. They run away, which is very normal. What? After listening to the system explanation, Yebei's eyes widened. Because of eating the mutant megalodon, while gaining self-protection strength, it also poses a terrible threat to the surrounding creatures. However, the main reason why the system made Yebei's eyes widened was another point. Most creatures cause devastating blows. Then, in other words, there are still creatures on this island that can pose a threat to themselves. The stronger the swallowed creature, the more evolution points will be gained. At this moment, Yebei's heartbeat quickened, and he was about to move. So, the system, since ordinary creatures take the initiative to avoid me, you should be able to tell me exactly what powerful creatures there are on this island, right? Yebei was shaking his fists. A python that does not want to evolve quickly is definitely not a good python. Leapfrog challenge, crush the strong, this is interesting. However, just when Yabe was about to go for a big fight, the system responded unceremoniously. Sorry, all creatures on the island must rely on the host to explore on their own, and the system does not provide any help for this. Rejected very decisively. Okay. Yabe was planning to do a big job, and when he heard this, he immediately turned off. For the rest of the time, hunting creatures is much harder. More than an hour passed before Yabe swallowed a rabbit and gained 100 evolution points. When Yabe was about to reach a certain place, the creatures there reacted extremely quickly and evacuated immediately. Only a small number of unresponsive creatures will be left behind. In this difficult environment, Yabe always counts time. When 8 hours, 23 minutes, and 5 seconds passed, and his evolution point reached 4,980, he finally found a pheasant that was alone. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The pheasant's tail is very long and the meat on its body is very fat. It is estimated that it feels danger, and its mouth makes a cooing sound. The wings spread out, wanting to fly away. Eat and eat. As for Yabe, the moment he saw this pheasant, there was only this word in his mind. As long as he eats pheasants and gains evolution points, he can complete the second stage of evolution of the blood python. After waiting for almost 9 hours, Yabe is very excited now. Hoo! He twisted his body quickly. A powerful force broke out. In the next instant, Yabe's body swished directly towards the pheasant. He also opened his mouth wide. 2 sharp fangs were exposed, which was terrifying. The 4-meter-long python is not a playful thing. After locking the pheasant, within 2 seconds, Yabe swallowed the pheasant all in one bite. The delicious meat runs through the mouth. But Yabe didn't slowly appreciate the beauty of food as before. When the pheasant was swallowed, the system sound immediately sounded. Host, congratulations on successfully swallowing a pheasant, gaining 20 evolution points, and the total evolution points has reached 5,000 points. May I start phase evolution? The system voice was faintly excited. This is unprecedented. Of course. Turn it on now. Host, the second stage of evolution takes time. Once it is turned on, it will enter the dormant period. The evolution time is 8 to 12 hours, please choose a safe place to start the evolution. The system reminded. Hibernation. Yabe opened his mouth, and the scarlet letter continued to spit out. In other words, during the dormant period, once any creature attacks me, I cannot resist. Yes, the host. After entering the dormant period, unless the evolution is completed, the body will not be controlled by consciousness. Okay. Yabe nodded. In my mind, I was wondering where to find a safe place that would not be discovered by any other creatures. This forest is huge. But, the more this happens, the more danger lurks. However, in order to be able to evolve quickly, Yabe tried his best. After more than 5 hours of struggle, he found a huge stone, then used his teeth little by little to make a big hole where the stone touched the ground, then stuffed his body in, and gave the hole with his head. Blocked, completely disconnected from the outside world, and this is the end. It should be safe here, right? Hiding in the dark cave, Yabe muttered to himself. Then, let's start the second stage of evolution. The voice was excited. The system has created such a big battle. Yabe is also very curious what kind of improvement he will get after the evolution is completed. While the sound fell, a powerful energy hit Yabe's body in an instant. In the dark cave, Yabe's eyes instantly widened. Chapter 9, Evolution is extremely powerful. Pitch black. There is no light. In this environment, breathing becomes a little difficult. In order to ensure safety, Yabe only left a small thumb-sized vent. And when evolution started, that powerful energy swept through the body wantonly. This kind of energy made Yabe extremely excited. I originally thought that the so-called hibernation was directly falling asleep, but now the situation is completely different. Yebei realized that only his body was unable to move, but his consciousness was extremely clear. This kind of clarity even reached a terrifying point. Obviously this cave is extremely dark, but those wide-open eyes can see everything clearly. Taupe soil. Small rocks mixed in the soil. Rotten leaves. It can even clearly smell a faint rancid smell. Of course. What shocked Yebei the most was elsewhere. Obviously, the cave was completely sealed off before, but Yebei was able to see the scene outside the cave very clearly. For example, there is an unknown plant growing at the entrance of the cave, which is rustling under the wind. Ants have been climbing on the leaves of plants. A bigger wind blew by, and the ants were blown away directly. Farther away, a small insect appeared. It was only the size of a thumb and was gnawing at a leaf. The teeth, which were as small as the tip of a needle, quickly cut marks on the leaf. And on that leaf, there was a cocoon wrapped in silk threads 10 times thinner than hair. Chi-chi! The cocoon was moving, and there was a scoffing sound. Yebei could hear it clearly. Time is passing fast. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 2 hours. The cocoon finally had a breakthrough change. A butterfly with 2 long tentacles stretched out from it, and then the head, the wet body. When the whole body appeared, the butterfly stood in the cocoon. Outside the shell, his body was shaking. Soon, a pair of colorful and eye-catching wings appeared. The butterfly flew, reborn from a cocoon by an inconspicuous insect. However, the butterfly just flew less than 1 meter. Laugh! A bird washed down from the sky. He opened his mouth and swallowed the butterfly in one bite. Yes, it is so magical, it is so incredible. It's just that for the sights of the outside world, Yebei can only see the sights within a radius of 10 meters, but those sights are like the deepest memories, completely integrated into his mind, and no detail is overlooked. If this body is human, how powerful is it? It's an incredible power. If it is known by the human science academies, it will definitely be crazy. Unbelievable. But nature is really cruel. I feel that my body is undergoing a transformation, a miraculous transformation, but this is definitely not enough. I want to live and become stronger. This evolution is just the beginning. Even if I become a Titan Python, not enough. Feeling the surrounding environment, in the cave, in Yebei's heart, many thoughts emerged. Click, click. Consciousness finally recovered from the outside scene. Although the body cannot move, it seems that the surface of the body is petrified during the evolution, and then layers of white snakeskin are formed, and finally the snakeskin clicks and cracks, revealing new snake meat. This scene Yebei could see clearly. The skin after fading the white snakeskin is full of metallic luster. At the same time, it also gave Yebei a hard feeling, as if directly using a sharp blade, it might not be able to cut the skin. In addition to changes in body skin, Yebei even clearly saw that his eyes were changing. The scarlet pupils slowly turned into pitch black, as if they were an abyss. The sharp gaze, even if Yebei saw it by himself, could produce fear. When the treasure chest was opened on both sides of the mouth, the cobra fangs obtained became much longer. And all the blood stains on it disappeared. Sharp, sharp, hanging down to the chin, in the middle of the teeth, there is a very small venom tube. Time is still passing. 7 hours, 8 hours. It is estimated that during the evolution, the body breath dropped to 0, and many creatures appeared outside the cave. At last, 9 hours later, the body that has not felt anything suddenly felt sore, like a human being sitting in a sitting position for a long time. When it moves, it will become numb and then sore. But now, this pain made Yebei extremely excited. Because at the same time that this feeling appeared, the voice of the system also resounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of evolution. A very simple sentence. What abilities have I improved now? Yebei asked expectantly while trying to restore his body's sensitivity. You must know that when evolving just now, you watched the whole process, every place on your body has changed. It is because of too much that Yabe will ask the system. The second stage of evolution of the blood python is mainly to strengthen the body comprehensively. The host is currently 4 meters and 5 meters in length, and the average body diameter is 25 centimeters. The weight is 120 kilograms, the skin can easily withstand the scratches of sharp weapons, and the bite is increased by 5 times, that is, the host can easily remove stones the bite is broken. In addition, the visual aspect is raised to 300 meters, and the consciousness sensor is raised to 10 meters. And the host can decide whether to hide the body's killing intent. The system explained quickly. This long paragraph made Yabe extremely excited. Consciousness induction should be the kind of ability that can detect everything within 10 meters of the surroundings without going through the eyes. Hidden killing intent, this is even more powerful. Before, Yabe could not catch prey. A large part of the reason was that the killing intent he emitted was too strong. Many animals were innately alert. Before Yabe appeared, he would have escaped long ago. Far. With this ability, Yabe has the strength to quietly approach any enemy without being discovered. All in all, this evolution is really powerful enough. Yabe was excited. Okay? Just as he was succumbing to the excitement of this powerful force, great changes suddenly occurred outside the cave. Pairs of red, shiny eyes staring at this side. Chapter 10, A Fatal Stunned Wolf Pack. Ho-ho! In the forest, a gust of cold wind blew through, making a whirring sound. After 9 hours of evolution, the forest at this time has reached night. But darkness did not have much impact on the snake, not to mention that Yabe could still use his consciousness to observe the surrounding environment. Oh! Outside the cave, there were a pair of cold, bloodthirsty, flushing eyes. Staring at the place where Yabe was, the wailing sounds continued to resound throughout the forest. Wolves! Yes! Surrounded by wolves. Yabe glanced at it roughly, and there were at least 200 wolves. As for why they appeared here, it's probably because Yabe didn't hide his killing intent just after the evolution was completed, and after the evolution, the powerful vitality made this group of wolves have peeping thoughts. The group of wolves stared at Yabe's cave. In the same way, Yabe at this moment, with cold eyes and violent killing intent, was even more terrifying than the wolf pack. These wolves came just right. They just completed the second stage of evolution, and their physical strength has become a lot stronger. According to the system, the wolf's teeth can't have any effect on their body at all. Trying their strength is just right. Chi-chi. In the dark lair, Yabe whispered to himself. The sound turned into a scoffing sound. Oh oh oh! Oh oh oh! The wolves surrounding them kept roaring. So, let's get started. After feeling that his body was almost recovered and he could move around easily and freely, Yabe said coldly to himself. Immediately afterwards, the body slammed hard. Booming! The huge stone above the lair directly rumbling loudly, and then rolled aside. Immediately afterwards, the nest seemed to explode, and a lot of mud splashed. Wow! As for the wolves surrounding, seeing this scene, they instinctively backed away. In the eyes, there was a trace of fear, and at the same time, it was more greedy. The biological instinct told them that the giant snake in front of them was very dangerous, but the meat of this snake was absolutely delicious. And it also contains huge energy. As long as you eat this snake meat, everyone will become stronger. This is the reason why these wolves are desperate for it. Hoo! The rock on the body flew away. Mud splashes. After completing the evolution, they walked out of the dark lair, entwined each other for the second half of their lives, and stood upright on their upper body. Under this situation, Yabe exhaled loudly. The powerful force wandered through the body, and every breath was majestic and powerful. This feeling of being alive made Yabe tremble with excitement. Host, so far you have completed the second stage of evolution. It takes 100,000 evolution points to reach the third stage of evolution of the blood stubborn. Because of the effects of the swallowed species before, if you swallow the wolf in front of you, each head will be the host provides 100 evolution points. When Yebei was preparing to do a big fight, the voice of the system immediately rang in his head. Hearing this voice, Yebei was taken aback for a moment. In the beginning, only 1,000 evolution points were needed. Why has it become 100,000 now? This multiplier is too unreasonable. Also, before eating an eagle, you can get 1,000 points. Are these wolves inferior to eagles? The host can rest assured, these are the most reasonable calculation methods that have been strictly analyzed by the system. According to the judgment, there are 311 wolves in front of you, and one of them is the Wolf King. Swallowing 311 heads is enough to get 31,000 points, and the Wolf King has a special reward. In addition, the eagle that the host swallowed before was not an ordinary eagle, but a black eagle. The combat power is definitely more powerful than the wolf. Black eagle? Isn't that a national protected animal? However, after listening to the system's words, Yebei was convinced. This system is well-founded, and it also relies on data to prove. If you look at it this way, these 100,000 points don't seem to be a lot. However, if it really reaches 100,000 to complete the evolution, and then the next stage of evolution is carried out in the future, will it become 1,000,000 points, 10 million points? Thinking of this, Yebei couldn't help shaking his head abruptly. Forget it. Let's talk about these wolves first. Chi. With this thought, Yebei opened his eyes decisively, and the scarlet letter was spit out from his mouth. The sound of scoffing, accompanied by the sound of falling leaves around him, was full of solemn and weird atmosphere. The erect body is not afraid of the wolves. This situation. If it were in human form, Yebei would definitely think he was dead. But now, if you don't accept the food delivered to your door, it will be too shameful. Chi. The voice turned into a bloodthirsty scoff. Whoa! The surrounding wolves grinned, and kept roaring. This kind of formation, changing to be the Lion King of the forest, would have to panic, but Yebei didn't dare to face these wolves. Laugh! Open this mouth wide. Two sharp fangs were exposed. The lower body, entrenched on the ground, used fierce force. In the next instant, Yebei's body turned into a pitch-black shadow and rushed towards the wolf nearest to him. Fast, too fast. This speed made Yebei excited himself. Obviously it is the body of a snake, but using the speed of muscle movement, it can easily surpass the limit of human beings. The moment it rushes past, its open mouth and sharp fangs bit the neck of a wolf with extremely precision, toxin injected in. At the same time, because of evolution, the bite force increased sharply. Click! Biting the wolf's neck, after a little force, it clicked. Then all the wolves around were dumbfounded. Even Yebei himself was a little confused. Because of the bite, at the moment the toxin was injected, the wolf's entire head was directly bitten and burst into blood. At the same time, a burst of blood sprayed from the torn neck suddenly, and the air was filled with richness. The smell of blood. Too violent. After seeing this scene, Yebei swallowed, and finally swallowed wolf blood. He was still confused. After drinking the wolf blood, hot and pure energy spread all over his body, and then Yebei directly focused his eyes on the following wolves. A tragic massacre began in an instant. Chapter 11, Crazy scoring points and the battle is fierce. Ho. In the forest, there is constant cold wind blowing, but snakes are cold-blooded animals. Yebei can only feel the changes in the environment, but the body will definitely not be affected by this cold. It was a pack of wolves. Under this cold wind, all the hair on his body stood upside down. Whoa! Enhance courage by shouting, and save body temperature. And, behind the pack of wolves, there is a wolf with cold eyes, standing in the distance, firmly locked to Yabe. The hair on its body is a kind of grayish-white, which is obviously different from other wolves. He raised his head high. The size is at least about 3 times larger than that of an ordinary wolf. Roar! The sound of this wolf was not a scream, but a roar like a lion and a tiger. Yes, it is the Wolf King. The main reason for bringing wolves to surround Yabe is that he intuitively told him that as long as he eats Yabe, he will become stronger. After seeing a wolf being killed by Yabe King, there was not much fear in its eyes, but a lot of excitement. Ho ho ho! The low roar continued. This is the language of its Wolf King. Give it to me. He is just a snake, and there is only one in number. We have an absolute advantage. As long as we can get close to him, we can tear it to pieces in an instant. The Wolf King issued the order. Those wolves frightened by Yabe, after receiving this order, their fear and hesitation disappeared instantly. Whoa, whoa! Whoosh whoosh! The cries of wolves were mixed with black figures, and they rushed towards Yabe frantically. Gilyalu! As for Yabe at this moment, he was eating the meat of the first wolf excitedly. Fresh blood and delicious wolf meat give him a perfect sense of enjoyment while gaining evolution points. That's great! Unexpectedly, the taste of wolf meat is so beautiful. Pretty good. The cell was cheering. Yabe, who became a giant python, kept spitting scarlet letters in his mouth. Whoosh whoosh! Boom! Wow! However, the group of wolves around did not give Yabe a chance to swallow it, so they rushed forward desperately. Various sounds resounded in the forest. These are all looking for death. Don't you know that it is very rude to influence other people's eating? Seeing the wolves, Yabe growled. Then he reluctantly moved his attention away from the food, and his cold and deep pupils swept toward the wolves that rushed over. Chi 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 chi! Open mouth, sharp fangs, snorting. Click! One bite broke the neck of another wolf, and blood splashed. Boom! With a fierce flick of his tail, the huge power directly flew a wolf trying to sneak attack from behind, making a loud rumbling noise. Boom! The body was erected and slammed down, a huge wave was directly photographed in the mud. Just for a moment, the scene was chaotic. There were too many wolves to distinguish the situation. However, the other creatures around were violently frightened and scattered everywhere. So cool! 50th. Hey? There was a painful feeling, but it didn't even break the skin. It's 88th, it's disgusting, and all of it is blood-stained. The fresh blood is really good. The more you swallow, the stronger the power in your body. This devouring system is powerful. 112. Yabe fell into a state of slaughter, his eyes slowly turned from pitch black to bright red. The killing intent on his body became more turbulent, and while slaughtering the wolves, his mouth continued to make a sneer. The more you fight, the more excited you are. Yabe was able to fight hard, and his whole body was refreshed by brushing points. But in the distance, on the side of the silver-grey Wolf King, it was another situation. Standing tall, the Wolf King stared fiercely at the battlefield. With the death of a wolf, it can be clearly felt. Roar, roar, roar! Every wolf killed in battle, it will let out a low growl. At the same time, when he looked at Yabe, his gaze was finally filled with fear. Just a python, it can kill so many wolves easily. Even if he was fighting against the wolf pack, there was no chance of victory. But even seeing his wolves die head by head, the Wolf King still has no plans to retreat. Kill! Kill it! What about sacrificing the wolves? As long as it can consume the power of this snake, it will die when it will go out on its own. If there are no wolves, no more recruits. This wolf has a part of intelligence. When looking at Yabe's direction, these were all thoughts in his mind. 190 heads. Yabe was still counting the numbers. Any wolf, as long as it is bitten by him, will be killed on the spot, and the powerful bite ability can make the body of those wolves fragmented and blood splashed every time. At this moment, while crawling on the ground, Yabe could even clearly feel the wetness and stickiness on the ground. It was the blood from more than 200 wolves, melting the soil. In addition to these, the corpses of the wolf around Yabe's body formed a circle. Every place is more than 2 meters high. And Yabe was entrenched in the middle of the circle. As long as a wolf rushed out of it, it would be crushed immediately. 230. The strength is still increasing, every bite, blood will be swallowed. The blood turned into strength, allowing Yabe's combat effectiveness to continue to increase. The 300. It's so cool. Although I haven't reached 100,000 evolution points, but after swallowing so many wolves' blood, I feel that my body is about to boil. If I wait for all their flesh to be swallowed, I will become more strong. Yabe excitedly said loudly when he killed the 300th wolf. Chi chi. The sound turned into a sneer. The 10 wolves who were still alive finally knew their fears, and when they heard this voice, they didn't dare to take a step forward. In the forest, all the breath of death. Chapter 12, Wolves destroy the anaconda supremacy. The forest is very dark. There was a cold breath in the air. ZZ. The silver grey wolf king stepped forward. The movement is very light. When the 4 legs stepped on the ground, they kept making noises because of a layer of leaves. Fierce and emotionless eyes, all staring in Yabe's direction. Yes. When he saw that the entire wolf pack was about to be wiped out, he finally stepped forward, step by step towards the sea of wolves. However, his emotionless eyes, not only there is no sadness, but a kind of excitement faintly. In its concept, although Yabe killed many wolves, it must have consumed a lot of power. Yabe now is just the end of the battle. As long as you go out by yourself, you will surely kill it easily. Ooh. Oh. Oh. There were 311 wolves in total, Yabe killed 300 of them, and 11 of them are still alive, including the Wolf King. After seeing the Wolf King finally coming over, the other 10 wolves kept making low voices. Fear, and the excitement after seeing the Wolf King. And at this moment in Yabe, in the middle of the sea of corpses of wolves, the engulfing devourer was closest to his own wolf meat. At the same time, I was still quite confused. It's really depressing. There are 11 wolves, did they run away? And the Wolf King is not dead. When he said this, Yabe had many regrets in his heart. Wow! However, he just finished saying this. With a clatter, the corpses of several wolves rolled down from the wall. Yabe looked up slightly. Just saw a huge silver grey Wolf King. 10 surviving wolves stood around the Wolf King. Cold eyes, unceremoniously at each other. The moment he saw the Wolf King, Yabe's eyes were all excited. On the contrary, after the Wolf King saw Yabe, all his excited eyes just disappeared, and all his eyes were replaced by fear. Roar! Roar! Growl in his mouth. Because the scene he saw in his line of sight was really incredible and incomprehensible. The giant snake, which was covered with patterns and was more than 4 meters in size, showed no signs of weakness at all. All of its skin is thick blood. There is a strong smell of blood in the air. In this situation, this giant snake is actually devouring the corpses of the wolf one by one, and its belly shows no signs of getting bigger at all, as if the corpse of the wolf immediately turned into it as the energy disappearing. Danger! Very dangerous! This is in a natural instinct. While the silver grey Wolf King roared in his throat, his body slowly moved back. The 10 wolves next to him were even more frightened by the situation in front of them. They froze in place, motionless. Since it's here, just stay. You guys have perfect evolution points. Yabe said coldly. Chi 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 chi. The sound turned into a sneer. The scarlet letter was spit out from his mouth. In the eyes of the 11 wolves, it was like a life-killing devil. The wolf will be afraid. Any creature will be afraid when facing life danger. After seeing Ye spit out the scarlet letter, the 10 wolves that were stunned began to back up. Who? As for Ye, his lower body was entwined together. Then the muscles of the body were pressed down, with great force. In the next instant, his body jumped more than 3 meters. The body is like a spring. As he flew up, his huge mouth opened, and the pair of sharp fangs unceremoniously bit a living wolf's neck to pieces. Puff! Blood flies all over. Wow! At this moment, including the Wolf King, the remaining 10 wolves finally realized that something was wrong. When Ye fell back into the wolf's sea of corpses, they gathered together and ran away frantically. After running for more than 20 meters, the Wolf King stopped, his body trembled slightly, his eyes looked at the direction of the sea of corpses in horror, just waiting for it to react. The next second, its eyes were straight. Booming! I saw the corpse wall piled up nearly 3 meters high, as if being pushed by a huge force, making a rumbling sound. In less than 2 seconds, the corpse wall collapsed. A huge boa constrictor with a blood-stained body, spitting letters and murderous aura, like a ghost, jumped out of it. Whizzing! The speed is so fast, you can hear the whistling wind. How is this possible? All the silver grey hairs on the Wolf King's body stood up. The wolf who was alive by his side kept shivering. Click! Click! One bite. When Ye rushed into the living wolves, he was rude. It only took less than 10 seconds to kill all the 9 ordinary wolves that were alive. The flesh and blood flew across the air, and the air was full of blood. Then he entangled his lower body, erected his body, directly blocking the front of the Wolf King, his eyes confronted. The reason why Ye didn't kill the Wolf King directly was because this Wolf King is unusual. The body is more than 2 meters long. About 1 meter 3 tall. It is much bigger than a real wolf. If it is correct, it is a mutated species like the mutant megalodon before it. It is doubtful that there will be mutant species on this island. Ye must figure out the situation. You are the only one left. If you want to survive, tell me why you are different from other wolves. Ye opened his mouth. The scarlet letter spit out, trying to communicate with the Wolf King. Chi. Only after the sound was made, it turned into a snake's voice again, just sneering constantly. The hair on the Wolf King's body stood up, and he didn't understand what Ye meant. Seeing the wolves annihilated, then seeing Ye in front of him, and judging the speed of Ye just now, it knew that it was absolutely impossible to leave today. Roar! A low growl broke out in his mouth. Hoo! Immediately afterwards, the silver grey-haired Wolf King rushed towards Ye. Tired of living? Seeing the Wolf King rushing, Ye's eyes were full of killing intent. Chapter 13, Devouring Wolf King's power increases. Wow! Over the forest, a large number of birds continue to be scattered. Waving his wings, he kept making noises. These sounds were basically coming from far away. After all, after the wolves first appeared, there were no living creatures nearby. From the situation of these birds, it can be completely seen. This battle has spread far away. Roar! The silver grey-haired Wolf King has red eyes. Baring his teeth, all bloodshot on them. Pushing his hind legs vigorously backwards, his legs forward, and he was ready to attack. Of course, while performing this action, his eyes kept making fierce looks. I have to say, this Wolf King is very naive. When humans act fiercely, they will scare away some other creatures. The Wolf King, who knew he couldn't escape, put on this appearance, and rushed towards Ye. This is completely desecrating Ye's IQ. She. The blood-red letter was spit out from his mouth. Looking at the rushing Wolf King, Ye had only one thought in his heart. How to make this idiot die quickly. Do you want to bite off your neck, or just swallow it? Ho ho ho! The speed of the Wolf King is getting faster and faster. The roar in his mouth is also getting louder, but it can't have any influence on Ye Bei at all. When the distance is less than 1 meter, its eyes have long been completely filled with fear. Looking at Ye Bei's cold eyes, and his body that hasn't been shaken from beginning to end. Zi zi zi. The Wolf King unexpectedly stopped at the last moment. Thump. In the next moment, his legs kneeled directly in front of Ye Bei. There was some pity in the red eyes, as if he was begging Ye Bei for mercy. Okay? Seeing the situation of the Wolf King, Ye Bei was slightly surprised. A wolf knelt down to a snake and begged for mercy. No matter what angle you look at it is incredible. Kill it. Ye Bei paused slightly. But, the next moment, he thought of the rewards the system said. In his mind, such a thought came up with a thud, and he was extremely determined. No matter how spiritual this Wolf King is today, he must be swallowed. Killing intent is raging. The Wolf King also clearly felt. Seeing Ye Bei hesitating a bit, it originally showed weakness and jumped up from the ground again with a squeak, open mouth and sharp spikes, and rushed towards Ye Bei fiercely. Really looking for death. The actions of the Wolf King made Ye Bei's killing intent even worse. Wow! Ye Bei was a little angry. This time, he opened his mouth wide, and never thought of biting with those two sharp fangs. After the huge mouth opened, he swallowed the Wolf King's head in one bite. Puff puff. His head was wrapped in the snake's mouth, and the 4 legs of the Wolf King kept flapping on the ground, making a popping sound. And Ye Bei's appearance at the moment was even more terrifying. After all, its body is only 4 meters long. It is almost impossible to swallow the Wolf King in one bite. The open mouth looks terrifying, and the upper and lower lips are directly divided into 270 degrees, blood big mouth. This is the real big mouth. Only a snake can make the muscles do this. Wow! The Wolf King is still struggling. The rotten leaves on the ground were splashing everywhere. The smell of blood in the air was very strong. But as time went by, the speed of the Wolf King's struggle became slower and slower, obviously losing his power. Chi 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 chi. After swallowing the Wolf King's head in one bite, Ye Bei vigorously moved the muscles in his body. Borrowing the surging of muscles, he constantly pushed the body of the Wolf King towards his stomach. Around, the sound of sneer kept. 10 minutes. The Wolf King had already been swallowed in half. The half of the huge silver-grey body that was exposed looked terrifying. 20 minutes later, the whole Wolf King was swallowed by Ye Bei. The huge body turned into a stream of pure energy, constantly flowing in Ye Bei's body. The Wolf King, who was still arrogant before, died in this tragic way. To be honest, even Ye Bei had some sympathy for it. Just. At this moment, Ye Bei didn't have time to think about those things. The Wolf King was swallowed. Ye Bei, who was entrenched on the ground, could clearly feel that his physical fitness was changing again. Power. Moving speed. And the body's defense capabilities are rapidly strengthening. Congratulations to the host, successfully ate the mutant silver-haired Wolf King, and gained 5,000 evolution points. At the same time, the physical fitness has been comprehensively improved. Please make persistent efforts to complete the 3rd stage of evolution as soon as possible, and at the same time, kill the Wolf King to burst a silver treasure box. May I ask, is the host turned on? That kind of power made Ye Bei gradually addicted. He didn't suddenly come back to his senses until the system's voice rang through his mind. When he first came to this world, the system gave him a copper treasure chest. After Ye Bei opened it, he obtained a pair of cobra fangs. Now that the Wolf King was killed, a silver treasure chest was revealed. To be honest, this made Ye Bei feel quite surprised. Judging by his judgment, Ye Bei was confident that the contents of this silver treasure chest were definitely much stronger than that pair of fangs. Wait and then turn on. Wait until I swallow all these wolves first, these are all evolution points. Although I can't complete the evolution temporarily, but when I swallow, I can still feel the physical fitness keep getting stronger, this feeling very cool. Although Yebei was excited, but he also realized the importance of the points. Decisively said to the system. Then regardless of other things, his body rushed towards the sea of wolf corpses that had just piled up in the mountains at the fastest speed. After having the experience of devouring the Wolf King, the next Yebei was very proficient. Click. Chi. Wow! As long as you open your mouth, every bite can swallow a wolf. When it came to the back, he even opened his mouth to the maximum, and he was able to swallow 3 wolves at once. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a wild wolf and gaining 100 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a wild wolf and gaining 100 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing 3 wild wolves and gaining 300 evolution points. It feels so good to scramble for evolution points. 20 minutes later, the corpses of the wolves that had piled up into the mountains were all swallowed up. Yebei, covered in blood, was entrenched on the ground, and his body began to change again. Chapter 14, Found snake dens and a large number of blood pythons. The island, the cold wind, the smell of blood. Yebei's body was entrenched on the ground, the feeling of strength in his body made him extremely excited. Hoo! However, after a gust of cold wind blew from him, Yebei's consciousness returned to calm again. I didn't expect that after being reborn as a snake, even my subconscious mind has undergone tremendous changes. You know, when I was a human, my hand would tremble even if I killed a fish. But now, so crazy, not only did he not dislike Yebei, the killing, but a feeling of expectation. After swallowing all the corpses and hurriedly, Yebei at this moment did not have the idea of being full. The anticipation and excitement for energy made him even more eager to swallow more food. Chi. When I said this, my voice kept sneering. At the same time, because of swallowing so many wolves, the number of evolution points is also completely refreshed. Infinite evolution system. Name, Yebei. Species, blood python. Age, under 1 year old. Young python. Lifespan, 20 years. Evolution points, 36,000/100000. Grade, LV1. Language, snake language. Ability, fangs. Apostle, none. Territory, none. Task, complete the 3rd stage of evolution and expand the territory. After all the evolution is completed, you will become a Titan Python. The territory is planned to be the entire island. Reward, 1 silver treasure chest, which the host can open at any time. Just a thought flashed, and the fluorescent screen appeared in front of Yebei's eyes again. Except for evolution points, missions, and rewards, these 3 places have changed, and there are no changes in other places. This situation made Yebei even more excited about how strong he would become if he one day fills up all the numbers and text on it. Can now swallow a wolf in 1 bite. At that time, maybe you can swallow the largest whale in the sea in 1 bite. To be more exaggerated, human warships may be able to take 1 bite at a time. Okay, system, open the silver treasure chest. After finishing all the points, Yebei spoke to the system. Silver treasure box. I hope to open a super awesome thing. Okay. The system answers. The next second, a silver white box appeared in front of Yebei's eyes. The white light is scattered everywhere. Then the box opened slowly, and Yebei found that he knew everything inside, and when he saw what was inside, Yebei's eyes immediately lit up. Because there is more than 1 prize inside. Congratulations to the host for gaining the permission of Apostle. You can control any Apostle through your consciousness. Prize introduction, hurry up and find your own Apostle. It would be great for my sister. Do whatever you want to do. Do 6 rounds, No effort. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the regional beast language. On the island where the host is currently located, you can directly communicate with all beasts through language, and the beasts that have left this island can already communicate with the host. Prize introduction, and beasts dialogue, absolutely no one will treat you as a. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body improvement plan. As long as it is confirmed, the body will rise to 5 meters. Prize introduction, only by becoming stronger can the canon be arrogant. Originally, when Yabe saw the 3 prizes appear, he was still very excited. But after reading the content, and as the eyes fell on a prize, a line of words would automatically appear on the fluorescent screen in front of him to explain it, which made his body twitch a few times. The regional animal language can communicate with all the beasts on the island. This is really good. If you have this thing before, you may not kill the Wolf King and let him be your own apostle, with consciousness control other powerful creatures? Give a person who will never change your mind for free, let her do whatever she does? Think about it, this is also very powerful. The last, as a snake, what is the most important thing? Yes, only the larger and more ferocious, the more fearful other creatures can be. Yabe muttered to himself. Then he made a decisive choice to raise his body to 5 meters first. Then raise the body shape first. Yabe used the prize unceremoniously. While the sound fell, he only felt a soft light burst out of the silver-white treasure chest. Then his body became hot again. Powerful energy surged in my body. Chi. Then, the body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it didn't stop until it was 5 meters full. 5 meters long. 25 centimeters in diameter. Now Yabe's size looks like it has actually surpassed most pythons. The feeling of becoming stronger is really wonderful. Okay, keep looking for food. After looking at his current powerful body, Yabe was very satisfied, and said excitedly, "Okay." Just as these words fell, a cold light flashed in his mind. Because of the increase in size and the swallowing of so many wolves, not only his strength has become stronger, but his consciousness has also increased a lot. At this moment, he can feel very clearly that he is 3 kilometers away from him. Similar breath. And the number is more than 1. Blood python den? In the dark forest, Yabe's eyes widened. Chi. The bright red letter in his mouth kept spitting out. He unexpectedly found a snake den, and a large number of similar creatures. I don't know why, in the depths of Ming Yabe's consciousness, he was still a human, but the appearance of the blood python den made him excited. To the trembling feeling. Since it is of the same kind. Then go and take a look. With this thought, Yabe moved, his eyes returned to pitch black, and the inside was extremely deep. Chapter 15, More than 300 blood pythons and humans. ZZ. The huge body was pressed on the ground, and the rotting leaves kept making noises. 3 kilometers, the distance is still very far. When moving, Yabe directly covered up all his murderous aura. Along the way, all the creatures that caught the eye were swallowed unceremoniously. Go forward a kilometer. The number of evolution points has reached 38,000. Go forward 2 kilometers. The number of evolution points reached 40,000. The same, because of the continuous use of points along the way, the speed is also a lot slower, the distance of 3,000 meters, it took more than 20 minutes. Chi. Chi. When he was about to arrive at the snake's nest, Chi kept spitting out Zinza's voice, which reached Yabe's ears all the way. However, Yabe, who appeared here, didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. This is clearly a huge swamp. There are dwarf shrubs everywhere, the shrubs grow crookedly, just like the body of a snake. Hoo! Yabe could feel the icy breath before he got close, and he rushed out of the bushes. If he was an ordinary creature, he felt the breath, he would have run far away and would not dare to take another step. Darkness, silence, and the breath of death continued to spread. Is this the blood python den? It's really weird here. Ye Bei stood on the edge, half of his body stood up, staring at the bush, and he spoke softly. Just as he was thinking about whether to enter the bushes, a rustling sound reached his ears, and the next second, Ye Bei's eyes widened. That is the language of snakes. Moreover, Ye Bei, who had acquired the regional language, could clearly understand what the snakes were talking. It's terrible. Do you know that just 2 hours ago, humans attacked our race? The weapons they used were too powerful. They killed 2 in one fell swoop and captured Shat. Then what shall we do? Go to war. They dare to enter this area, they have to pay a price. I have no opinion. These humans deserve to die. Chi 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 chi. These voices are actually some sneer sounds, but Ye Bei is different, and when they reach his mind, they have completely different meanings. After hearing these voices, Ye Bei's first reaction was incredible. First of all, these snakes can actually think like humans, and say such things. And snakes also have names, one is called Tu and the other is Shat, but the name is rather strange. The other one is even more awesome. These snakes have actually fought against humans, and through their dialogue, it can be clearly judged that there really are humans on this island, and they also carry powerful weapons. This news is really amazing. You must know that just after the rebirth, in Ye Bei's concept, this island will not have any human existence. After all, the plants and animals here are very weird and very aggressive, and humans cannot survive at all. Similarly, this news also made Ye Bei be more cautious. He was also a human in the past. He naturally knew some of the despicable practices of humans. Now his body has evolved completely beyond the scope of blood pythons. Once discovered by humans, he will definitely do nothing. Cost capture. With his current physical fitness, it is simply not enough to resist some of the heavy weapons of mankind. It seems. We have to keep getting stronger. After thinking of this, Ye Bei continued to move his body and moved decisively towards the bushes. In the bushes. Strictly speaking, not all of them are shrubs, but all the surroundings are surrounded by shrubs. The middle position is all huge stones. If a human sees this scene at this moment, absolutely frightened on the spot, because the situation here is really terrifying. Countless black and red pythons entangled on the big rocks. Densely, vertical and horizontal staggered. All are entrenched in the lower body, and the upper body is erected high. Scarlet letters are constantly spitting out from their mouths. There was a faint fishy smell in the air, and there was also a breath of killing. And in the middle of these snakes, a blood python, about 4 meters long, stood upright. If it was correct, it was the leader of this group of snakes. We have a good grasp of the trends of mankind. We are going to war against them tonight, provoke our snake clan, and they will all pay a huge price for it. The snake king in the middle spit out the letter, and said coldly, "Zi zi zi." At this moment, Ye Bei finally came over. He raised his head and looked at these snakes clearly. When the king snake was talking, all the pythons around him were extremely quiet. For the reason of hiding his breath, even if Ye Bei appeared next to him, the snakes did not respond. You said, you know the movement of mankind? In that case, you are very familiar with this island. From today, I want snakes, and I am your new king. To deal with humans, I will come find a way. Ye Bei spoke slowly. Chi chi. The voice turned into a sniffing snake language. When the Snake King spoke, the snakes were originally very quiet. And when Ye Bei said these words, all the blood pythons heard clearly. Hhhh. In the next second, all the snakes looked towards Ye Bei. More than 300 snakes. His bright red eyes radiated cold light in the dark night. The Snake King, who was entrenched in the middle, had a terrifying killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Under this circumstance, Yabe slowly moved in the direction of the Snake King without rushing or slowly. Chapter 16, Devour the Snake King and Gunshots. Zi. Yabe moved very slowly. Ha. All the snakes looked at Yabe in unison, including the Snake King. Only at this moment, these snakes are extremely quiet. Although the air was filled with killing intent, there was no snake who dared to do anything. Although it was dark, the snake, a creature, could still clearly see the surrounding situation. Yabe hid his breath. But after the body is exposed to the field of vision, this can't be concealed completely. At this moment, in the minds of these snakes, there are only fear and shock. Who is it? Why have you never seen him among the snakes before? It's the same race as us. This body is actually bigger than the Snake King. Why do I feel that his skin is very hard, countless times stronger than ours? Snake King? Is he coming to fight for the Snake King's seat? Those ordinary blood pythons kept their voices. Although they had a great fear of Yabe, they knew very well that what really happened next was a matter of the Snake King, and, judging from the current situation, obviously Yabe has more strength. In the animal world, the strong are supreme, whoever is powerful is the king. I have never seen you before. However, you feel very dangerous to me. If you want to get the position of the Serpent King, you must defeat me first. The Snake King held his head high, talking coldly. However, when its voice just fell, the voice of the system immediately resounded in Yabe's head. If you find the Blood Python King, if you swallow it, you will get 10,000 evolution points. The system is so obvious that it is temptation. However, Yabe always felt a little weird after hearing this. I am also a blood python. If you eat another blood python, no matter how you look at it, it will be a maddening thing. But in order to evolve points, he didn't have time to think so much. Okay. Come on. Yabe's tone was cold. Before, he directly swallowed a pack of wolves, and even ate the mutant megalodon, a king snake. Yabe really didn't care about it now. When he was speaking, Yabe stood still, too lazy to move. On the contrary, the Snake King, as if facing an enemy, cautiously rushed towards Yabe. Zzz. The sound of leaves crushing on the ground. Chi. The king snake spit out the voice of Zinzi. There is not too much language between the king and the king. There is no need to talk nonsense. The only thing to do is to fight to the death first. Whoosh whoosh. When the distance was close enough, the Snake King rushed towards Yabe, his mouth wide open, exuding an unpleasant stench. This king snake is not as lucky as Yabe. Although it has some teeth, the blood python is 5 poisonous. And as a snake, when fighting an enemy, the most frequently used method is to swallow the enemy directly. The Snake King opened his mouth wide. Yabe also had a murderous intention at this time. Laugh. There was a red letter in his mouth. When the king snake was less than 1 meter away from him, Yabe opened his mouth abruptly, not waiting for the king snake to approach. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yabe moved more agile, his mouth grew, and his body rushed towards the Snake King. Gilyalu. Before the Snake King could react, Yabe bit his head in one bite. Immediately afterwards, the grunting voice continued to resound in this bush. The 4-meter-long Snake King was actually being swallowed by Yabe a little bit, except that his tail was constantly flapping the ground. He didn't even have the power to resist. Hundreds of blood pythons around, all stared with scarlet eyes after seeing this result. At the beginning, most of the snakes were spitting out letters, but at this moment all the snakes closed their mouths tightly, and did not dare to make any noises, for fear of attracting Yabe's attention. In their hearts, they have always been invincible Snake Kings. Actually, be killed so easily. Gilyalu. Yabe continued to swallow it. And after swallowing, under normal circumstances, the snake's belly would be stretched very big, and then after a long period of digestion, the food was converted into energy needed for survival, but Yabe didn't need that at all. When the Snake King entered his mouth, Yabeji turned his body into extremely pure energy immediately. Those energy spread wildly in the body. The refreshing feeling made Yabe excited. Of course, such a scene naturally made the blood pythons around them even more terrified. They only saw Yabe swallowing the king snake, but they couldn't see that Yabe's belly grew bigger, all IQ was consumed, and they couldn't think of what was going on. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a blood python king and gaining 10,000 evolution points. According to the host's judgment, there are a large number of blood pythons around at this moment, but the host evolution has far surpassed them. The evolutionary energy is insufficient, and it is of little significance. If you do, 10 points will be awarded for each item. System sound came immediately. Originally, after Yabe ate the Snake King, he really planned to continue devouring the surrounding snakes. But when I heard the system, he immediately dispelled this idea. There were only more than 300 blood pythons around, one was 10 o'clock, and it was only more than 3,000 if all swallowed. Now I am away from the next stage of evolution. I need a full 50,000 points. It doesn't matter if I eat them or not. On the contrary, I killed the Snake King, and then I will be the new king of these snakes. It is obviously more reasonable to drive them to explore the situation in the forest, or to hunt some creatures to provide their own evolution. Chi. In the next second, that cold gaze, as if making a sneer, swept over every snake around. From today, I am your king. Those who refuse to obey, die. The voice was cold. Those blood pythons understand all. Boom. However, just as Yabe was about to continue to issue missions to these snakes, an extremely crisp sound came from the west. The distance will never exceed 1 kilometer. Humanity? Hearing this sound, Yabe moved slightly. The stunned blood pythons around, among them some snakes, spoke with a trembling voice. Wang. The king is a human being, they must have found here. They are attacking. Hear this voice. There was a cold murderous intent on Yabe's body. Chapter 17, ready to play a big ticket. Bang bang bang. The crisp gunfire was particularly harsh in the secluded forest. After this sound sounded, many wild beasts fled one after another, and the originally quiet forest boiled instantly. Humanity? Yabe's position at the moment is the position of the Snake King. It's just that his appearance is extremely cold at the moment. You know. Yabe's consciousness is still human. Now it's just a skin bag. But after hearing that humans slaughtered snakes, a lot of anger appeared in his heart. This feeling is very subtle. If I use my current body to think about humans, it is really naive. From becoming a snake and needing to swallow a large number of creatures, from the beginning, it is bound to be an enemy of humans. Kill, or not? Yabe's mood now is very complicated. Reason told him that he must not swallow humans. But the body is constantly bewitching Yabe. Humans are creatures that stand at the top of the food chain and are high-level evolutionary entities. If they are swallowed, the evolutionary points will come faster, definitely more than killing ordinary creatures. Much. Bang bang bang. The gunfire continued. If they are not wrong, those people should be temporarily in contact with certain animals in the forest. Hey! After the gunshots rang through, Yabe's gaze swerved, and he swept across the blood pythons at the scene again. If humans live in groups, someone will inevitably be the leader. The same is true for snakes. The Snake King is just one of them, and there is definitely an auxiliary Snake King. You, whoever is the helper of the former Snake King, stand up. The kind he trusts most. Yabe whispered. The huge body, the scarlet letter, and the ordinary blood pythons didn't have any thoughts of resistance. As Yabe's voice fell, 8 snakes, nearly 1.5 meters long, slowly walked out of the group of snakes. These snakes are basically the same in appearance. But Yebei could tell at a glance, among the 8 snakes, 4 of them were male and 4 were female. Wang, King, please don't kill us. We are all forced to serve the former Snake King. Wang, spare my life. I don't want to die yet. Although they are snakes, standing in front of Yebei, these snakes seem to have human thoughts, knowing fear, and begging for mercy. From today, you are my subordinates. I am responsible for mobilizing the entire group of snakes to do things. If there is any mistake, then go to death. In addition, for the sake of understanding, I will give you a name, and remember them all well, whoever I call out will come out. Yebei's voice was cold, and he said decisively. The 8 snakes were overjoyed when they heard what Yebei said. From left to right, they are called Chunyuakaihuyu, and have fun. Yebei pondered for a few seconds and gave the name. Fortunately, there are 4 female snakes on the far left, and 4 male snakes on the far right. Yes, King. Thank you, King. Yes. After the name was given, the 8 snakes were extremely excited. The snakes around also showed envious eyes. As the same kind, Yebei could clearly feel them. Chun, tell me how many snakes there are in total. After naming it, Yebei continued. After devouring creatures and evolving quickly, he can count on these snakes. Now he must figure out how big his team is. King. There are a total of 358 snakes in our group, but before, 7 were sacrificed due to human hunting. In addition to the dead Snake King, there are now 350 snakes in total. Among the snakes that are still alive, there are more than 100 young snakes less than 50 centimeters in length. More than 201 meter long adult snakes, of which more than 120 are combat effective. Chun said in detail. It's just that this number makes Yebei sound a little depressed. Originally, he thought that these more than 300 snakes could become his own combat power and help him hunt for creatures. But unexpectedly, there were only more than 120 useful ones. It seems that we have to find a way to cultivate some combat power. He muttered to himself, and then he continued, let's think of a way to cultivate 800 blood pythons, and then one is responsible for 100. But, Wang, the human beings don't know what they are going crazy, they have been looking for trouble with our blood pythons. Chun hesitated a little, and said cautiously. If we rely on normal growth in a short period of time to cultivate adult snakes, the possibility is too low. Once discovered by humans, we will all die. It's human again. Yebei's eyes were cold. This bush should be the base of our snake group. You take it here, and increase your physical strength as soon as possible. Also, Chunyuakaihuyu, for fun, you find 4 and give me 5. Collect all the prey that can be killed within a kilometer, and send it to the snake base to wait for me to return. As for those humans, leave it to me for the time being. After being silent for about a second or two, Yebei said in a deep voice. To be honest, Yebei doesn't have much hostility to humans. If he can, he is going to scare those guys. However, if humans dare to rashly do it, Yebei will certainly not be polite. Abandoning these words, in the shocked and horrified gazes of the blood pythons, Yebei turned his head directly and moved towards the direction of the gunfire. The snakes around, at this moment, all felt a breath of death. It seems, this newcomer Snake King, ready to play a big ticket? Chapter 18, Hunter Squad and Laboratory. Deep in the forest, accompanied by the endless darkness, 5 silhouettes of people wearing night vision glasses continue to shuttle among them. These 5 people are a small team. It is composed of 4 men and 1 woman, moving forward in vertical columns. Behind everyone, there is a huge package carrying a lot of weapons and food. At the same time, a pistol was hung on the left and right waist, still carrying a small charge at any time. Such a dress came to this forest, it is absolutely fully prepared in advance. Moreover, these people are very large, with well-developed muscles, and at first glance they have been specially trained. Quick, move on. The direction of the snake group has been determined. As soon as you find it, drop the sulfur bombs and then shoot, don't let go of any of them. While swiftly moving forward, the person who was walking in the foremost commanded in English coldly. He is very big, at least 1.9 meters tall. Dark skin. Even with a large amount of supplies, when walking in this dark forest, he still walked on the ground. Bang bang bang. The abnormal creatures that occasionally appeared in his sight were basically shot and killed by the submachine gun in his hand within a few tenths of a second. Jonah! Why didn't you choose daytime? It's so late now, the forest is too dangerous. It's a terrible place, my skin is stained by these dirty branches, if I leave scars in the future, then no wonderful. The woman's voice, also in English, was directed at the person who took the lead. This woman looks like Charlie. The two arms are exposed, and the muscles on them are bulging like mountain packs. I don't know how they were trained. Shut up, Ella. This is an order. The blood python we captured did not contain what we wanted. The goods must still be on other blood pythons. In order to prevent them from being swallowed and digested, we must do our best get it back quickly. As for your body, don't be kidding. We said we don't know. Jonah didn't look back. Yeah, it doesn't really matter when. Although the beasts here are very strong, they can't stand a single blow under absolute firepower. Finding something is the most important thing. Another man said. This man, standing in the third position, is very tall, but he looks a lot thinner, and his whole person is full of a shrewd feeling. When I said this, there was still a hint of light in my eyes, and I didn't know what he was doing. Marin. Was the bead really swallowed by the blood python? I hope our expedition is worthwhile. The man standing in the fourth position said to the thin figure in front. Hal. Anyway, if the lab video is true, it is worth our lives for it. We are the hunter squad. Marin answered. As for the man standing at the back, he was a white man with agile steps. He had been watching the enemies around him all the way and never spoke. Chi. In the forest, Yabe's huge body is entrenched on a tree pole. Scarlet letters kept spitting out in his mouth. Because standing tall, while deliberately hiding the breath of the body. In addition, snakes are cold-blooded animals. After 3 stages of evolution, Yabe is fully capable of preventing these humans from discovering. On the contrary, the 5 people did not find Yabe's whereabouts. But Yabe has a panoramic view of their actions. The hunter squad. Yabe's eyes were cold, it's not much different from those poachers, and even these guys are even more disgusting. No matter what creatures appear in the line of sight, they will all be hunted, and the bodies of those creatures, but I didn't even look at it. Beads. Laboratory. It seems that there are many secrets hidden in this. Yabe's mind turned quickly. After listening to these 5 human conversations, the first thing Yabe actually did was to think that he had just reborn as a snake. When he descended on this world, a huge blood python sent himself a spiritual orb. And then eaten all by myself. These humans seem to be looking for spirit beads. System, haven't you said it before? I have regional animal language. Strictly speaking, humans are also animals. If people like them are already on this island when they gain abilities from me, can I talk to them? Direct language communication. Chi. On the tree pole, Yabe spoke with a very small voice. According to the system's judgment, these humans are indeed on this island before the host gains the ability. As long as the host is willing, they can communicate with them without barriers. In addition, human beings are advanced creatures. Although they are single, the combat ability is very poor, but their genes are still advanced. According to the system's judgment, humans can swallow extremely valuable, and everyone who swallows them will gain 5,000 evolution points. The system answered very simply. And when he answered, he also tempted Yabe by the way. A human being has more than 5,000 evolution points. 5 human beings are 25,000 points. If swallow 10 human beings, Yabe will be able to collect 100,000 evolution points and complete the 4th stage of evolution of the blood python. After thinking of this, Yabe couldn't help showing a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Human! Are you looking for me? With that kind of murderous intent? On the trunk, Yabe swallowed the blood-red letter, and said such a coldly in his mouth. Okay? HHHH. After hearing Yabe's voice, the 5 people who had been advancing quickly stopped immediately. At the same time, he glanced towards Yabe. At the same time, there was a cold sweat all over them. Because the moment they heard Yabe's voice just now, they were very clear in their hearts that that voice was definitely not made by humans. And when they set their sights on Yabe's side, seeing a giant snake entrenched on the tree pole, I was even more stunned on the spot. Chapter 19, Devouring Human Body Bulletproof. In the forest, towering trees can be seen everywhere. 5 people, Hal, Marin, Alec, Jonah, and Ella, serve as the hunter team. I have been in this island forest for a long time. Although many beasts on this island have evolved and are fierce, the 5 of them are not simple. Each of them has experienced cruel training, and their individual combat capabilities can be said to have exploded the ordinary American Special Forces. In the forest, there are almost no beasts that can block their footsteps. This is the main reason why they dare to enter the forest late at night. But at this moment, these 5 people finally realized what fear is. Blood python. No, this is not a blood python. According to visual observation, his body is at least 5 meters long. How could a blood python become so big? Oh! Buying, have you seen that the snake's mouth still has sharp teeth on both sides? It looks at least 15 centimeters in length. Just now, was this snake talking to us? Wow! These people were shocked, terrified, and exclaimed constantly. However, as special fighters, they react faster. The sound of crashing resounded in the forest. The submachine guns in their hands were picked up at the fastest speed. Bang bang bang! In the next moment, he almost pulled the trigger without any hesitation, and shot in the direction of Yabe. Bang bang bang, the sound of bullets. When those bullets were shot out, there was a fierce fire. Whoosh! Yabe is fast. Foreseeing these humans firing, his body swishes towards the bottom of the tree pole. The result has just been removed. The seat where I was staying before has been sparsely shot by the submachine gun. Booming! The big tree with a diameter of at least 1 meter was shot into a sieve from the middle under the 5 men's submachine guns. The upper part could not withstand the huge force. The big tree tens of meters high fell directly. The loud rumbling noise resounded continuously in the quiet and dark forest. It's just that this 5-member hunting squad didn't have the mood to care about the fallen tree. The muscles on his face began to twist continuously. Under the night vision glasses, the giant blood python that I saw just now disappeared, and there was no trace of it. It seems to be a mutated blood python. It's it, this speed is too fast. Everyone immediately surrounds and guards the surroundings, absolutely can't give it a chance to get close. Jonah coldly ordered, if he really has the ability to kill us, then there is no need to run. It disappears now because of fear. But, just now, we seem to hear a snake talking. In this tense atmosphere, Ella suddenly reminded her. Okay. In the next moment, the 5 people once again realized the seriousness of the matter. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Don't forget our purpose. It's a blood python, just hunt it. What is the best way to resist fear? Just don't think about it, at the same time, turn the unknown into an illusion. When Jonah said this, his eyes kept moving around. What a bunch of idiots! Dark eyes. The huge body is hidden in it, the snake is a cold-blooded animal, and Yabe can easily hide his breath. These 5 humans have no chance to discover Yabe. In contrast, when Yabe said these words again, because of the silence of the night, it was very clear to these people's ears. If it was an illusion just now, it will never appear twice at the same time. Did you hear anything? Jonah's voice was trembling, and the clear voice in his ear made him really scared this time. Who is speaking? Don't pretend to be a ghost. If it's a human, come out quickly. Several others did not answer Jonah, but they shouted. Zi zi zi. The huge body moves on the ground. The sizzling noises continued, but the shouts of these people directly drowned these sizzling noises. I heard that you are here to slaughter blood pythons, but before that, I want to clarify a few questions. You guys answer them well, otherwise, I'll go to death. Yabe kept approaching quietly. Da-da-da. The sound just came out. These human beings fired the submachine gun in their hands again. Boom! There were really 2 bullets that hit Yabe's body, but because the snakeskin was too thick, the bullets only shot into the skin and did not penetrate into the flesh, but, even so, let Yabe I feel very painful in my body. Yabe was quite uncomfortable with the act of firing at a disagreement. After hitting Yabe, Yabe's killing intent was even more exposed. I was still hesitant to eat people. That being the case, it would be a waste to put so many evolution points in use. You are looking for death yourself. He said silently in his heart. The next moment, with a whistle, Yabe's body burst out with extremely powerful power, like a huge shadow, rushing towards one of the human beings, and at the same time opened his mouth. Too sharp the fangs are exposed, the blood-red letter is extremely terrifying, and that big mouth seems to be able to swallow a human alive in one mouthful. When Yabe rushed past, the 5 humans also immediately felt an unprecedented killing intent. In just a short moment, their complexion turned pale. The finger was placed on the trigger, ready to continue the frantic burst, but, it was too late. Puff! Guru! Hearing such a voice, 4 of them turned their heads abruptly, and then, they saw one of their companions swallowed alive by an extremely huge snake, and the whole process took less than 0.1 second. And when they looked back, what they saw was even more terrifying. A giant snake occupies the lower part of the body. On the body that stood up to a height of more than 3 meters, a pair of eyes full of killing intent was looking at this side fiercely. Chapter 20, Easily Swallowed 4 Humans. Gilyalu. Chi-chi. The sound made by human beings when they were swallowed by a giant snake. If it's just ordinary, if a person is eaten by a snake, there is actually nothing that can't be beaten. But in this scene, the remaining 4 people are all frightened. It was a huge snake with a red and black body. When it was erected, it was more than 3 meters high, and the letter spit out from his mouth, with a strong smell of blood, was looking down at himself and others condescendingly. The big mouth, the fangs dripping with blood, seemed to be able to tear and swallow everything. Moreover, this time, everyone can be extremely clear that the sounds just now are really made by this snake. Hal! Damn, this guy, killed Hal! Asshole! Shoot him! The 4 people who were still alive had their eyes wide open, and they were stunned for nearly 2 seconds before they reacted. In fact, in these 2 seconds, Yabe had 100 ways to kill them. But, I don't know why, looking at the fearful looks of these humans, Yabe found that he would be very happy. These changes in his mentality made him a little unable to understand. Could it be that he was getting closer to the beast class? I thought to myself. Then, when the remaining 4 humans pointed the submachine gun at him again, Yabe's reaction speed was undoubtedly faster. Whoosh! There was no chance for the 4 to shoot again. Yabe, whose body has been strengthened several times, can easily explode these humans in terms of physical fitness and speed. Wow! There was a swish, followed by a loud crash, but in the blink of an eye, all the submachine guns in these human hands were shot and flew by Yabe for more than 20 meters. The 4 human beings who were still alive did not realize what was going on, and all the weapons in their hands disappeared. The snake in front of him was still spitting out letters and killing intent. Next, I will ask you a few questions. The answer is satisfactory, you don't have to kill. Otherwise, you will all die. Destroying all the weapons in human hands, Yabe opened his mouth and continued. However, in the eyes of these 4 human beings, all they saw was another scene. I saw a giant snake entrenched in front of him, more than 5 meters long, with its mouth closed and closed. Then, from its mouth, a low man's voice came out. It was still in English that everyone could understand. The so-called illusion was instantly punctured. Snake, said the words of humans. What does this mean? The first reaction of these human beings is that this snake has opened up their spiritual wisdom. If this is true, then things are big things, animals can talk to humans directly, and the world is going to change. Your target is the blood python. I heard it just now. It is said that the blood python swallowed something. Can you tell me what that thing is? Yabe couldn't bother to pay attention to these human thoughts at this moment. Now that the incarnation has become a python, Yabe has his own enlightenment, and using some human rules, it is obvious that there is no such possibility. Really you are talking? Blood python? Can a snake speak? The shrewd-looking, thin man still couldn't accept the situation in front of him. After hearing Yabe's voice, he continued to ask with a look of horror. Laugh. As for Yabe, he is not welcome at all. A gleam of ice flashed through his eyes, and his mouth suddenly opened. The next moment, he swallowed the man with a sneer. Wow! In less than 2 seconds, Yabe spit out another large backpack, which was carried on the back of the man before. All the backpacks were stained with fishy blood. Many of the fabrics are still corroded, and a large number of weapons are exposed. Through the night vision device, the appearance of various weapons can be clearly seen. No. Marin. Another person was swallowed, the woman, who was about to collapse at any time, the voice in her mouth was hysterical. Hal, Marin, were all eaten by this snake. The black man who took the lead was also stunned. Kill people if they don't agree with each other. The snake is still standing in front of you, and the terrifying sense of oppression is more terrifying than shooting each other with submachine guns directly on the battlefield. I'm going to kill you. But even if the breath of death continues to spread in the air, Jonah, the man who took the lead, didn't have any enlightenment. He didn't know where he got the courage. He picked up the pistol at his waist with one hand, and put the other hand on the back belt, and took out a grenade. Looking at this posture, you are preparing to fight Yabida. I was thinking about killing or not. Since I'm all looking for death like this, then I'm welcome. Seeing Jonah's actions, Yabe's killing intent increased again. Click. The open mouth, the scarlet letter, spit out directly from the mouth. The next moment, the extremely long letter, easily wrapped Jonah. Whoosh. Then, the letter was collected back. Jonah, holding the weapon, didn't have any resistance at all, and was immediately swallowed by Yabe. Gilyalu. And the moment it is swallowed, with the help of the system, it is directly digested in the first time, and the evolution points are completed simultaneously. Jonah is dead. If he didn't even resist, he died. At this moment, Ella, the still living Charlie, and the man Alec who had been silent, were completely dumbfounded. The fear of death spread throughout the body. However, Ella responded quickly. When Jonah died, the question of Yabe at the very beginning reverberated in her mind. We don't know what the beat is. It was accidentally heard from the laboratory. It is said to be from a meteorite, which contains a very powerful force. But in an accident, the bead was secretly brought out. It was swallowed by a blood python. These words, Ella almost screamed out. Lingzhu. Meteorite? Laboratory. Blood python swallowed away? Although Ella's remarks are not many, the information revealed is quite a lot. But... wow! Ye Bei still didn't have any pity to speak of. When Ella's voice fell, he opened his mouth and swallowed the woman. After all, this special is also 5,000 evolution points, to his mouth. If you don't eat it, it's a waste. This woman's voice is too high, it upsets me. Isn't it a good answer? Have to shout. After swallowing Ella, Ye Bei said these words very calmly. Then set his eyes on the last surviving white man, Alec. This man gave Ye Bei an unusual feeling from the beginning. Only you are left. Come on, what do you know? Ye Bei continued to ask. The voice is beyond doubt. At the same time, after eating 4 humans in a row, he gained 20,000 evolution points. When speaking, Ye Bei's body was also undergoing tremendous changes. Most importantly, the voice of the system also came out unexpectedly. Chapter 21, All Kills and System Upgrades. Chi Chi. In the dark forest, the sound of scoffing continued. This sound makes the scalp numb. Occasionally, there is a large leaf falling, making the surrounding atmosphere even more strange. And in such a weird atmosphere, a giant snake more than 5 meters long was standing with a man with an indifferent expression. Unfortunately, this snake is the protagonist. And this human performance can only be said. His mental quality is indeed very good. However, under this situation, Ye Bei did not immediately slurp at the man, because the sudden sound of the system resounding in Ye Bei's mind directly made him stare. Given that the host has successfully swallowed 4 humans. Open the hidden mission. The system will be further upgraded. Yes, the news from the system came really unexpectedly. At this moment, Ye Bei even feels caught off guard. Can the system be upgraded? What conditions does it meet to be able to upgrade? It was totally unexpected. Moreover, the system upgrade is still fully automatic. Ye Bei was shocked, and the system was already in the automatic upgrade state. A scorching warm current flows quickly in his body. A large amount of information poured into his head. At this moment, Ye Bei felt as if he had learned endless knowledge, but that knowledge was hidden deep in his mind and could not be used. This feeling was extremely strange. Standing in front of Ye Bei, the last surviving white man was very courageous. Seeing Ye Bei didn't move, he actually knew to speak, and his tone was strangely calm. My name is Alec, I don't know a lot. That bead can sell for a good price, so we acted. In order to find this bead, we have been on this island for almost 3 months. Later past some accidentally learned that they were swallowed by blood pythons, so they launched an attack on these pythons. In addition, this island is an uninhabited island. A long time ago, it existed in a large biological research institute. A special potion later leaked, causing a lot of biological mutations, so each of us prepared a lot of weapons. However, before coming here, our hunter team was hired by a large mercenary organization in the United States in order to prevent accidents. We have established a signal transmission base station on the island, and we will report safety through the base station every 24 hours. Once we have an accident, in order to obtain beads, there will be more commissions next soldiers land on the island. You killed me today. It is estimated that more humans will come over soon, and weapons will definitely be upgraded, and even in the end, I am 100% sure that the island is extremely dangerous and cannot get beads. This island will definitely be blasted into dust by weapons, and everything will sink in the depths of the sea. How about this? How about we make a deal? The white man is very calm. When speaking, his eyes were still looking straight into Ye Bei's eyes. At this time, the system was automatically completing the upgrade, but the white man's words were still very clearly transmitted to Ye Bei's ears. Moreover, Yabe can still communicate with the white man without obstacles. Transaction? Yabe is not an idiot. He killed 4 people directly just now. If he let the last one leave and he didn't bring anyone to retaliate, that would be the hell. However, Yabe was not in a hurry to eat Alec, because this guy had already revealed a lot of information just now. He felt he could get more from this guy's mouth. Deal? It's kind of interesting. Tell me, how do we make a deal? Yabe's tone was calm. But when speaking, he deliberately strengthened his murderous aura. The white body trembled slightly, and finally he stubbornly held it on. Let me go, I will keep a secret for you. And go back and declare that the mission has failed, and you will never set foot on this island again. Any threat? He said this very seriously. Alec rarely speaks. If he had been told before that it was a snake that forced him to speak, he would definitely think it was a dream. But now, I was actually talking to a snake, and deep in my heart, Alec could be sure that the snake's IQ was not lower than myself. I had already made up my mind. Once I left this island, first the news of this snake will be published in no time. This news, he thinks, is worth millions of dollars. Let's talk about this kind of little things slowly. You said this is an island, and it has been a long time, then there must be an exact data and a map for this island, and I want all the information. Put it on the ground. The cold light in his eyes kept on, and Yabe's words didn't have any room for discussion at all. He used a commanding tone. And Alec didn't dare to have the slightest opinion. Carefully remove the package from the back. His eyes swept across a grenade, and there was a gleam of light. But after feeling Yabe's boiling killing intent, Alec looked away from the grenade, and found a hand-drawn drawing from it. The map of the island is here. When speaking, gently put the blueprint on the ground, for fear that any abnormal actions would attract Yabe's murderous intent. But when Alec's drawing was taken out, Yabe moved and his mouth suddenly opened. Laugh. Gilyalu. Sorry, I know your thoughts very well. I will accept the drawings. After swallowing Alec, 5,000 evolution points were credited, Yabe said with satisfaction. His eyes were cold, and he had eaten 4 humans in a row, and there would be no obstacles if one came again. But immediately after Yabe finished saying this, his body shook slightly. The system upgrade is complete. A lot of new information made Yabe tremble with excitement. It looks like it's developed this time. Unconsciously, he mumbled to himself. Chapter 22, Upgrade Completion and Absolute Control. Islands, deep in the forest. After easily swallowing 5 humans, Yabe's evolution points have reached 75,000. Only 25,000 points are needed to complete the 4th stage of evolution of the blood python. But at this time, Yabe's thoughts were not put on evolution at all, but all in the system in his mind. After the system has automatically evolved, new things are unfolding in front of Yabe's eyes. And about Yabe's physical fitness, it is a detailed summary. Infinite Evolution System. Name, Yabe. Primary Species, Blood Python. Age, under 1 year old. Because of evolution, it has a size and strength several times that of an adult python. Lifespan, 50 years. Evolution points for the 4th stage of blood python, 75,000/100000. Level, LV1, after leveling up, genes can be changed to move towards a higher level of snake-like species. Language, snake language, regional animal language. Ability, fangs. Apostle, 1. Territory, none. Length, 5 meters. Average body diameter, 35 centimeters. Body resistance to stress, level 3. Can withstand sharp blade attacks, and the skin can resist the impact of ordinary firearms bullets. Speed, 10 meters/s. Strength, 5t, it can easily lift the weight of 5t. Task, complete LV, Level 1, the fourth stage of evolution, expand the territory. After the evolution is completed, you will become a Titan Python. The territory is planned to be the entire island. This time, the fluorescent screen information panel that appeared in front of Yabei's eyes not only has many more attributes, but even at the beginning, some vague concepts have become clearer, such as the fourth evolutionary stage of the first level. Anyway, Yabei understood this very thoroughly anyway. However, in addition to this, the system also directly gives a division map of species evolution points. This one is the most critical thing. This evolutionary point and figure chart is presented in the form of a pyramid. At the bottom level, there are nearly 100 kinds of creatures, but if each one is swallowed, the number of evolution points obtained is less than a little. The second level is within 10 o'clock, and there are more than 80 kinds of creatures. Within 100 points on the third level. Within 1,000 points on the fourth floor. Within 2,000 points on the fifth floor. According to this division map, Yabei discovered that there are as many as 21 species classifications. The first one is humans, and the number of special ones has increased directly from the previous 5,000 evolution points. Became 10,000 evolution points. The most points gained by devouring humans? This is undoubtedly the answer this evolution map gave Yabei. However, besides that, Yabei still has a lot of doubts, because at the top of this species pyramid, there is a big question mark hanging unexpectedly. System. What does this question mark mean? With curiosity, Yabei took the initiative to ask. According to the currently known creatures, humans are indeed at the top. But in this world, there are also some creatures that surpass humans. If they swallow them, they will get more rewards and points. This category is unknown, it needs the host to discover it slowly. In addition, this evolution point pyramid is not complete. Outside the Earth, there are also countless unknown creatures. The system quickly replied. Okay? Hearing this, Yabei's body trembled. Beyond the Earth, there are unknown creatures. At the same time, there are some creatures in this world that can easily surpass humans? These are two huge messages revealed by the system. But Yabei quickly buried these questions in his mind. There are more than 6 billion humans in the world, at least now they are all standing at the top. This is the best resource for my evolutionary point increase. Yabei muttered to himself, his voice cold. There is chill in his eyes. As a blood python, he has deeply realized the gap between himself and humans. Unconsciously, he has already regarded human beings as his priority food for rapid evolution. Yabei didn't even notice this change at this moment. While Yabei was excited, the voice of the system came again. System evolution is complete. The host strength judgment mechanism is detailed. The ranking of biological evolution points is detailed. In the future, when the host sees any creature, it can determine its level at the first time and get the evolution points, except for unknown creatures. Split system control ability. Under the number of inherent apostles, the system can give the host 8 control places. The object of control is any creature. As long as it is on this earth, you can get in touch with these creatures at any time, and force their control behavior. This is the improvement that the system gets after the automatic evolution. The improvement in 3 aspects is absolutely awesome. Especially the last one, can control any creature as long as it is on this earth. From this point of view, human beings can be controlled by Yabei at will. What else is it more than this? But when the voice of the system fell, Yabei didn't really intend to control humans. There are more than 6 billion people in the world standing at the forefront of evolutionary points. Their existence is all the best way for Yabei to gain points. It doesn't make much sense to control them. The system, the controlled object, is just control? The system's ability to split should also allow the controlled creature to evolve, right? Yabei asked seriously. Yes, but in order to protect the Overlord's absolute strength, as long as the Overlord is willing, he can be controlled to death at any time. The system is very thoughtful. Then I know. First control the 4 blood pythons, Chunyuakaihuyu, and the pleasure-seeking. And give them the power to evolve. Yabe said decisively. There are so many humans. It is impossible for me to fight alone all the time. With the help of 8 pythons that can evolve, and then think of ways to expand the snake population, this is the most effective way. Yes. Host. The system returns to. On the other side, in the bushes, as the sound of the system fell, the 8 blood pythons named by Yabe could only feel a hot breath coming out of their bodies, and when they entangled on the ground, their bodies actually started. The speed visible to the naked eye has increased. The ordinary blood pythons around were stunned by this sudden change. And Yabe quickly picked up the Alec Island drawing and quickly returned. However, what Yabe didn't expect was that when he returned to the direction of the snake group, a signal base station was placed on a relatively high rock on the edge of the island, and waves of radio waves were quickly launched from it. Chapter 23, The Overall Evolution and the Beginning of the 4th Stage. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight fell on the island, the dark forest slowly became brighter. Deep in the forest, under a huge tree, only a few huge camouflage cloth wraps were left. There are a lot of blood stains on it. Just by looking at it, I knew that a tragic murder had happened here. Did it die? Inside one of the backpacks, a small signal transmitter was constantly beating with red light, making a faint beep sound. This signal is combined with the base station on the stone on the edge of the island, and it is quickly launched towards the outside of the island. And on a stone-covered clearing surrounded by forest snakes and bushes. All are different scenes. Here are all oversized stones. On each stone, there are holes of different sizes. In these holes, there are a large number of blood pythons that meet in red and black, with scarlet letters constantly spitting out in their mouths. Let the surrounding air be filled with a chill of killing. In the middle of the field, there were 9 blood pythons entrenched. Of the 9 blood pythons, 8 more are surrounding one of them. At this moment, something very magical was surging in Yabe's mind. Fear, awe, excitement, and complete surrender willingly. Yabe, who was entrenched in the middle, only slightly squinted his eyes, and with a slight movement of the thoughts in his head, he could feel the above thoughts of the 8 snakes around him. After evolution, they have now reached 4 meters and 5 meters. These changes were witnessed by hundreds of snakes in the blood python group. King. Thank you for giving us strength. King. King. About 3 minutes later, the silence was broken. The 8 blood pythons opened their eyes wide, but they lowered their heads one after another. The scarlet letters spit out, with awe and surrender voices, and quickly came from their mouths. Sent it out. How do you feel? The changes of the 8 blood pythons left Yabe quite satisfied. With their words, you don't need to go out to hunt prey in the future, find a place, wait quietly for enough food, and then evolve. I feel full of power. It's amazing. I can grow stronger just by eating some ordinary creatures. It's so refreshing, this feeling is the first time I have, it's completely reborn. Even a huge rock can be easily smashed to pieces. Master. You are a god. The 8 blood pythons answered immediately. Very good. Yabe nodded in satisfaction, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you have become so powerful, it's time to show your role. From now on, you will be divided into 8 teams, each with each other. The snakes hunted large creatures in the forest for 3 hours, to see who hunted the most. After the hunt, all the creatures will be sent to me. Yes. 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 The 8 blood pythons did not have any comments, and replied in unison. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, under the leadership of the 8 blood pythons, the blood pythons that were originally entrenched on the stone were divided into 8 teams at the fastest speed. The body moved quickly on the ground, making a whistling sound. In less than 10 seconds, except for Yabe, all the blood pythons disappeared. As for Yabe, he was entrenched on the ground, patiently waiting for the blood pythons to return with food. With the passage of time, the group of blood pythons that had just disappeared began to gradually return, and the number of prey by Yabe's side continued to increase. 3 hours passed in a flash. Wang! We are back! Wang, this is the creature we hunted. The 8 blood pythons have a very strong time concept. With these sounds, Yabe slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the large number of creatures piled up around his body, his excitement spread wildly. It's awesome! So many prey! These are definitely 25,000 points, as long as they are all swallowed, the 4th stage of evolution of the blood python can be completed. At that time, how strong will I become? Yabe was overjoyed after seeing the mountain-like creatures around him. Very good. You all step aside. After dropping this sentence, next, Yabe was unceremonious, his mouth opened wide, and the scarlet and beyond the letter spit out, and the creatures piled up around him were swallowed one by one. The voice of the system constantly resounded in Yabe's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a rabbit and gaining 1 evolution point. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a wild wolf and gaining 100 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a giant lion and gaining 2000 evolution points. As Yabe continues to devour, the evolution points are also rushed. After half an hour, all the creatures that the blood pythons had taken 3 hours to transport were completely swallowed by Yabe. Chunyuakayu, looking for joy, quietly watching. In addition to the awe in the eyes, there was also more shock. After the mountain of creatures were eaten by Yabe, their stomachs did not grow at all. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the aura on Yabe's body was still increasing wildly. As for Yabe himself, sure enough, he made no mistakes in his calculations. After all these creatures were swallowed, the evolution points successfully reached 100,000. Occupying in the middle of the group of snakes, there are 8 controlled blood pythons guarding. Yabe Angzan began to complete the 4th stage of evolution of the blood python. Hot energy ran wildly in the body. The 5-meter-long body unexpectedly began to grow again. The overall thickness of the body is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time that Yabe began the 4th stage of evolution, a large number of attacking creatures were quietly gathering around the blood python group. The previous wanton hunting of snakes directly exploded the resistance of those creatures. Chapter 24, Mercenary Base and Plan. The time is about 9 o'clock in the morning. The dazzling sun rises from the east, the soft light passes through the gaps between the leaves, and when it falls on the island forest floor, it seems to be the most perfect art in the world. Only today, this forest has become different. Wow! In the depths of the forest, different kinds of beasts gather. Wild wolf, lion, tiger, leopard, wild boar. If it is normal, they will meet together, it will definitely be a life and death struggle. But today, the atmosphere is completely different. These beasts are gathered together and watched by the leader. They don't mean to fight each other at all. Instead, they all focus on the direction of the bush where the snakes are. And killing intent. Ho ho ho. Ouch. Hoo. All kinds of crazy voices kept coming out of their mouths. And began to cautiously advance toward the bushes. On the other side, about 500 nautical miles away from the island, a foreign man sitting in front of the computer in the main control room turned pale instantly, and his body trembled violently for more than 10 seconds. His mouth began to burst into exclamation. Oh! Selling karma, how is this possible? Alec, Ella, Jonah, all dead. What is that creature? Anaconda. The voice was loud, and after 3 consecutive screams broke out, many people in the base were alarmed and rushed towards the main control room. And in front of the foreign man's computer, a distress signal and a vague video are constantly being broadcast. The content of the signal is like this. Everyone at the mercenary base, if you receive this signal, it will prove that we were killed. This island is extremely dangerous. Please take revenge for us. In addition to this signal, the focus is on the blurred video. These videos are not known under what circumstances were filmed, nor how they were disseminated. In the video, in the dark night, the sound of scoffing came out, and then, a huge monster with bright eyes swallowed a mercenary in one bite. A screaming scream. It keeps coming out of the computer. This scene was repeated 5 times. All 5 mercenaries lost their lives. Across the screen, the man in the main control room felt great fear and blood. Wow! However, the scene in the computer simply did not allow this man to think too much. In the next moment, a large number of mercenaries in camouflage uniforms rushed in. What's going on? Something. What happened? Are they Jonah? The sound is a little messy. Until 10 minutes later, in the mercenary base, a well-decorated conference room. An actually majestic man, sitting on the main seat, with 5 men sitting on either side, everyone exudes a cold breath. This kind of aura can only be manifested in the body only by killing a lot of people. And behind the conference room, there is a huge projection screen. The scene shown above is exactly the scene that was broadcast on the computer in the main control room. In the conference room, the atmosphere freezes, and everyone's eyes are on the screen. Until the man on the main seat spoke. There is a very important news to tell you. As you can see, this is a disaster. Yes, our mercenary organization sacrificed 5 elites just 6 hours ago. On an isolated island, perform a laboratory mission. I think everyone here knows that island. Who can tell me, what should we do next? The man's voice resounded in the meeting room. But at this moment, there was no sound except for the miserable screams and the sound of help coming from the projector. Everyone's eyes widened and their complexion turned purple. More than 10 seconds passed, one of them took the initiative to speak. I don't know if you have noticed. The monster that killed our mercenary is very huge. And it also made some strange noises. The most important thing is that our people were killed without any resistance. It's impossible, everyone is equipped with a lot of weapons when performing tasks. From this video, you can tell us some facts. The sound of the monster is likely to affect human nerves and make people lose resistance. Power. And extremely offensive. Now, I think we have 3 options. First, stay away from the island, as this has never happened, and sell this video to the country. I think those scientists and politics families will have enough interest in that island. Second, send more people to find out the monster, let it be used by us. Third, directly launch heavy weapons to destroy the entire island. Anyway, that it is an uninhabited island, even if it is destroyed, it will not cause any waves in the world. The person who said this was a white man with a serious killing intent in his eyes. To be honest, he was looking forward to the third option. Destroy the island directly and avenge the people under his hands. As for what the monster was, he didn't care at all. I have no opinion. I agree with this proposal. In fact, these 3 plans are good. After someone took the lead, others followed suit. Without exception, everyone's eyes are killing intent and greed. The monsters on the island must either die or use them for their own purposes. This is a consensus. However, just as the conclusion was about to come out, the imposing man in the main seat spoke again. Cold eyes. There is still a faint smile on his face. Obviously, he had already thought of the best answer. Before the meeting, I also received another news. Our mercenary team found a group of Chinese people on vacation in the sea. And they have all fainted them with coma gas. Do you know if you have thought about it? Maybe, we can send these Chinese people to the island. In different tone. In the meeting room, the eyes of other people suddenly lit up. Chapter 25, Yabe wakes up. In the forest, the dazzling sunlight penetrates the gaps of the leaves and is scattered everywhere. Zi. A large number of creatures began to move in the direction of the bushes. Because of too much proficiency, stepping on the decaying leaves, kept making sizzling noises. Bushes, where the snakes are. Under the guardianship of the 8 blood pythons, Yabe was still undergoing the 4th stage of evolution. Entangled on the ground. On the huge body, the situation of molting and growing new skin was repeated, and then continued to fade. And every time you shed your skin, the length of your body will increase a lot, and the red and black textures on your body have become more refined. This time evolution, although no genetic changes have been made, from the current situation judging from it, Yabe's finishing power has increased more than 10-fold since he was a child. Chi. Evolution continues. There were hundreds of snakes in the python group, all their eyes were on Yabe's body. Seeing their king, the aura emanating from his body became stronger and stronger, and these snakes finally began to spit out the letter. The sneered voice continued. But the sound is very small, if translated, it is probably like this. That's amazing. Is this evolving? The body has grown up again. This is our king. Compared to the previous snake king, it is not much stronger. 6 meters. My God! Has the limit of our blood python been completely broken like this? This is the longest and most powerful python I have ever seen, none of them. Just after these sounds spread among the snakes, the 8 guard blood pythons entrenched around Yabe's body stared at almost the same moment, and their body exuded a terrifying chill. Those ordinary blood pythons didn't notice it. But they are 8 different. After staged evolution, their sensitivity has increased several times. It looks like something is in trouble. I felt a very powerful killing intent. Me too. It's from around, like a herd of animals. Are those looking for death? The king is truly evolving. Never let any creature disturb him. Anyone who dares to come over will be killed. 8 blood pythons said one after another, the killing intent on their bodies surging instantly. Chi. Immediately afterwards, they each sent news of the upcoming war to the snake group under their management. The group of snakes entrenched in the stone spread out in an orderly manner. In less than 10 seconds, the group of snakes surrounded Yabe in the middle to protect them, and their eyes were all around, with their mouths open and mouth wide open. The letter continued to spit out, and the posture of war was put to the fullest. Keep it for me. Any creature that dares to disturb the evolution of our king will kill them all. Any enemies who dare to come over, kill them all, their bodies are preserved intact, and prepare enough food for our king to wake up. Ready to go to war. Even if you die, everyone will keep me on guard. Anyone who shrinks will be killed without mercy. Chun Hua Kai Huyu, 8 blood pythons for pleasure and joy directly gave the death order. Chi. Suddenly, killing intent boiled among the bushes and snakes. The icy breath gathered in the growing river and rushed towards the surroundings frantically. And the surrounding beasts naturally felt this kind of aura, but they came today to kill the blood pythons, so naturally they wouldn't be persuaded. Oh! Ho! The beasts, who had been very cautious in their steps, felt the cold killing intent emanating from the blood pythons, and immediately knew that they had been discovered by the blood pythons. This time, not only did not let them back down. Instead, it makes them more determined. A huge roar erupted from each of their mouths, the action became frantic in an instant, rushing towards the blood python group frantically. The number of the herd is in the thousands. And what about blood pythons? There are only less than 300 poor ones, all of which are spread on the ground. Wow! When the two parties collided with each other, a lot of lives began to disappear. Chi. Ho! Oh! This was the early morning, and the soft sunlight had just been scattered in the forest, but the tragic slaughter made the entire forest full of blood. A lion directly bites a blood python that is no more than 2 meters long, and its sharp teeth easily tear the blood python from the middle to shreds. A blood python was stepped on by a wild boar, and his strength was taken away a little bit, but he didn't have the idea of giving up at all. Turning around, he wrapped the wild boar's nose in his mouth with one bite, making a huge bite. When force appeared, all of the wild boar's face was covered with blood. The battle between ordinary blood pythons and the herd was extremely fierce. But Chunyuakayu, seeking pleasure, these 8 blood pythons are completely different. After 3 stages of evolution, although they don't have the same fangs as Yabe, but they can also be swallowed infinitely. Laugh. Click. Almost all the beasts that approached them were swallowed alive at the fastest speed. These 8 blood pythons kept guarding around Yabe's body. If they are busy devouring creatures, if there are other beasts who want to get close to Yabe, they will just wave their bodies directly, borrowing huge power, and shoot those beasts directly into the air with a bang. The impact on their bodies was tremendous, their muscles were torn, and all their bodies were covered with thick blood stains. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. There were originally more than 300 blood pythons, almost all of them died in battle. On the ground, only fragments were left. Even Chunyuakayu, the 8 blood pythons for pleasure, were seriously injured. As for the herd, although the sacrifice was very large, it did not affect the seriousness. Hundreds of beasts surrounded Yabe and 8 blood pythons. Killing intent is boiling. But just when they were about to rush up together and end the battle directly, Yabe, who had been entrenched in the middle and hadn't moved before, finally slowly opened his eyes. Laugh. As if there was a cold light, it burst out from Yabe's eyes with a snort. The moment I opened my eyes, all the beasts stopped. A breath of murder, frantically spreading around. Chapter 26, Crazy Devouring Points Hurricane. Deep in the forest, countless beasts gathered together. Such a scene is definitely the first time that this island has happened since it appeared. However, under the crisis of survival, it is understandable that these beasts gathered together. Among the blood pythons, there appeared a king who could devour all living things. The impact was great. Wow! The blood is flowing horizontally. When passing some small ravines, there was still a clattering noise. Roar! Whoa! Call! The group of beasts who rushed the blood python group to pieces were startled by Yabe, and then a fierce roar broke out again. King! These beasts are crazy! It's over! Our blood python group is completely finished today. What to do, King? Chunyuakayu, 8 blood pythons looking for pleasure, when they saw Yabe regaining consciousness, ignoring the pain in his body, they all hissed. There were many wounds on the body, bloody, and they looked terrible. As for Yabe, the moment he opened his eyes, he felt that the whole world had become different. First of all, is that the length of his body has increased to 7 meters, which is completely beyond the logical range. The diameter of the body is 40 centimeters, which is almost a bucket thick. The 2 sharp fangs of the mouth, long sticking out, the venom on it ticking and dropping to the ground. Chi-chi! Once the venom falls on the ground, it will make a faintly corroding sound and a hint of white disgust. The length of those 2 teeth is even more terrifying, like ivory. In addition to these, the most changed is the power in the body. The 4th stage of the blood python is completed, and Yabe feels that as long as he swings his body, he can shoot all the hundreds of beasts. Yes, just so confident. The strength, the body, and even the information panel have all changed greatly. However, Yabe didn't have time to pay attention to those at the moment. Hey! The cold gaze swept across the scene with a single brush. The corpses of blood pythons on the ground, and the tragic spring flowers and autumn moons on their bodies, 8 blood pythons for fun. All around were staring beasts with murderous intent. My race, did you kill it? The lower body is entangled, 3 meters on the ground, the other 4 meters upright, plus that terrible diameter. Yabe directly put a huge pressure on all the beasts. Of course, these are only second, the most important thing is, come here. All of the beasts actually understood Yabe's words. These wild beasts besieged the blood python group, they are spontaneously grouped together. There is no universal language among the various beasts. It is more to rely on eye contact to judge and simple communication. But now, Yabe spoke, and they found that they could fully understand what Yabe meant. Roar! Are you the leader of the blood python? A lion roared, staring at Yabe, with murderous intent in his eyes. Can't you tell? Yabe tilted his head and replied coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed, because after his gaze fell on the lion, a large number of numbers jumped in his mind. Mutant Lion King, level 20 creature, swallow 1 head, get 9,000 mutation points. Blood Python King? Now your race is all over. Or go to death honestly. A leopard also roared. With these 2 beasts taking the lead, the surrounding beasts also howled after reacting. Damn anaconda! Dare to hunt and kill our people! There can be no blood pythons on this island. Very loud. It gathered into Yabe's ears in pieces. But in the eyes of Chunyuakaihuyu and the 8 blood pythons for pleasure, this is a completely different situation. After Yabe screamed, the beasts around with red eyes looked like crazy, all make various calls. The huge sound, converging into a river, made the big trees in the forest sway. Wang! What shall we do? You go first. King, we hold on. We can definitely escape. As long as they are alive, these beasts will be our prey sooner or later. The 8 blood pythons really deserved to be controlled by Yabeji. At this time, it was a rhythm of loyal protection of the Lord. Hearing this voice, and then hearing those beasts, Yabe already had a judgment. You are all waiting here. In addition, no matter how severely injured you are, you only need to devour the prey to evolve and recover. I think there are many remains of wild beasts beside this, you just start eating. Yabe first coldly ordered the 8 blood pythons. Then, I looked at the beasts. To be honest, you came here and I was very surprised. I didn't expect that the beasts would gather together. But if they are here today, don't leave one. It just so happens that I still need a lot of food. Besides, I forgot to tell you that I am not only the king of blood pythons, but also the king of this island and this huge forest. Chi 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 chi. When speaking, the letter continued to spit out. After listening to the 2 consecutive passages of Yabe, the 8 blood pythons were stunned, but soon they reacted again, realizing that their king was going to be mad, and in order not to hold back in the waiting battle, they immediately swallowed the distance frantically. The closest prey to your body. Even a lot of torn blood pythons were swallowed all at once, extremely bloody. In this case, Yabe did not hesitate to move after speaking. Roar! Open your mouth! The upper body was so fast as a shadow, it was obviously a snake, and it made a roar that seemed to tear the sky. Guru! In the next instant, the huge mouth swallowed the Lion King and the leopard directly, making a grunting sound. The surrounding beasts were stunned by Yabe's aura for several seconds, but soon, they also rushed towards Yabe desperately. Ho ho ho! Whoa! Wow! The scene was caught in a terrible battle again. But Yabe was very excited in this battle. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a mutant Lion King and gaining 9,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a mutant leopard and gaining 8,500 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a mutant wild boar with giant horns and gaining 8,000 evolution points. The upgrade of the system, coupled with the rank division of the beasts, after devouring the beasts, the number of evolution points has also increased a lot. As the battle began, Yabe's head seemed to have only the beating numbers left. This feeling of bringing fresh and tender food and the opportunity to earn evolution points to the door is really good. Just when Yebei was excitedly devouring these beasts, several helicopters were flying towards the island in the distance of the sea and the horizon. Chapter 27, Comprehensive Evolution and Latest Information. Rumble. Wow! In the forest, the battle continues. The roar of countless beasts is constantly intertwined in it. Chunyuakaihuyu, the 8 blood pythons named by Yebei, after devouring a large number of creatures, their bodies have recovered, and even their size has increased a lot, but at this time, they all entangled behind Yebei. There is no idea of playing against each other at all. It's amazing. Our king. It's crazy. We don't need to intervene at all. These beasts are all finished. The attacks of those beasts cannot cause any harm to our king at all. The skin is not scratched. When watching the battle, they kept making such noises in their mouths. Yes. Yebei, who has completed the 4th stage of the evolution of the blood python, is not his opponent at all. When the beasts rushed to Yebei desperately. Wow! Yebei just opened his mouth, like a bulldozer, and swallowed a 7-meter-long blood python. After swallowing the creature, it can be digested immediately and turned into the purest energy. This is completely undefeated. Moreover, if such a fight continues, Yebei will only become stronger, and the number of those beasts will only decrease. It's a pity, the beasts, at this moment, didn't realize Yebei's true horror. Seeing a large number of comrades being swallowed, they rushed even more fiercely, as if they could hold Yebei's belly and stop him if they had enough of them, but they didn't realize it at all. Group tactics are so ridiculous to Yebei. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Time is passing fast. In the next battle, there was basically nothing about the 8 blood pythons, and in their eyes, what they saw was completely a ghostly scene, like. Yebei opened his mouth wide, and then, countless the beast went mad and jumped into Yebei's mouth. 30 minutes. At this moment, there were only less than 100 beasts in the densely packed beasts. In the battle just now, Yebei swallowed at least 1,000 heads. He didn't even spit out a single bone, but his belly didn't grow even a tiny bit. On the contrary, the length and diameter of his body increased a lot. At this moment, the living beasts finally realized that something was wrong. He didn't attack like before, but all stopped, and even started to back up slowly. Staring at Yebei, the expression in his eyes was full of anger. Ho ho ho! With his mouth open, there was a continuous low roar in his mouth. As for Yebei, after devouring so many beasts, there was a thick blood on his body. Seeing the living beasts retreating, he didn't chase them directly, but stayed in place. Quietly entrenched, not moving at all. Laugh. However, this silence only lasted less than 2 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet letter spit out from Yebei's mouth, and the sneered voice resounded in the forest. The 8 blood pythons who had been stunned by the sight were startled when they heard this sound, and then a terrible killing intent quickly emerged from their bodies. Yes. Yebei spoke to these 8 blood pythons just now. I'll give you all these beasts. The amount I have devoured is enough. You just have to divide them equally. This is Yebei's voice. Without the slightest feeling, full of indifference, these beasts are all just evolution points in his consciousness. Wow! Chunyuakaihuyu, the 8 pythons for pleasure-seeking did not hesitate at all. After their bodies recovered, the next second, they rushed madly towards the remaining herd. All of the more than 100 beasts that were still alive understood what Yebei meant. At this time, their previous ferocious aura was completely gone. At the beginning, thousands of beasts all died, which gave them an unprecedented shock. After seeing the 8 pythons rushing, their first reaction was to turn around and retreat. Suddenly, the entire forest power was full of misery. Calling and chasing sounds. Seeing the beasts running away, 8 blood pythons chased after him. Yebei was entrenched on the ground, enjoying the majestic power in his body after the evolution was completed, and at the same time watching the latest information panel given to him by the system. Infinite Evolution System. Name: Yebei. Primary species: blood python. Age: under 1 year old. Because of evolution, it has a size and strength several times that of an adult python. Lifespan: 100 years. The fifth stage of blood python evolution points: 310000/10000000. The fifth stage is the ultimate stage. After completion, it will be upgraded. Level: LV1. After leveling up, genes can be changed to move towards a higher level of snake-like species. Language: snake language, regional animal language. Ability: Fangs. Apostle: 1. Territory: centered on the base of the snake group, a radius of 10 km. Length: 7.5 meters. Average body diameter: 35 centimeters. Body resistance to stress: level 3. Can withstand sharp blade attacks, and the skin can resist the impact of ordinary firearms bullets. Speed: 10s/section. Strength: 5t, it can easily lift the weight of 5t. Task: evolve into a Titan Python and transform the entire island into the newest territory. This is Yebei's latest information. Yebei noticed that several changes have taken place on this. The first is life, which has changed directly from 50 years to 100 years. This kind of change, to be honest, made Yebei's heart ecstatic. This is the completion of the fourth stage. If you continue to evolve, you can imagine that the lifespan will increase dramatically. Infinitely swallowed. Then, his lifespan will also become infinite. That is eternal life. I'm a little excited thinking about it. Of course, the more important thing is yet to come. Looking at the information, Yebei himself was shaking with excitement. Chapter 28, The Great Secret of the Experimental Island. Roar. Chi 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 chi. In the forest, the previous ferocious beasts screamed and screamed constantly under the hunting of the 8 boa constrictors in Chunyuakayu. But Yebei is motionless. Staring at the latest information about myself, I got a little excited. Among these messages, there is one that is most critical. According to the record on this information, as long as Yebei completes the 5th stage of evolution, he can ask the blood python's genes to evolve into the legendary Titan Python. At that time, the body length will exceed the limit, reaching more than 10 meters. 10 meters. I'm excited to think about it. Although the demand for evolution points has reached 1 million. But after swallowing more than 1,000 high-level beasts, he has gained more than 310,000 evolution points. From this point, Yebei can see that, just need to hunt on this island for a period of time, without stepping out of here, he can evolve into a Titan Python, and after becoming a Titan Python, his own strength will definitely get promoted again. Yebei began to look forward to it. But soon, Yebei suddenly realized that there was more information about his territory in his mind. This information quickly turned Yebei's attention away. While receiving the information about the territory, Yebei also quickly found out the island blueprint he found on Alex's side, and looked at it seriously. The reason is simple. If you want to better control your territory, you must first figure out the situation on the island. After being brought into the sky by the eagle before, Yebei didn't even look at the entire island, he was quite curious about this. Drawing. It is a square piece of parchment, but the text on it is all modern craftsmanship. At the top, a title is written in large English. Fortunately, Yebei's academic qualifications were very high before, and it was not difficult for him to speak English. A deserted experimental island in the Atlantic Ocean. This is the name of this island. Yebei immediately thought about this name in his mind, and found that he had never heard of it before, and the name was also very weird. Experimental Island? Is it possible that this island is used for experiments? But Yabe was even more surprised. The island area is 640 square kilometers. In other words, the diameter is at least 80 kilometers, 1 kilometer per kilometer, 80 kilometers is 800,000 meters. From this point of view, the island is very large. In addition, there are other places that attract Yabe's attention more. On this map, the entire island is obviously divided into 4 squares. Each square is painted with a different color, namely red, yellow, green, and white. Next to each color, there is a large paragraph of text explaining it. Red, the experimental island is absolutely forbidden. It is filled with a large number of mutant beasts. It has strong attack power and is full of strong hostility to humans. Even if you carry a lot of weapons, entering is a dead end and belongs to the forbidden zone of life. Yellow, experimental island restricted area, a large number of mutant beasts, strong attack power, usually do not actively provoke, these beasts will not rashly attack humans. These beasts should be beasts tamed by humans during the previous experiment, and they have a certain affection for humans. Green, in the gathering area of ordinary beasts, there are very few mutant beasts as the leader, docile, weak, and ordinary weapons are enough to deal with. White, variation plant growth area, various variation plants, and extremely threatening. After reading these notes, Yabe took a deep breath. Because through these contents, Yabe was able to clearly analyze several facts. First of all, this island is deserted, but there used to be a laboratory here that did experiments related to bioengineering, but the experiment failed, causing a large number of beasts and plants to be alienated. Because it was in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, the island was directly abandoned. Let the creatures here fend for themselves. Secondly, the area where Yabe is currently located should only be a green area. The entire island is divided into 4 areas. There are a large number of mutant beasts in other areas. This is very good news. You must know the evolution of mutant beasts. There are so many points. Finally, on this big island, there are still mutated plants that can attack creatures. This is really rare. After thinking of this, Yabe spoke to the system decisively. System. According to what you said, as long as I swallow all the creatures on the entire island, I can evolve into a Titan Python. This is the green area. The entire island is so big, so many mutant beasts, there must be more than 100. Evolve, what's going on? This is what Yabe wondered. Host. Please understand what I mean. I mean to swallow all living things once, and eat one of each type. But in the process of evolution, many creatures can be swallowed repeatedly. According to the current speed of the host, it is estimated that the green area only needs to swallow 2/3 to complete the evolution of the Titan Python. The system answered quite simply. After listening to the system's answer, Yabe was taken aback. Then I was ecstatic. This system even started playing word games, but, I have to say, this is really good news. Green is just a very low-level piece of this experimental island. Other regional resources are definitely more abundant. Okay. I see. Yabe nodded. Then directly use the sharp fang venom at the corner of the mouth to corrode the sheepskin drawing. As for the above content, it is naturally kept in his mind. Okay, system. Let's talk about the domain, centered on where I am now, with a radius of 5 kilometers, it seems to cover the entire green area. What can I do in my domain? Yabe continued to ask. Okay. It's just that this voice just fell, and Yabe's body was stunned. After the domain was opened, at this moment, he could clearly see that 4 helicopters appeared in the sky not far from here. They were about to land on this island. Humanity? Chapter 29, Wilderness Survival Team came to the island. Wow! The sound of helicopter propellers kept emitting. That huge sound made many living beasts scurry around in the forest. As for Yabe, the perception of these 4 helicopters is extremely clear. Territory. Within the scope of my territory, all the wind and grass can't be hidden from me. It's like all places have eyes that belong to me. This is really a good thing. Yebei said in his mouth. But after looking at the situation inside the helicopter, his body directly began to tremble crazily. This kind of tremor has never happened since he was reborn as a blood python. How is this possible? Are they here? Is it here to save me? Great, they didn't even die. Incredible. While his body was trembling, Yebei's mouth even more unconsciously said something like this, and the whole person seemed to be possessed. The reason is simple. In these 4 helicopters, with the exception of a pilot and a mercenary in camouflage uniforms, there were 4 people lying in the cabin. If the 4 helicopters add up, it would be 16 humans. Yebei's body trembled. It's definitely not because every human being represents 10,000 evolution points. But because he knew all these 16 human beings, and even his memory was extremely deep. Chen Chengsong, Wang Shenjiun, Wang Shuo, Wang Dongdong, Zhao Hang, Li Yu. Through the ability of the domain, after seeing these familiar faces before rebirth, this kind of impact can be said to be unprecedented. The body was entrenched in place, not moving. In Chunyuakaihuyu, the 8 blood pythons swallowed and strangled all the escaped beasts. At this moment, they all returned to Yebei, but they found that Yebei was tilting his head and looking into the sky, his body trembling. Other than that, everything it was as if they were frozen, they didn't dare to make any sound at all. I was just curious about what his king was doing, and he looked into the distance just like Yebei did. Such a scene is extremely strange. After Yebei focused on the helicopters, the advantages of the territory were also reflected. He could also clearly hear the conversations of the pilots inside. Pay attention to landing. There is a beach ahead. After landing, put people down, leave food and resources, and then retreat immediately. Attention everyone. Do not have any contact with the creatures inside, and it is best not to get off the plane. Quick! Quick! The drivers are very nervous. Chen Chengsong and others were still lying in the plane, all showing signs of coma. Who? Looking into the distance, watching those familiar faces, Yebei's breathing gradually became rush. After a long time, he moved. What are they doing on the island? Food, resources, and armed men. At the beginning, Yebei felt that those people might have come to search and rescue himself, but after looking at the situation for a while, he immediately realized that the truth of the matter was definitely not that simple. Wang? What happened? The blood pythons are gone, Wang, what should we do next? Those beasts have all been killed. Seeing Yebei talking, the 8 blood pythons next to him immediately reacted, and then these sounds came out. After hearing these voices, Yebei moved his thoughts away from the helicopter. Although the humans inside were all he knew before, no matter what, he was just a python now. The racial gap is destined to be no longer the same as before. Now that they have come to the island, find a chance to meet. As for other things, don't think about it for now. Yebei's heart secretly made up his mind. Then, his gaze fell on the 8 blood pythons, and the hot gaze just now returned to coldness. Chi. The scarlet letter spit out. If the blood pythons are gone, they are gone. As long as we are here, we can expand to more powerful pythons in the future. The next step is to swallow the entire island and all the beasts. When we evolve enough after becoming stronger, let the island only have blood pythons. Yebei's voice was cold. But after saying this, the 8 blood pythons next to him were immediately excited to the extreme. Only blood pythons remain in the entire island. All the beasts are swallowed. Just thinking about these is enough to get excited. The 8 blood pythons have even thought of how powerful and terrifying the island will grow when the entire island becomes a group of blood pythons. Yes. King. Eat all the beasts. Take the entire island. The king's will is our mission. After the evolution of these 8 blood pythons, their wisdom has also increased a lot, and they even started to flatter Yebei one by one. Don't talk about these nonsense. With this place as the center, within a radius of 5 kilometers, you can move freely. If you find a beast, you can just swallow it. I'll do something now. After Yebei finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to these pythons, and his body immediately moved. Zi. The huge body was crushed on the rotting leaves on the ground, and the sound continued. After the 8 blood pythons got the latest order from Yebei, they didn't dare to be verbose, and they scattered immediately. After all, to devour creatures and evolve quickly, it is also a great thing for them. Zi. After slaughtering a large number of beasts in the forest, Yebei moved very fast along the way. After all, no beast dared to make trouble. In less than 5 minutes, Yebei had already reached the edge of the green area, and 4 helicopters had just stopped on the beach. Chapter 30, Yebei is extremely angry. Wow! The sound of the propeller was very loud, but when the helicopter stopped on the beach, the sound became much smaller. But the rotation of the propeller did not stop. Fast! Bring everyone down! It was ordered above. Be sure to check the hidden cameras on them and make sure they won't be lost. Food and survival resources are also thrown away, but you can't just die. The mercenaries in camouflage uniforms moved very fast. With the walkie-talkie in his hand, the voice kept coming. As for Yebei, when he came to the edge, he did not directly rush out, but hid all his aura. The huge group of gods was wrapped around the giant tree for a moment, his head was raised, and he did not have the ability to use the territory. Instead, look at the situation with the naked eye. 1 person, 2 people, 16 people. Among them, 10 men. 6 women. In just 5 minutes, everyone was lifted down, and a large amount of food resources and survival tools were also placed on the ground. Wow! After finishing this, the 4 helicopters did not make any stops at all, and flew away at the fastest speed. It's really them. Yebei, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the 16 people who were unconscious on the beach. Yebei's mood was extremely complicated. See you or not? This is really a esoteric question. However, when Yebei was tangled, a person on the beach was the first to make a move. That was Wang Dong. Previously, a leader in his company was in a very good position. He was a manager. He was over 1.85 meters tall. He was very big and full of flesh. After seeing Wang Dong moving, Yebei, who was going to communicate with these people, stopped his movements and began to observe quietly. Ouch! Where is this? Aren't we traveling on a cruise ship? How come here? When I opened my eyes, I saw an unfamiliar island with a lot of food around, plus a large group of people in a coma next to him, which made Wang Dong's body begin to tremble unconsciously after saying this. Inside, it was all fear and shock. At this time, Yebei wanted to go there. But in the end he forcibly held back, because Yebei discovered that when Wang Dong woke up, a silver envelope fell out of his jacket pocket. Okay. Yebei was a little confused about what the envelope was. The next second, he opened the domain. As long as he focused, he could see the contents of the letter clearly. Only after reading it, an unprecedented anger rushed to his head. The content of the letter is very simple. Probably this is the meaning. When you open this letter and the people around you are still asleep, then first congratulate you. You have the priority to choose the resources and tools next to you. This is of vital importance to the quality of your next life. In addition, you guys have all been selected. The 16 of you will play a 1-month survival game on this deserted island. 1 month later, we will have a helicopter that will pick up the alive and leave. Yes, you must remember, have you found a small camera on your chest? It is used to record some pictures on the island and to locate your location. Don't lose it, otherwise 100% die. Alright. Guys. Good luck. The content of the letter is roughly the same. The reason for Yabei's anger was that his group of friends were kidnapped to this deserted island, and they were still playing this crazy survival game. The reason for anger. It shows that Yabei still maintains a certain humanity now. What should I do? Help them through a month and then send them away? But obviously, things are not that simple. It always feels very strange. Yabei spit out the scarlet letter, and muttered constantly in his mouth. Intellectually, he wanted to help these old friends, but the surprises between the races made his sanity slowly dissipating. However, just as Yabei was constantly thinking, a very abrupt voice suddenly came. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter, with a bit of unprecedented madness. Yabei's body was startled, and he looked around. The person who made this kind of laughter turned out to be Wang Dong, who had just awakened. What is he doing? Being sent to a desert island to carry out such a terrible experiment can still laugh, which made Yabei quite surprised. Just. When Yabei was puzzled, Wang Dong's voice came again. Ha ha ha. Great. Survival on a deserted island. Now I am the first to wake up, so all the resources here are mine. Li Yu, Dong Dong, all these tall women on weekdays, I have to take all in this month. I have cultivated into sexual women. As for these men, hee, being a dog is also good. It happens that they know the truth about the idiot Yabei's accident last time, and they have resolved it all at once. This is really a godsend opportunity. Wang Dong's laughter was crazy, and it was hysterical. However, when I heard these words in Yabei's ears, they all had another taste. Wang Dong, this person whom he had always trusted before, shouted his name directly and cursed an idiot. The truth about what happened? These two key points made Yabei's body tremble fiercely. Could it be, it wasn't an accident that the helicopter he was riding in had an accident? Is it a conspiracy from beginning to end? Wow! When it trembled, the entangled giant tree shook along with it, and the leaves on it collided with each other, and the sound of crashing continued. Who? Wang Dong, who couldn't stop laughing, was immediately full of vigilance after hearing that voice. His gaze turned towards where Yabei was located. Then, the eyes were almost staring out. Chapter 31, You Knelt Down to Me. Experimental islands, green areas, on the beach. The blue water is constantly beating the ground. Looking in the direction of the sea, it was all blue, and there was no other land. At this moment, 16 human beings were lying on the beach. One of the humans has stood up, but his legs seem to be filled with lead, and he can't walk. Snake! What a big snake! It's over, this time it's dead. Yes, this human being is Wang Dong. When he looked in the direction of Yabei, Yabei also unceremoniously exposed his breath. That huge body, that scarlet letter, and the pair of long cobra fangs were all exposed to Wang Dong's naked eyes. The body froze with fright, but the voice in his mouth kept on. The giant python that is more than 7 meters long in red and black, is staring at him. This scene can be said to be terrifying to the extreme. System. Since this is my territory, they, human beings, broke into my territory, can I directly communicate with them without barriers? When Yabei stared at Wang Dong, he did not speak directly, but to the system. Of course. In the territory, no matter what kind of creature it is, the host has the right to communicate. Well. Yabei nodded. Laugh. In the next instant, when it looked at Wang Dong, it seemed to be looking at 10,000 evolution points. Excited, cold, and murderous. It's just as Yabei was about to rush over, ask the truth about the matter, and then eat Wang Dong, the other 15 people who had been in a coma also showed signs of awakening. Forget it. Wait a minute. Seeing those human beings waking up, Yabei turned his head in front of Wang Dong, turned and sank into the forest. Of course, such a scene was just for Wang Dong to see. Less than 3 seconds after turning around, Yabei changed a big tree and continued to wrap around the big tree, observing Wang Dong and others. Hey! I was scared to death. I almost thought I was dead. Seeing the python disappear, Wang Dong came back to his senses, then patted his chest vigorously, panting. What happened? Where is this? Isn't it a good vacation? What's the matter? Where is our cruise ship? When Wang Dong spoke, the unconscious people slowly woke up. Everyone was the same. Seeing this completely unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar island, they made such a sound. After seeing these people wake up. However, Wang Dong didn't dare to delay any longer. He noticed that among the tools left on the ground were 2 pistols. Although he has never used a pistol, but TV series and movies watched a lot. After everyone did not react, he rushed towards those tools for the first time, then picked up 2 pistols, inserted them in his waist, and then, as fast as possible, walked towards the food on the ground and put the food in a pile. After doing this, he stood proudly in front of the food. At the same time he took out a pistol. Everyone! I probably know what happened. Starting today, we will live on this island for 10,001 month. It's like surviving on a deserted island. Also, starting today, everyone will follow my orders. These foods will all be distributed by me. After everything was ready, Wang Dongguo broke his mouth, full of momentum. Those who hadn't reacted yet, after listening to Wang Dong's words, all were taken aback. Then when I looked at Wang Dong, my eyes became a little uncomfortable. Although Wang Dong has a relatively high position in the company. However, most of the people who came here today are senior executives, and there are even several people who are Wang Dong's bosses. Hey! Wang Dong, what are you talking about? Are you joking? Listen to you. Wang Dong, don't think that if Yabei is dead, you will be amazing. Don't forget your identity. What survival on a deserted island? How come you have never heard of this project before, Wang Dong? You arranged it. Everyone spoke. Not to mention, after such sounds, the original atmosphere of fear for the strange environment around them has eased a lot among these people. Boom. It's just that this relaxed atmosphere is only for others. Under this situation, Wang Dong looked extremely serious. The inner greed and desire are boiling. For a month, and the content in that letter, as well as the surrounding environment, he had completely his own judgment. And so, when he took out the pistol, he pulled the trigger to the ground without hesitation. There was a crisp bang. The fire is everywhere. The bullet that rushed out hit the beach, splashing dust. Really a pistol? To be honest, when this gun fired a bullet and was still so powerful, Wang Dong, as the user, was shocked. And the other 15 people were all dumbfounded. Guns, this kind of thing, they have only seen it on TV. Now, the real robbing appeared in Wang Dong's hands, and was also activated. Instinctive fear suddenly rose in their hearts, and their bodies began to retreat unconsciously. Wang Dong! Is this a real gun? Crazy, what are you doing? Some people looked terrified, and their voices trembled when they spoke. Wang Dong, you are just a manager. Where did this grab come from, and tell me immediately, what is going on? Fear belongs to fear. But in this case, someone came forward. It was a woman wearing a white dress and long hair shawl. She was called Li Yu, and she was Wang Dong's direct supervisor in the company. On weekdays, Wang Dong is used like a dog, and only she has the ability to say this. Haha! Do you think this is still in the company? Li Yu! You knelt down to hold me. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Wang Dong is not welcome at all. Seeing Li Yu stand up, he actually looked aggressive. The pistol was aimed directly at Li Yu's head. These people are really interesting. In the dark, after Ye looked at the situation of Wang Dong, Li Yu, and others, a sneer slowly appeared on his face. He probably knew some of the truth of the matter. After saying this, Ye once again exposed all his breath. Wow! At the same time, the body moved away from the tree and slowly moved in the direction of the crowd. Chapter 32, The appearance of the python shocked everyone. Zi. Yebe's huge body, when it moved on the ground, the soft sand and the rotting leaves kept making sizzling noises. However, what surprised Yebe was that all his breath was released. They didn't even cover up the sound of movement, and none of these humans were discovered. Humanity. Sure enough, in many cases, even animals are inferior. In terms of danger warning, it is really pitiful. Yebe shook his head secretly in his heart. At this moment, deep in his heart, there was even a hint of rejoicing. Becoming a snake might not be a bad thing. It is a symbol of progress towards higher genes. At the same time, Yebe felt a little ridiculous for being easily framed when he was a human. Of course. When Yebe moved in the direction of the crowd, he was thinking more about humanity in his heart. In order to evolve, I went from a listed company to an extremely gentleman with a highly educated boss. In a few days, he became a cannibal python that didn't blink. From the beginning to eat a bird, I had to be psychologically entangled for a long time. Even if it swallows a person in one bite, there is no hesitation. For survival. For the greed in my heart. Human beings, no, it is any creature that will undergo such a huge change. Yebe knew what Wang Dong was once. Honest and loyal, no matter what task is entrusted to him, it will be completed in the shortest time and with the best effort, never compromised. This is also the reason why Yebe would trust him so much as a human. But now, a series of things told him that Yebe had an accident with his plane, and a large part of it was because of this loyal and honest man. In addition, the person who used to be the only one who regarded the orders of his superiors more than anything else, after knowing the situation and obtaining a powerful weapon, his whole person immediately changed. Human nature. It's really mean. All that is hidden under the outside is bad. Wang Dong, are you crazy? You say it again. Faced with Wang Dong's strength, Li Yu also roared, but his tone was no longer as emboldened as when he was at the company. I let you kneel down. Li Yu, don't think I don't know what you did. President Yi's death, you don't know how much you played a role in it. Besides, this is a desert island, and we are all I might die here, I don't mind, I'll kill you now. Wang Dong's tone was cold. Is it about yourself again? As Yebe was moving, the coldness in his eyes became more intense. Kill me? You're killing. Yebe's death, everyone present can't get rid of the relationship. Wang Dong. I don't know what you are going crazy, but please recognize your identity. Li Yu yelled. The noise of the two was very loud, and Wang Dong's hand holding the pistol was constantly shaking. There seems to be an urge to shoot at any time. However, those who stood at the back had completely different emotions on their faces at this moment, and they no longer felt pressure or threats because of Wang Dong holding a pistol. Their gazes all bypassed Wang Dong and Li Yu. Mouth open. The eyes are almost staring out. Who? Breathing in my mouth. Several seconds passed before they spit out a sound. At the same time, the body trembled violently, and they raised their hands one after another and pointed them behind Wang Dong. What do you want to do? Just put your hands down to Lao Tzu. Starting today, all the food and all the resources here belong to me. If you want to live, I will give it to Lao Tzu honestly. Wang Dong hadn't realized the problem behind him at this moment. When he saw everyone reaching out and pointing at him, he thought these people wanted to resist together, and immediately roared. In addition to the shock of these people, the people at the mercenary organization base 500 nautical miles away stared at the computer screen and saw the situation from the experimental island. They were even more shocked. You must know that Wang Dong, Li Yu, Chen Chengsong and other 16 people are all equipped with military microagent satellite cameras. Those cameras can clearly understand the situation in front of them, and they are all transformed at the fastest speed. It is an electronic signal, which is transmitted to the computer. Oh! Buy it! God! What kind of python is this? Are you kidding, when the python still has fangs? Blood python, this length is probably almost 8 meters. God! The people in the mercenary base who were guarding the computer kept yelling after their eyes widened. What did they see? At that time, it was a huge python with a length of 7 or 8 meters and a body as thick as a bucket. Use a body about 3 meters long to move fast in an S shape on the ground, and then the other body is erected high. This way of moving is simply unheard of, unseen, as if it is wise. Well, I guess very accurate. And this snake is moving towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Quickly, report this matter quickly. A giant mutant snake appeared on the experimental island, the body length is about 8 meters. The group of people who just sent it up is probably all over. In front of the computer, everyone was yelling. At the same time, the news here was naturally reported to the high-level mercenary as quickly as possible. This side of the island. Yebe ignored the stunned people. When he moved less than 20 meters away from Wang Dong, who was holding a pistol, felt something was wrong, and slowly turned his head. In the next moment, he only felt his legs soft, and he couldn't even stand. But at this moment, Yebe was spitting scarlet letters, slowly opened his mouth, spit out human language. Chapter 33, Animals are not allowed to become refined after the founding of the People's Republic. Oh! Chi 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 chi! The scarlet letter spit out, and the sneered voice continued. Such a scene spread to the mercenary base in the first place. Unfortunately, the location of the mercenary base was not within Yebe's domain. When Yebe spoke, they couldn't hear it, and the radio couldn't transmit it. Only Yebe's mouth was opened and closed, and the letter continued. Human! Where did you come from? This was the first sentence after Yebe passed. With the help of the system, the sound is directly transmitted to the human ears through the mode of sound waves. Although the scene before him is unacceptable. Talking in the mouth of a snake is something you can do to the extreme. But, after Yebe finished speaking, in the depths of these human souls, it was immediately determined that this snake was talking. This should be the magical power of the field. As for Wang Dong, turning around, he saw Yebe, and after hearing something like that in his ear, he couldn't help opening his mouth wide, and his body began to recede slowly. I saw a giant snake just before waking up. I thought that the giant snake had already left, but I didn't think it would appear behind me in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is that this amazing snake is still talking. Didn't it say that animals are not allowed to become refined after the founding of the nation? Weird. Monster. Go to death for me. Apart from fear, there were weapons in his hands, which directly led to Wang Dong's violent thoughts. Roaring in his mouth. This guy didn't know where the courage came from. When this sentence came out, his finger actually pulled the trigger of the pistol. Boom! A harsh gunshot resounded above the island. Whoo! The all-metal bullet moved rapidly in the air, producing a whistling sound, and the muzzle flashed with fire. High speed. Everything is just in a flash. But when the bullet was fired, Li Yu and others stared. On the mercenary base side, it slowed down the screen 1,000 times, wanting to see if the body of the giant python can block the bullet. As for Yebe, seeing Wang Dong shooting, the data in his body was instantly full, and the muscles became the tightest. But in this case, Yebe didn't have the idea to dodge, but just turned his body over. A bullet hit him with a bang. Laugh. The bullet hit Yebe's body. Make a sneer. The next situation left Yebe quite satisfied. However, Wang Dong and others, as well as those in the mercenary base, were completely dumbfounded. A bullet is very small. At a distance of 20 meters, it is actually difficult to see with the naked eye. But at this moment, everyone can see it clearly, and there is no vague feeling. The metal bullet did indeed hit the body of the python, and all the bullets had not penetrated. However, no blood came out. The giant python, not even a trace of tremor. These are the second, the most terrifying is the next scene. That bullet, as if he was being pulled by some kind of force, was clearly shot into the snake's body, and it was shooting out bit by bit. Strange, scary, like a science fiction movie. Laugh. About a second later, the bullet landed on the ground with a slight sneer. Bang bang bang. When this happened, Wang Dong completely lost his mind, and his fear prompted him to pull the trigger continuously. All on the island was filled with harsh clamors. And on the mercenary base. With the appearance of Ye Bei, the high levels of the mercenary base also began to look at the video. When they saw the bullet entering the snake's body and then being squeezed out, even the wound healed directly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never been injured. This situation caused their heartbeat to speed up frantically. What a terrible healing power! Is this a blood python? God, damn it! This size and teeth are not what a blood python should have. It is estimated that it is a mutant blood python, but this is too unacceptable. We have investigated the test island a long time ago. No matter how powerful a mutant beast is, it is impossible to withstand bullet damage, and this healing ability is simply incredible. This snake, we must get it. If we can extract its genes, maybe we can find some scientists to study the reason for this healing ability. Think about it, if this ability is applied to us humans. If you, what would it be? Wolverine. Shocked is shocked. But the high levels on the mercenary base's eyes flashed more of greed. Ye Bei's first appearance successfully attracted their attention. Looking back at the island, the frightened Wang Dong madly shot all the bullets in the pistol into Ye Bei's body, and then was quickly squeezed out by the muscles. He was completely stunned and terrified. He directly let him on the spot. She was limp on the ground, unable to move even 1 centimeter. You, just now, were you talking? Under this situation, Li Yu, who was stunned, still had some sense. He opened his eyes and looked at Ye Bei with a trembling voice. Yes. Ye Bei didn't deny it, and continued to speak, the scarlet letter spit out, the voice clearly reaching these human ears. After getting confirmation, including Wang Dong, the 16 people had their eyes wide open. At this moment, there is another thought in their heads. They are deeply aware of why the state will continue to publicize during this period, animals are not allowed to become refined after the founding of the country. It's so emotional, there are really monsters in this world. The government has always wanted to conceal this huge secret. If Ye Bei knew the thoughts in these people's heads at this moment, he would probably shoot them directly with a tail. This island is my territory. If you want to live, just confess the sins you have committed, as a snake god. I can forgive you not to die. Ye Bei was a human before. The snake speaks, from the perspective of humans, it is an incredible and miraculous thing. In order to find out some truth, Ye Bei continued to speak. He really pretended to be a fool. However, such a scene, from the perspective of the mercenary base, is extremely strange. I saw 16 people slowly stand up. Opposite them is a huge python. The two sides actually stood in a stalemate in such an unharmed state. The snake did not attack. Chapter 34, A Rapid Change in a Cold Mentality. 500 nautical miles away. Mercenary Base. The video goes directly through the computer to the huge projection screen in the meeting room. The person in charge of the mercenary base, as well as some other core figures, sat quietly in the conference room, all eyes fixed on the screen. The screen is composed of 16 humans as the main perspective. It is a very large beach. Not far from the beach, there is an invisible forest on the side. Over the sky, some seabirds flew by from time to time, very quickly. The sky is blue and the scenery is like a perfect picture. But in such a scene, a huge black and red python was mixed in. According to our analysts, by comparing with the height of humans, we have obtained accurate data just now. The length of this python is between 7 to 8 meters. The thickness of the body is 30 to 40 centimeters, and the species cannot be determined. But look! The pattern on the body is very close to that of the blood python. The ability of this snake has a great effect. After these humans are sacrificed, I am going to gather a group of people and step on the experimental island again. In addition, the existence of this snake is classified as a 5th-level secret of our mercenary organization and is not allowed to be disclosed to anyone until we catch it. What do you think? The person in charge of the mercenary base stared at the screen, and after seeing 16 stalemates and a snake, he said coldly. Everyone present here is very clear about Yebei's ability to heal quickly. Similarly, their eyes are frantic. I agree. This snake must be used for research. For the development of science. Our mercenary organization is obligatory. Haha. I think it is for the future and hope of mankind. Fighting for the medical treatment of all mankind, we are great. Shamelessly, these mercenaries still do their part. However, just when they were about to discuss the details slowly, I saw that blood python opened his mouth a little, and then the other 16 humans, all of them were panicked and rushed, and each of them was vying for the first. The vicious things that had been done came out. The first person to speak was Wang Dong. I. Snake God, as long as I say, can you really spare me not to die? Wang Dong was very anxious, but he shot the snake just now. Of course. Yebei's eyes were cold, but his tone was very decisive. Okay, I said. When I was 12 years old, I stole $1,000 in cash from the next door. When I was 13 years old, when I was fighting at school, I mistakenly beat a student into a concussion, but then I planted it. My other classmate. At the age of 15, I lied to a 9-year-old girl in our hometown and introduced him to a trafficker, earning 2,000 yuan. When I was 17, I once passed by the elementary school and found out there was a girl who didn't know why she wanted to stay in the school. The door was locked and she was shouting. I went inside. I had done her to a strong girl in the school, and later threatened her not to tell anyone. 10 At the age of 8, he dropped out of school, spent money to obtain a fake degree and file, and applied for a job at a large group. Because he looked honest and was quickly admitted, the design framed the chairman's driver and replaced him. When I was 6 years old, I worked hard in the group for 8 years. From a driver to the boss's most trusted assistant, I joined the boss's secretary, the company's financial staff and others. During a company holiday, I worked with everyone to cheat the boss. Let him parachute and die in the storm, and secretly emptied the boss's family's power in the company. Zombie, I promise that everything said above is true and there is no falsehood. Wang Dong spoke very quickly, and his voice trembled as he spoke. When such a big bunch came out of his mouth. First of all, the 15 people standing behind him slowly moved from the fearful gaze towards Yebei to Wang Dong. Although Wang Dong betrayed Yebei in the end. But in their eyes, Wang Dong has always been honest and loyal. As a result, these things that were said are completely inferior to the special beast. Even the people on the mercenary base couldn't help it after hearing Wang Dong's narrative. There is such a scum in this world. Send him to the experimental island, sure enough. What a disgusting scum. This kind of person should be raped to death by 100 guys. The mercenary base, those responsible for debugging computers and communication equipment said angrily. Of course. At this time, the person with the greatest mood swing is Yebei. Parents, sisters, and unmarried girlfriends. Now you, are you okay? There was a ray of light shining deep in the dark pupil. In my heart, such a voice rose slowly. Has been busy with the company's operations. with absolute trust and reuse of subordinates. Actively disperse their power and let them restrain and control each other. But I never thought that it would be such a result in the end. The person I trust the most, and when I was resurrected, I was still worried about their safety. As a result, all of this was planned by this kind of person. After listening to Wang Dong's words, Ye Bei felt that when he was a human being, he was really sad to live. Deep down in his heart, he was constantly changing, and he had a great hostility and hatred towards mankind. It's just that Ye Bei himself hasn't noticed it yet. Very good. You step aside. Hu. Ye Bei spit out Zinzi, took a deep breath in his mouth, and tried to suppress his anger. Fortunately, God gave him a second chance to live. Although they have become a snake, at least these people in front of them have become prey belonging to his Ye Bei. However, when he said this, watching Wang Dong was like watching a dead person. When Wang Dong thought he had been forgiven by the snake god, he looked overjoyed and quickly backed away. But at the moment Wang Dong turned around, Ye Bei also moved. Chi. The huge body, with only a little movement, can crush the ground and make a sneer. Overjoyed Wang Dong. Without realizing it, the moment he turned around, a mouth full of blood was quickly attacking him. Chapter 35, Sinners and Cruel Ways of Survival. Experimental Island, the edge of the green area. The dazzling sun hangs high in the sky. Because there was no big tree to block it, the sun shattered unscrupulously. When it falls on the beach, shine the broken sand as dazzlingly as gold. When falling into the sea, with the waves, it constantly reflects the colorful brilliance. Above the sky, there are many white clouds hanging. Judging from these alone, this place is indeed a very good holiday destination. But now, in this perfect environment, a giant snake stands in it. The two extreme contrasts give people a clearer shock. What does this snake want to do? When Ye Bei rushed towards Wang Dong. Later, Li Yu and others all realized that it was not good, but they didn't know the reason. No one reminded Wang Dong. Hu. Loud breathing. Following Ye Bei's mouth, as he approached Wang Dong, a smell spread. After all, a human being has 10,000 evolution points. If you miss it like this, how could it be possible? In front of everyone, Ye Bei first used his head and gently pushed Wang Dong's back. Wow! Wang Dong, whose weight was unstable and eager to escape, staggered and fell to the ground. Next, Wang Dong didn't realize what was happening. He felt a sharp pain spread all over his body, and then he lost consciousness in his legs. At the same time, the power in his body was completely emptied in an instant. What happened? Instinctively turned his head. After seeing the situation clearly, Wang Dong's pupils immediately began to enlarge. I saw that my legs had all been submerged in the mouth of the giant python. It is probably due to the infusion of the toxin and the momentary paralysis. The terrible bite force clearly broke my legs, blood flowed, but the pain was flashed away, and then numbness. At this time, consciousness is still unprecedented. Wide awake. Ah! Heart-piercing screams erupted from his mouth. Click! Click! Snakes usually devour food, but after Wang Dong's legs were put in his mouth by Ye Bei, he even made constant clicking and clicking sounds. Li Yu, Chen Chengsong, Wang Shenjian, Wang Shuo, and others covered their mouths. The eyes are wide. Under the dual effects of severe pain and toxins, the legs lost consciousness, but this clicking sound stimulated a person's spirit more than any pain. Fear. Mental pain. The eye was filled with bloodshot eyes. The head kept moving. The hands can still react, slap indiscriminately. After the screaming was over, other sounds began to be heard in his mouth. Help me! Help me! I don't want to die! Save me! Those food, those tools, are yours! Monster, it's a monster! The tragic cry, accompanied by the waves, came after another. If the things that threatened everyone with guns hadn't happened before, and if there weren't those criminal behaviors that they admitted, maybe at this moment, someone would find a way to help Wang Dong, but now, everyone feels that Wang Dong is dead. As for Ye Bei, to devour Wang Dong in this way was completely intentional. This kind of person, even if he is dead, must let him die slowly in extreme fear, pain, and suffering. After swallowing Wang Dong's legs, with the help of the system, the meat directly turned into pure energy and entered Ye Bei's body. It's just that this was just the beginning. It swallowed Wang Dong's legs in one bite. Next, Ye Bei shook his head slightly. Boom! Wang Dong, who had broken his legs, fell to the ground with a bang. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. The fine sand on the ground was dyed bright red. But after a wave of waves came, the bright red blood quickly disappeared without a trace. Congratulations to the host, successfully swallowing a pair of human legs. Get more than 3,000 evolution points, swallow them all, you will get another 7,000 evolution points. While throwing Wang Dong out, the voice of the system immediately rang in Ye Bei's ears. After hearing this voice, Ye Bei was taken aback. Eat 2 legs, you can get evolution points, not to mention, this system is quite humane. The mercenary base is over there. When I saw the screen, Wang Dong's legs were swallowed by a giant python. After the bright red blood splashed all over, everyone who saw this scene was shaking slightly, the heartbeat was also accelerating. It's just that they don't have any sympathy in their hearts, instead they are all occupied by another emotion. 2. It's 2, to relieve your breath. If Wang Dong was swallowed directly, it would not be worthwhile at all. That kind of scum, breaking his legs and letting him survive on the island is the best way. As for Ye Bei, after gaining evolution points, he ignored Wang Dong and soon turned his attention to the other 15 human beings. Since God gave him Ye Bei a chance, before letting them die, you must let them know what true fear is. As for the situation of your boss, Ye Bei's family, and how he murdered him, make it clear. If anyone dares to fool around, the end will definitely be worse than him. Ye Bei continued to speak. The scarlet letter is extremely frightening. As soon as the words came out, all the 15 human beings stood in a daze. A huge python, actually paying attention to the dead boss. It's so weird. But Li Yu didn't dare to think so much, his voice trembled, and he hurried out to speak. She didn't want to end up like Wang Dong, breaking her legs, bloody, crawling on the beach in pain. Chapter 36, The Determination to Destroy an Mercenary Base. Mercenary Base. In the meeting room. Many high levels are there. It's just that at this moment, they all frowned slightly, it was obvious that they felt something was wrong. Everyone, have you noticed that these humans seem to be talking to this snake? A man in a camouflage uniform frowned and said in a low voice. Chi 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 chi. This video is also transferred with audio. When looking at the situation inside the screen, you can clearly hear the sound inside. Everyone can hear the huge python, spitting out the sneer made by the letter, and then the humans seem to understand all of them. Take the initiative to stand up and answer. Such a situation is unbelievable. We can understand the voice of human beings. But it is impossible for the snake to speak. All I hear is the sneer. A man with a cold face and a scar on his forehead said immediately. It can be seen from the video that this snake should have a very high IQ. Someone said. Isn't this a good thing? The body can defend against bullets and has terrible healing power. In addition, it has a very high IQ, especially 2 mouths with such long fangs. Only in this way can it have extremely high research value. Everyone, the fact that this python can be obtained by us so quickly is definitely an advantage, said a man with a very shrewd expression. At this time, the chief mercenary who was sitting on the main seat spoke again. There are probably 2 points that can be determined, either this python can really talk to humans, or, he can communicate with humans in an alternative way through hypnosis. Either way, it's very powerful. There are altogether 880 members of the mercenary organization. After all the humans have died and the specific data analysis is completed, we will begin to attack the experimental island. This is the case. This responsible person's momentum is very majestic. When he said this, he was extremely decisive, and there was no room for negotiation. Other high levels naturally have no opinion on this. Experimental island. After listening to Yebei's voice, Li Yu didn't dare to hesitate and started talking immediately. Snake God. I am actually the chief financial officer in his company, and I am mainly responsible for some financial affairs of the company. Just a year ago, Wang Dong and I fell in love with each other. Under his fascination, I became hooked. I owed a lot of debts for gambling and drug abuse, but with the development of the company, my power became more and more powerful. At the beginning, I only occasionally transferred a sum of money from the company to embezzle it, but over time, I dug up there are more and more holes. I owe millions. This kind of thing, if Yebei discovers it, I will definitely go to jail. So Wang Dong told me that the design killed Yebei because we hold most of the power of the company. Surely no one will pursue that account, and even more money can be obtained at that time, and even the entire company, so we. Li Yu and Wang Dong reacted similarly. When they spoke, their bodies trembled slightly. After hearing this, the majestic anger continued to churn in my heart. For a moment, Yebei wanted to swallow all human beings in the world and turn them into evolutionary points. As for the other 14 people, after hearing what Li Yu said, their faces were all incredulous. Li Yu actually had an affair with Wang Dong early in the morning? Not only transfer company property, but also gambling and taking drugs. But, when he was on the island, why didn't Wang Dong show any affection for Li Yu? In addition to shock, many people really can't figure it out. In fact, the real reason is all buried in Wang Dong's heart. He was right to get Li Yu, but because of Li Yu's status as the chief financial officer, Wang Dong had always had no rights in front of Li Yu, and was the object of call. Conquer this woman thoroughly. Turn over the slave to sing. This is the real reason why Wang Dong pointed at Li Yu with a gun before. Next. Hearing some truth from Li Yu, Yebei's eyes were already cold and about to freeze. When Li Yu finished speaking, it decisively ordered the next one. Time is passing slowly. More than an hour passed. Everyone at the scene gave the inside story of Yebei's accident. After listening to all of them, Yebei's killing intent appeared unceremoniously. These bastards! Everyone in it turned out to be inseparable from the death of Yebei. Even this time they traveled together to celebrate Yebei's death and to seize a lot of power from the company. Betrayed by the most trusted group of people. How does it feel? If you have to say anything, Yebei will tell you unceremoniously, that is, want to kill. 16 people, that's 160,000 evolution points. And if they are correct, they were sent from the previous group of mercenary organizations. Once they are all killed today, there will definitely be more people coming here. On the island, the number of evolution points will naturally increase. In Yebei's eyes, only killing intent was left. Muttered in his mouth. These people deserve to die, all of them. Not only to kill them today. After the information revealed by these people, Yebei also knew a bigger secret. They did all participate in their own deaths, but the real mastermind behind the scenes is definitely someone else, and that person is now in the company he once founded, holding a lot of wealth, and enjoying life. Murderous and angry mixed together. Chi. Mouth open. The scarlet letter and long fangs were exposed in the air. In the eyes of those in the mercenary base. After the humans and the giant python stood in a stalemate for more than an hour, the python finally did it again. Oh! No, it's a move. Roar. It seemed that a huge roar was resounding on the island. The first goal is Wang Dong, who is severing half of his body and is constantly lying down on the beach with his hands. Chapter 37, Expansion of Blood Python Team and Revenge Plan. The blue sky. The endless sea. The dazzling sunlight, unscrupulously spilled on the ground. But at this moment, everyone at the mercenary base who saw the situation on the island began to sweat on their foreheads. At the same time, the throat kept surging. Roar! I saw that huge python. After a stalemate for more than an hour, its huge body moved quickly on the beach, and within 10 seconds, it chased Wang Dong. Laugh! In the next instant, his mouth opened wide and his tongue rolled, swallowing Wang Dong's whole body directly. Click, click. Ye Bei didn't use his teeth to bite. But the terrible bite force of the upper and lower mouth suddenly increased at the moment when Wang Dong was brought into his mouth. The ribs clicked and cracked, and the crisp sound was very clear from Ye Bei's mouth. Come out! Along with this sound, bright red blood overflowed from the corner of Ye Bei's mouth. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a human and gaining 7,000 evolution points. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Dong, who was so arrogant before, and delusional to reach the pinnacle of his life on this deserted island, all turned into the energy in Ye Bei's body, becoming a small help in his evolutionary path. The other 15 people saw that Ye Bei didn't agree with each other, so they swallowed Wang Dong completely. After there was no scum left, they could no longer calm down. Snake, Snake God! Didn't you say that as long as we confess the sinful things we did before, let us go? I don't want to die. I just woke up, I don't want to die. This is obviously a vacation, it must be a dream, it must be a dream. When one of them said this, he slapped himself with his hand, trying to revive the dream. The experimental island, the green area, and the beach are all wailing at the moment. The mercenary base is over there, watching the situation on the island all the time. After seeing the python turn on the killing ring, the head of the mercenary organization also had killing intent in his eyes. Immediately notify, separate a team of 20 people, bring weapons, and 3 days later, go to the experimental island to catch the giant python. Also, this video will immediately be copied to our base's biological experts. Analyze, if not, just find a way to tie up a well-known expert in biology. After the head of the mercenary organization said this, the people below immediately took action. Of course, this is only the first plan of the mercenary organization. In order to capture Ye Bei, 20 people are obviously not enough, but seeing this person in charge looks confident, there must be several other plans in his heart, but he didn't say it at the moment. At the mercenary base, there was a heated discussion about how to catch giant pythons. And on the experimental island, Li Yu, Wang Shenjiun, Wang Shuo, the 15 people who were still alive were begging for mercy frantically, with constant voices. But, the next situation caused the voices of these 15 people to be cut off. Because the giant snake that had just swallowed Wang Dong didn't immediately attack, its very large pupils were pitch black, deep, with a cold killing intent. The lower body, about 3 meters, entangled on the beach. The other 4-meter-high body stood up. ZZ. The bright red blood at the corner of the mouth fell from the corner of the mouth more than 4 meters high, and after it landed on the beach, it made a sound. Before eating you, there is a truth, I must tell you. In this scene, Ye Bei kept spitting out the letter, his words were cold and emotionless, and even carried an unprecedented anger and hatred. Meaning, I am Ye Bei. I am your former boss. Laugh. After speaking, the island was silent and weird. A cold sea breeze blew by, and the 15 people still alive, with their mouths open, staring at the giant python in front of them, all were incredible. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. 10 seconds passed in this silence. Li Yu just made a sound. How is it possible? Ye Bei is already dead, how could he become a snake? As if it was crazy. No, Absolutely not. That idiot fell into the sea. It is impossible to be alive, you are lying to us. Compared to being killed directly, psychological torture and fear are undoubtedly more cruel methods. Ye just said a word, all these people fell into endless fear. My father is called Ye Kun. My mother is called Wu Lian, and I have a younger brother called Ye Shan, and my girlfriend in love. Gu Yu. I'm really lucky. If I really get from the plane like that, if you jump down and die, I'm afraid it will become a joke for the rest of your life. I'm very glad that God has given the opportunity to let you people come here and let me know the truth. Everything that belongs to me, I will take it back. It's just a beginning. Ye continued. When the letter was spit out, the bright red blood dripped to the ground. These words shocked everyone too much. Because they hadn't said anything about Ye's identity before. Especially, the tone of this snake's speech really resembles Ye. Impossible. I don't want to die, don't kill me. I was taken advantage of. Snake God, how can you speak without counting? As I said before, as long as we tell our sins, we won't kill us. Deep down in my heart, although I can't believe that the python in front of me is Ye, when these people say these things, their original fearful eyes have begun to turn pale, as if they have lost their strength and hope of living. Zi. Ye moved quickly. Laugh. No more opportunities for these people. After approaching them, their huge mouths opened, and their sharp fangs immediately pierced their bodies, bloody. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a human and gaining 10,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a human and gaining 10,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a human and gaining 10,000 evolution points. The sound of the system is constant. In Ye's dark eyes, some blood red slowly appeared. These human beings were all just tools. His original death was definitely more than that. When he was constantly devouring, all Ye thought was next, how to expand the Blood Python team and revenge plan. This island is just the beginning. However, at the moment when Ye was slaughtering, when the final video was sent back to the mercenary base, what a shock! Chapter 38, Anyone on the road to the strong can sacrifice. Mercenary base. Meeting room. Click, click. Chi. Gilyalu. On the screen of the screening, there was pitch darkness, but the sound from the camera was terrifying. The huge python swallowed everyone in. But the cameras were not destroyed in an instant, so all of them were like this. Horror, ghastly. In the conference room, each of these mercenary base bosses have experienced the battlefield washing and killing countless people, but after hearing this sound, everyone in the room felt their scalp numb in air. There is coldness in it. This video will be saved for study. Let's not know it today. Next, select the best mercenaries from the organization to go to the experimental island. By the way, when you go, prepare 10 rockets for them. That snake, if you want to capture it alive, there is probably not much possibility. If you get the gene or blood, you will win. Looking at the dark screen and listening to the gloomy voice, the person in charge of the mercenary base stood up and walked outside after dropping these words. The other high levels are not watching either. One after another got up and left. Of course, a project aimed at the experimental island and the python is rapidly unfolding, and it will definitely not stop because of these things. The other side. Donghae City. A 50-story building is all owned by one company. There is a room in which a man in a suit sits, with shiny hair, white skin, long and narrow eyes, giving people a sly and cold feeling. At this moment, this man is sitting on his desk, holding a document in his hand. In front of the man, standing is a woman wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. With his hair curled up and his forehead exposed, he looked shrewd and capable. Mr. Yat. There has been news from the travel company just now that all 16 employees of our company were killed while on the Atlantic Ocean. Among them, Wang Dong, Li Yu, Wang Shenjian and others were all inside. I guess I want to find it. With Ye Bei's words, hope is very slim. When she said this, the woman's eyes were a little bit lost, her eyes were also slightly red. Yes. The chance of finding my brother is indeed very slim, but I have hired many salvage companies, as well as search and rescue teams. Guyu, don't worry, no matter what, I will find him. The man looked at the file, there is not much emotional fluctuation on his face. Thank you. If it's okay, then I'll leave first. The woman is Guyu, Ye Bei's girlfriend. After saying this, he turned around a little tiredly, trying to walk towards the door. But as soon as he turned around, he was held up by the man. Guyu. My brother really has no hope of alive anymore. You see, this time we let so many high-level executives travel there. As a result, there is no news. We also sacrificed everyone. Our company has now suffered a big blow. Now it's not the time to think about that kind of thing, but to think about how to make the company better, so that my brother is in the spirit of the sky and feel at ease. Yes, this man is called Ye Shan. Ye Bei's brother. As for Guyu, when Ye Shan suddenly caught her hand, she immediately began to struggle. You let me go. President Ye, please respect yourself. I will never give up until I see Ye Bei's body. Although struggling, how could Guyu's strength compare to Ye Shan? On the contrary, in the next second, Ye Shan's arm pressed hard and pulled back, directly pressing Guyu onto the desk. Then he turned over and pressed her down. Guyu. I am now the true boss of the group and heir. In the future, I am destined to surpass my brother. In fact, there is a saying I wanted to say a long time ago, what about being my woman? I really want to take a look at Ye Bei, who was the proud child of heaven since he was a child, and what his woman is like. His eyes were excited, and his body was trembling when he spoke. Where there is the composure before, all of them are all the same. Crazy look. After speaking, he went crazy and rubbed Guyu with his mouth. Wow! Boom! What? In the office, violent voices kept coming. After catching an opportunity, Guyu was not polite and kicked Ye Shan's lower body directly. Following, Ye Shan screamed. Then in a panic, he fled and left the office without allowing Ye Shan to succeed. Guyu left the office, her eyes were full of mist. Many people saw her coming out of Ye Shan's office and cast their eyes. And at the moment Ye Shan's office. Asshole! This, who do you really think you are? Ye Shan put one hand on the ground, stood up hard, and shouted angrily. Ye Bei is dead. This time Wang Dong and others are also dead. For me, this is the best opportunity. Do you really think I'm just a puppet? Those idiots would never expect that they are just pawns. Anyone can sacrifice on the road to becoming a strong man. After slowly standing up, Ye Shan's eyes were bloodshot. When he said this, the whole office was filled with cold murderous intent. If Guyu heard this, I would definitely be stunned. Ye Bei had an accident. Something happened to Wang Dong and others. Is it all planned by Yishan? This is incredible. But Ye Bei didn't know about all this yet. Experimental Island. Ye Bei's whole body was lying calmly on the beach. The temperature on the beach was very good. Snakes were cold-blooded creatures, enjoying the sun and sea. This feeling was a bit more profound than human enjoyment. The warm sunlight sprinkled on the red and black skin, making the body feel warm. The waves came and took away the hot temperature. Then it was heated by the Sunday. So repeatedly. After devouring 16 human beings, gaining evolution points, and enjoying these at the same time, Ye Bei, who closed his eyes for more than half an hour, suddenly opened his eyes. Shit! The mouth opened slightly. Then, a chip the size of a human thumb was spit out by Yabe. This chip was obtained from those humans just now. When looking at this chip, Yabe's enjoyment gaze became increasingly cold. Chapter 39, Top of the Food Chain in the Green Zone. On the beach. There is plenty of sunshine. Waves, forests, white clouds. There is also a huge python and a lot of blood. System, is this chip really unable to read the information inside? The snake opened his eyes, spit out a letter in his mouth, and spit out such a sentence without any emotion. This snake is naturally Yabe. Because it is the human spirit and wisdom, possessed by the python, Yabe was still a little bit resistant to killing. However, the information brought by Wang Dong and other 16 people came to the island. Yabe's mentality quietly changed dramatically. The system only provides effective help for the evolution of the host. This kind of chip belongs to humans. I don't have any ability to crack it. If the host has to crack it, I can put the chip away. I can borrow them when I meet humans in the future. Technology to crack. Well, you save this chip. Yabe said coldly. The sound fell, and then, the chip falling on the beach, accompanied by a sea breeze, faded directly and slowly, completely disappeared. If this scene were seen by people on the mercenary base, it would definitely be even more shocking. The real thing vanishes and disappears. This is completely a means to approach the gods. As for Yabe, seeing this situation, he was very calm. After all, there was a systemic thing in his body that had appeared. This kind of small method was really not enough to cause him to make any waves. Finish these. Yabe lay on the beach, feeling the body that had become stronger because he had swallowed 16 humans. He also mumbled to himself. 16 human beings are 160,000 evolution points. Now my evolution points are 470,000. If I want to complete the 5th stage of evolution, change my genes, and become a Titan Python, I still need 530,000 evolution points, which is 53 people. Class. When they swallowed them just now, they all had cameras on their bodies. If it's correct, they must have been brought up by the mercenaries in the helicopters. In other words, if I continue to stay on this island, people will keep coming to the door. During this time, I still have enough room for evolution, but once I show the strength, let them know that ordinary weapons can't defeat me. Or, if they cause fear, they will use destructive power. Island, I'm afraid I can't stay for long. During this period, we must quickly complete the evolution of the genetic level and expand the Python army. Secondly, we must learn to survive in the sea. Only in this way can we leave this isolated island. The inside of my mind moved quickly. But after thinking about it, Yabe undoubtedly had a clearer context for what to do next. After thinking about this, Yabe slowly closed his eyes again. After swallowing 16 humans in a row, his body began to undergo tremendous changes after turning all those humans into energy. The scorching energy moves quickly through the body. Although it did not meet the requirements for evolution points, but this did not prevent the body from becoming stronger. Chi. After feeling the hot energy, Yabe's body grew again on the beach. On the surface of the body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of half-centimeter thick snakeskin was taken off. The snake body that originally looked very smooth, after this layer of skin was taken off, it looked completely different, as if it were with sharp scales. In the sun, it is extremely bright. But if you touch it with your hands, you will find the bright scales, but the snake pattern becomes more compact and real. Except for the skin change. The body length has also increased by 50 centimeters. The current Yabe's body length has reached a terrifying 8 meters, but the average body diameter is still 35 centimeters. This change makes Yabe look a lot more sensitive and less awkward. Of course, these are only second. The biggest change is another place. Unbelievable. I feel like I have teeth. The evolution was slowly completed, Yabe couldn't help it anymore. After feeling the strangeness in his mouth, he couldn't help exclaiming. Yes, 16 human beings, 160,000 evolution points, makes Yabei's mouth a pair of sharp teeth, but this pair of teeth is not proportional to Yabei's body, each tooth has only its less than 2 centimeters long. Similarly, the 2 cobra fangs at the edge of the mouth have become more powerful in this evolution. Under the sun, the white, sharp fangs exude a dazzling luster, as if even a steel plate can be penetrated by this pair of fangs. Snakes eat food. To be honest, when I ate them before, it felt a bit unsuitable. They often instinctively use human habits to bite food. Now that they have this pair of teeth, it's much easier. Undoubtedly, a row of teeth has evolved, which is the most happy thing for Yabei. Time is passing fast. After 6 hours, the sun gradually went west. The sky slowly became dim. After Yabei got acquainted with his improved body again, he sneered. Then he turned, his body rubbed against the beach, made a sneer sound, and quickly moved towards the forest. Devour, evolve. Constantly devouring evolution. There is still 530,000 points short of evolving into a Titan Python. Before the next batch of mercenaries can come to this island, Yabei must complete the evolution. When Yabei returned towards the forest, great changes have taken place in the green area forests. Chunyuakayu, 8 blood pythons seeking pleasure and joy, got the order from Yabei before. They went crazy looking for food in the green area, centered on the base of the snake group. After more than 6 hours of hunting, all the living creatures were all caught by them. The pythons were completely devoured. Returning to Yabei in the forest, he immediately noticed this situation through his domain ability. However, this result made Yabei's eyes cold. Chunyuakayu, have fun, you immediately return to the snake base for me. Yabei spit out the letter. When the mouth was slightly opened, a pair of sharp and white teeth were exposed. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Oh shit! A blood python, even if it's big enough, is it so special that it has fangs? Well, it doesn't matter if you have fangs. Is there a good mouthpiece? This snake is so amazing. Chapter 40, Collective Evolution and Invasion of Other Areas. In the snake base, there are still huge stones everywhere. It's already afternoon, the light passes through the gaps in the leaves and falls into the bushes. The original bright red blood on the stone, after a day of drying up, has gradually become a little black. Occasionally, a sea breeze penetrates the forest, passing by from here, can sweep away a strong smell of blood. More than 300 snakes are all dead. The principle of the weak feeding the weak is really vivid in this forest. For survival, for evolution. If you don't die, then other creatures must die. In the base, Yabei was entrenched on a huge rock. Zinza spit out from his mouth, muttering to himself. Wow! In the green area, the other 8 directions were completely different. Following Yabei's command, the sound was not loud, but with the help of the domain, Yabei's words seemed to ring in their ears. Then, the 8 blood pythons, swiftly twisting their bodies, returned to the base of the snake group at the fastest speed. 10 minutes later, the 8 blood pythons have returned. When the 8 blood pythons saw the appearance of Yabei's current body, they were all stunned on the spot. In just a few hours, his own king has become stronger again, not only physically, but even his strength has become strange and unpredictable. Even in the eyes of the 4 female snakes in Chunyuakayu, even Yabei's appearance was many times more handsome. As for Yabei, when he saw the 8 blood pythons come back, his eyes slowly opened. After seeing their appearance, his eyes could not help but light up. There was a bit of anger before, and all of them disappeared without a trace at this moment. Because several hours passed, when these blood pythons swallowed all the creatures in the green area, all of them had also undergone tremendous changes. The body length of each blood python reached about 5 meters. In addition, the 4 female blood pythons in Chunyuakayu are obviously much bigger than the 4 for pleasure. The power radiating from his body has increased several times more than when he left in the morning. These snakes are all his loyal subordinates of Yabe, and they will never betray. Seeing that they have become so powerful, Yabe will naturally have no more opinions. The creatures in this area have all been swallowed up. In order to evolve, we must invade other areas. In addition, our race must also expand. Blood pythons are one of our species. But, in my opinion, as long as it is a snake, all belong to our family, so in the next expansion and aggression, I allow you to develop your own power. As long as it is a snake, regardless of race, all can be taken as subordinates. Can you all do this? Looking at the 8 blood pythons, Yabe said coldly. My ultimate goal is to return to the human race, to get back what belongs to me and kill those damned people at the same time. Now that it has been decided, then it must be done mightily. Imagine that when millions and tens of millions of snakes swarm into the human world, how wonderful a scene like that will be. When Yabe was talking, the eyes of the 8 blood pythons kept on him. Seeing the neat and sharp teeth in Yabe's mouth, these 8 were shocked. Yes. King Wang, it can be done. But it is said that there are many mutant beasts in another area. There is also a group of snakes in it, and the length of each snake is more than 10 meters. A python swallowed the letter and said such a sentence. Okay? Yabe, who was planning to invade other areas, suddenly stunned when he heard this. In this forest, there are snakes with a body length of more than 10 meters. You have to know that you are only 8 meters. However, this news is definitely great news for Yabe. Snakes eat snakes. In terms of genetic evolution, snake genes are more suitable for reinforcement than human genes. Where did you know? Yabe took a deep breath. Constantly shining in my eyes. When I was the last king, I went into another area by mistake. I happened to see a giant python passing by. It was probably due to the same kind. At that time, it did not attack me. But that huge body, I will forget. The talking blood python continued. As for Yabe, after listening to this, he immediately determined that this was a fact. First of all, these blood pythons have no guts to deceive themselves, after all, they are all controlled by themselves. Secondly, according to the map obtained from the mercenary, this isolated island is divided into 4 areas. Among them, the red area is all mutant beasts. There is a paradise for mutant beasts. Since beasts can mutate, there is no reason snakes. No way. Very good. So, next, we will go to the area where there are mutant snakes. If there are really more than 10 meters long pythons, it will be conquered. When we are under our hands, it will become the core fighting force of our race in the future. After thinking for a few seconds, Yabe said this coldly. And the 8 blood pythons snorted and spit out letters. Obviously, seeing their own king so confident, each of them was full of excitement and fighting spirit. What about a 10-meter python? Controlling the spiritual level, the 8 blood pythons did not question Yabe's ability. Next, Yabe didn't hesitate. The creatures in the green area have been swallowed up. If you want to evolve quickly, the best way is to swallow more mutant beasts. If you want to swallow the mutant beasts, the island red area is undoubtedly the best. Yabe is at the forefront. 8 blood pythons were on both sides of Yabe. 9 blood pythons were advancing rapidly in the forest, the cold killing intent continued to spread from their bodies. In the red zone, another thing is happening at the moment. More than 100 giant pythons are fighting with a group of mutant crocodiles. Bloody. Chapter 41, Huge group of reticulated pythons. I have successfully signed a contract and will not be an eunuch. Please ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation ticket. Experimental Island. The red area. This area is different from beginning to end. All human beings who know the existence of this island know the truth: the red area where mutant beasts gather is the place of death. If any normal creature enters, the probability of wanting to survive is less than 1 in 1,000. And the mutant beasts here are very strange. The islands obviously have a large area, but they must all be gathered in the red area. Even for a small survival area, continuous killing and continuous fighting, they do not shrink. Only a few mutant beasts are due to special reasons. Accidentally walked out of the area. No one knows the reason for this. Chi-chi! Roar! At this moment, in the red area, more than 100 giant pythons are all entrenched beside a swamp flowing with turbid liquid. The sniffing letter sound and roars were constantly coming from their mouths. In the swamp, all are horribly big crocodiles. The crocodile skin on the body is raised, and it looks like all of them are thick hill bags, and they are extremely strong. Even a submachine gun can't cause even the slightest damage to this crocodile skin. Hurt. In addition, the body of a crocodile is at least about twice the size of an ordinary crocodile. The body length has reached an astonishing 8 meters. They lurked head to head in the swamp, revealing a pair of eyes, and that huge mouth. Especially in the mouth, sharp teeth. Like any creature, as long as they dare to get close, they will definitely be strangled with no residue left. The number of these crocodiles exceeds 50. Facing the roars and screams of the pythons, they did not respond, just watched quietly. In the air, the murderous breath continued to spread. Within 2 kilometers, no mutant beasts can be seen. After talking about the crocodile, that multi-headed python, by contrast, would never appear weak. The body length of each python is more than 10 meters. Even some pythons are more than 20 meters long. Even if Yabe stands in front of them, they are very small. The lines on these pythons appear to be reticulate. The diameter of the body is even more terrifying, and each one is as thick as a bucket. With a huge body and length, if the crocodiles in the swamp really climbed up, these pythons could easily complete the strangulation. The reason why the two sides are in a stalemate now is because of mutual fear. Once the python rushes into the swamp, it will definitely be dragged in and killed by the crocodiles. Once the crocodile group rushed out, the end is self-evident. That's why the two sides are deadlocked. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The reticulated python's mouth kept on scorning, and the sneered voice resounded endlessly beside the swamp. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. I can't tell why the two sides are so opposed, but as time passed quickly, these mutated pythons and crocodiles gradually lost their calmness at the beginning. Roar. In the end, it is estimated that a huge mutant reticulated python lost patience, and an incredible roar broke out in its mouth. Mouth opened. The mouth of the blood basin directly showed 270 degrees, as if everything could be swallowed and strangled easily. After the roar appeared, the reticulated python rushed towards the nearest crocodile unceremoniously. Laugh. High speed. The moment it rushed past, it was like a flash of lightning. The poor crocodile closest to it didn't even have a chance to react. The huge body was swallowed alive by this reticulated python in one bite. But the other crocodiles next to them were not at all polite. After the reticulated python attacked, his body sank into the swamp. Although he swallowed half of a crocodile in one mouthful, the next moment, all the crocodiles went crazy and swarmed. Wow! Booming! Chi-chi! In the muddy swamp, such noises kept on, and the crocodile's sharp teeth desperately bitten the reticulated python. In a moment, all the grey-brown swamps were stained with bright red blood. The air is full of disgusting blood. The active attack of this reticulated python can be regarded as the fuse. After seeing the crocodiles besieging together, the surrounding reticulated pythons all moved, and the huge body moved forward quickly. After some pythons fell into the swamp, other pythons immediately followed up, moved past their bodies. Wow! Above the swamp, the terrifying battle is continuing. It was so dark on both sides that I didn't notice it at all. Just less than 100 meters away from here, 9 other types of pythons that did not originally belong to this area came, and those pythons actually watched this quietly with extremely cold eyes. Battle. Yes. 100 meters away, Yabe was the leader. With the help of the system, he clearly saw the situation of the battle on the spot. There was not much disturbance on the surface, but his heart was shocked. Reticulated python. Also known as overlord python, net python. Although Yabe hadn't seen the animal world much before, he was very acquainted with this type of python. Bawangmong is the largest species of snake, the longest species among all living snake species in the world. Ordinary reticulated pythons are generally about 8 to 9 meters long, and the longer ones can reach more than 12 meters. They are endangered creatures in the world. Yabe has even seen a piece of news. According to records, the longest python in the world, the body is 14.85 meters long, and its species is a reticulated python. In addition, the maximum number of reticulated python females can reach more than 100 eggs at a time. It's incredible. There are so many endangered creatures here. And their body shape is much larger than ordinary reticulated pythons. They are mutated, and their powerful reproduction ability is used to expand the snake population. It's not perfect. Watching the snake and the crocodile fight, Yabe's eyes began to flash constantly. Just after Yabe murmured these words, a cold gaze suddenly came from a distance. The terrifying and cold-killing intent made Yabe feel cold. Chapter 42, The Duel Between Mutant Beast Kings. The red area. It is also a huge forest. It's just that the forest is more dangerous than the green area. There are terrible murderous intentions hidden everywhere. Laugh. When Yabe was watching the battle with 8 blood pythons, a cold gaze shot over from a distance. The first time he felt this gaze, Yabe instinctively looked in that direction. It's okay not to look at it. After seeing the real situation, even Yabe couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then back several meters. The crocodile has such a huge body and still appears in the swamp. The reticulated python is so aggressive, more than 20 meters away. That's all. What Yabe saw was definitely more terrifying than the frantic fighting scene before him. It is also a huge python. Yes, it's the head. The length of the body is at least more than 40 meters. The skin of the body is grey-brown. The body only takes about 3 meters to form an at-shaped pillar for the ground. The body of more than 30 meters is like a pen. It stood up very straight. Because of the color, plus it was motionless before, it looked like a giant tree. Even Yabe didn't even notice its existence at the beginning. But now, Yabe could clearly feel that this giant python, with those 2 eyes as big as football, was staring at him. Chun Huakaiyu, who followed Yabe, was looking for joy, and her body was trembling, her mouth was closed tightly, her eyes were wide open, and she didn't dare to move. System. Can I swallow this snake? In addition to fear, Yabe's heart also hides boundless excitement and excitement. Imagine. If you can swallow such a snake, even if you can't get a lot of evolution points, your body will definitely undergo unprecedented changes. Maybe it can go directly from 8 meters to more than 40 like this python. Meter. Host. This is a mutant reticulated python with a body length of 41 meters 22 and a body diameter of more than 2 meters 23. It is the king of these reticulated pythons. With the host's current physical fitness, it is basically impossible to swallow it. Unless the host can complete the 5th stage of evolution, undergo genetic changes, and become a titan python. The system is very unfeeling. This answer dispelled all Yabe's passion in an instant. It is 41.22 meters long and 2.23 meters in diameter. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was before, even if someone took a video and placed a photo in front of him, Yabe, he would never believe that there is such a monster in this world. Special, it is simply against the sky, okay? It's not a joke that this is called the dead zone on the map. The so-called longest python in the world is less than 15 meters. In front of this snake, it is like a child. Then it will never attack us now, right? Unable to swallow the king of the mutant reticulated python, but after feeling the stern gaze, Yabe carefully asked the system, and at the same time, he was silently thinking about how to escape. Then he looked for opportunities and continued to evolve. And finally swallowed this mutant reticulated python. Just keep watching. The system didn't give Yabe a direct answer, but said something like this. Just as Yabe was about to ask what the system meant, a scene that made Yabe amazed even more appeared. Originally thought that the king of this huge mutant reticulated python was already huge enough to crush everything. Wow! Rumble! But, in the next moment, Yabe clearly saw that the huge trees in the forest fell one after another, with huge clattering noises and earthquake-like vibrations resounding through the eardrums. How is this going? Hearing this sound, Yabe's eyes widened. However, the 8 pythons beside them finally reacted at this moment. Wang! It's too dangerous here, or let's leave first. Yes, they are all mutant monsters. Just when I entered this area, I was able to find so many mutant beasts. What kind of beasts are there? It is totally unimaginable, although I want to turn them into food, but... Go back to our turf and go to sleep. When a large number of creatures are restored again, it is not bad to devour it. The 8 blood pythons retreated. As for Yabe, he directly ignored their voices and stared at the place where the huge shaking sound occurred. Focused. Through his mental power, Yabe finally saw clearly what kind of monster it was. That is a huge crocodile. The skin on his body turned out to be black, the bulge like half a football mountain bag, the pitch black skin, looks harder than steel. The length of the body is at least more than 20 meters. Each tooth is nearly half a meter long. This is the mutant crocodile king. After seeing this creature, Yabe exclaimed secretly in his heart. The mutant beasts in the red area are completely beyond imagination, just like giant monsters in the fictional cartoons in the human world. Anyone here in the human world will cause huge disasters. Compared with these giant mutant beasts, the mutant tigers and mutant eagles previously encountered in the green area are completely pediatric. Yabe was shocked. With the appearance of the mutant crocodile king, the giant reticulated python instantly moved its gaze away from Yabe and the 8 blood pythons, and then locked its gaze on the crocodile. Then, these 2 huge creatures, rushing to each other without hesitation at all. Roar! The huge roar resounded across the sky. Booming! The ground seemed to be shaking at the moment of the collision. The king of mutant reticulated pythons used that huge body to cling to the king of mutant crocodile. But the crocodile king had no intention of surrendering. Even though the body was entangled, its mouth unceremoniously bit on the body of the reticulated python king. The sharp, half-meter-long teeth were all submerged in the python in the body. Bloody! Perhaps because of pain, these 2 monsters were rolling wildly in this forest, with huge vibrations constantly. And under this circumstance, the panic and shock in Yabe's eyes slowly turned into excitement. Perhaps this is a great opportunity for myself. 2 dogs fight, play off. Now just wait for them to fight as fiercely as possible. The book review area was exploded by an author looking for someone. Please help. Chapter 43, Eat Reticulated Pythons and Genetic Changes. The red area. When the crocodile group and the reticulated python group fought, the nearby mutant beasts had retreated several kilometers away. However, those mutant beasts did not really retreat. The strong smell in the air stimulates them all the time. They are all gathered around the periphery, waiting for the fight, wanting to rush in for a good meal. You wait for the opportunity. After the crocodile and the python on the swamp are almost dead, you can devour as much as you can. Yabe's eyes were hot. When I said this, the voice was very excited. Because he found that in the swamp, when the common crocodile group and the reticulated python group attacked each other, they turned out to be evenly matched. Both sides suffered extremely heavy losses. The bright red blood donation dyed the entire swamp red. A large number of crocodiles and reticulated pythons all died. Looking around, there were corpses floating or sinking in the swamp. Of course, there are still many crocodiles and pythons, still fighting desperately, roaring constantly. And Yebei's eyes, naturally all fell on the dead corpses. These things look terrifying. But for Yebei, that's all evolution points. And the number of evolution points for each head is not low, 10,000 points for each head. It only needs 530,000 points to evolve from the final stage of the blood python. That is to say, as long as you eat 53 creatures here, you can easily complete the evolution and become a Titan Python. At that time, if you can mutate the Crocodile King and the Mutant Snake King can swallow it, that's awesome. Yebei's eyes shined. Fight, the more intense the better. Seeing the crocodile and the reticulated python fall one by one, Yebei's eyes became more and more excited. There were dozens of crocodiles and hundreds of pythons. If it really hurts both sides in the end, I take the opportunity to swallow them all. Not to mention becoming a Titan Python, maybe it can be further evolved. Thinking of this, Yebei's fear of the mutant reticulated Python King not only dissipated, but his inner excitement kept emerging. Just when Yebei was thinking about how to find opportunities. Hoo! Rumble! He saw with his own eyes that a large piece of torn snake meat suddenly flew from the sky towards his direction. It was the meat that a crocodile bit from a reticulated python. Then the crocodile was entangled by other pythons. Under the huge force, the piece of meat flew out. The opportunity is here. After seeing this piece of snake meat, Yebei was trembling with excitement. This is definitely a good opportunity. Eat this piece of meat, his body may undergo tremendous changes, and he will gain reticulation. The python gene, the next to devour prey, also has enough strength. Booming! The piece of snake meat was more than 2 meters long and was covered with mud and blood. But in Yebei's eyes, this is the most delicious meat. The snake meat was located less than 20 meters away from Yebei. In other places, crocodiles and snakes fought, and there was no time to pay attention to Yebei and the 8 snakes next to him. You keep me aside, this piece of snake meat, I will swallow it first. Saw the snake meat falling. Yebei quickly rushed over with flashing eyes, and at the same time a letter was spit out in his mouth, and said with a cold tone at Chunyuakaihuyu, 8 blood pythons said for joy. Yes. King. Yes. In fact, seeing that piece of snake meat, spring flowers and autumn months, the eyes of the 8 blood pythons for pleasure seeking also lit up, telling them instinctively that as long as that piece of meat was eaten, their bodies would definitely undergo unprecedented evolution. However, they did not dare to rebel against Yebei's order. At the same time as his mouth agreed, his body moved quickly, divided into 8 positions, enclosing the piece of meat. Yebei rushed in. Call! Moving his body to the side of the mutant reticulated python, Yebei took a deep breath. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. However, the smell passed into his body along his nose, making Yebei feel full of power. Just when Yebei was about to swallow this piece of meat in one bite, the silent system finally started to speak. Dear host! The meat of the reticulated python has its special genes. If it is swallowed, it will gain its genes and gain evolution points, but it will affect the host's next stage of evolution. The voice of the system was abrupt. Okay? Hearing what the system said, Yebei stopped immediately. What exactly do you mean? Yebei asked, but after taking it literally, he immediately went on to say, in other words, once I eat the meat of the reticulated python, I will get his genes, and the body can get strengthening, can also get evolution points, but even if my evolution points reach 1 million, I can't immediately evolve into a Titan Python. Ye Bei was quite confused when he said this. If this is the case, then it really has to be considered carefully. Yes. However, the reticulated python is currently the largest living snake on the planet. If the host successfully swallows the reticulated python and completes its evolution, although it meets 1 million evolution points, it cannot become a Titan Python, but wait, once a stage is reached, after evolving into a Titan Python, it will cross the juvenile stage and directly become the largest and strongest Titan Python. The system continues to explain. Oh! Ye Bei, who was a bit tangled at first, became even more excited when he heard this. According to the system, eating a reticulated python is definitely beneficial. To put it in a more popular way, it's like laying a foundation. After eating the reticulated python, Ye Bei's foundation will be stronger. When he evolves into a Titan Python, his strength will directly span several stages. The only loss is the time to evolve into a Titan Python. I know. Ye Bei replied with the system. After he understood it thoroughly, he opened his mouth wide, and swallowed all the meat of the reticulated python on the ground in one bite. Okay? When the piece of meat entered his mouth, Ye Bei's eyes suddenly glared. When entrenched on the ground, the body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 44, The Second Upgrade and Strengthening of the System. Ho ho ho! In the red zone, the battle continues. The two huge mutant beasts killed each other 4 times, and every moment, there was life disappearing. However, Ye Bei didn't pay attention to these things at all at this moment. When he swallowed the meat of the reticulated python, the surrounding Chunyu Akayu and the 8 blood pythons who are looking for pleasure and joy are all envious, but this look has just appeared, and the next second, it will become shock and panic, because at this moment, in their eyes, Ye Bei, the changes are really scary. Chi 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 chi. The body grew rapidly, and the rubble on the ground and the decayed leaves continued to make a sneer. On the surface of the body, that layer of white snakeskin was peeling off. Less than 2 seconds, at least 3 layers of skin were peeled off. Looking at it, Ye Bei seemed to be completely wrapped in the white snake skin. In addition, Ye Bei's breath has become stronger. The air gradually became cold. Even though these 8 snakes were Ye Bei's most loyal subordinates, they still trembled after feeling the breath. As for Ye Bei himself, following the meat entrance of the reticulated python, he immediately opened his eyes. Obviously there is only a piece of meat more than 2 meters long, but after entering his mouth, it turned into the purest energy, spreading in his body. Then, Ye Bei seemed to be able to feel the genetic chain in his body very clearly. Rapid changes are taking place. The gene chain was torn apart one by one. Then under this pure energy, one after another reorganization. With each combination, terrifying to the extreme power will erupt from it. Those powers spread along the genetic chain to the cells, and then travel throughout the body, making the whole body full of explosive and threatening. There is no pain. Some have only the ultimate, unprecedented comfort. This refreshing feeling seemed to make Ye Bei have a kind of hope that he would be addicted to it for a lifetime. In addition, the voice of the system is constantly resounding in Ye Bei's mind. The host devours the reticulated python meat and gains 1000 evolution points. The host swallows the genes of the same type of python, and the body is genetically strengthened. It will get rid of the blood python's genes and undergo a deeper transformation. The system is fully upgraded. System upgrade 10%. System upgrade 20%. Yes, in the back, after the system had finished speaking those words, it immediately began to upgrade. Although it was a little unprepared, Ye Bei, who was undergoing transformation, was excited in his heart. After the system was upgraded last time, many useful things have been added. Moreover, Ye Bei could clearly feel that this upgrade was much more serious than last time. Time passed quickly. More than 3 hours have passed since the battle in the distance. The sky was all dark, and the entire swamp was full of corpses, but there was still no intention to stop, as if there was only the last one left. As for the Python King and the Crocodile King, although the physical difference is huge, the Crocodile King's strength is terrifying. 3 hours later, the Snake King was bloody, while the Crocodile King was tighter, and his eyes were almost squeezed out, but it just didn't intend to let go, but bite more happily. This 3-hour period gave Yabei the most perfect evolutionary experience. The length of the body has increased by 7 meters from the 8 meters when it first came to this area, reaching 15 meters. The body diameter has reached 50 centimeters. The sharp fangs in his mouth and 2 rows of white teeth seem to be able to tear them to pieces even when facing the steel plate. When the body evolution was completed, Yabei did not have time to enjoy the brand new body, and the system upgrade was almost completed simultaneously. When entrenched on the ground, in front of Yabei's eyes, the fluorescent screen that only he could see was lit up again. Infinite Evolution System. Name: Yabei. Primary species: blood python and reticulated python gene mix, new species. Age: 1 year old. Because of evolution, it has a size and strength several times that of an adult python. Lifespan: 100 years. The evolution points of the first stage of the blood web, 471000/10000000. The third stage is the final stage, and the level will be upgraded after completion. Level: LV2. After leveling up, genes can be changed to move towards a higher level of snake-like species. Language: snake language, regional animal language. Ability: Fangs. Apostle: 1. Territory: centered on the base of the snake group, a radius of 10 kilometers. Length: 15 meters. Average body diameter: 50 centimeters. Body resistance to stress: level 5. Can withstand sharp blade attacks, and the skin can resist the impact of ordinary firearms bullets. Speed: 10 m/section. Strength: 10t, can easily lift 10t weight. Task: evolve into a Titan Python and transform the entire island into the newest territory. This is Yabei's latest information. After seeing this information, Yabei immediately noticed the changes. The first is the species. After I swallowed a reticulated python, I actually synthesized a new species of python, the blood-striped python. This is definitely an accident. Using a normal system to explain it is equivalent to a hidden task, just before there is no prompt at all. In addition, the level has also become LV2. If Yabei remembers correctly, according to the system, if you want to complete the level upgrade, you must evolve the genetic level change. It was only at the beginning that Yabei understood that it must evolve to become a Titan Python. In fact, swallowing other giant python species can also undergo genetic changes and upgrade levels. This is probably also hidden by the system. In addition, other numerical aspects have also been greatly improved. Even many figures have directly doubled. The only thing that makes Yabei a little depressed is that it takes 3 stages for the blood-stained python to evolve into the Titan Python, and now he is still in the first stage, which means that he is a few steps away from the Titan Python, but thinking that if one day he could really become a Titan Python, he would undergo a more complete transformation, and Yabei felt that these changes that were happening now were all very necessary. This feeling is really cool. If you just swallow all the crocodiles and reticulated pythons here, the first stage of evolution will be extremely easy. See the latest information. Because of evolution, Yabei, who was still entrenched in the same place, finally slowly opened his eyes. Only at the moment he opened his eyes, a powerful and terrifying aura surged out of his body madly. The mutant reticulated python king and the mutant crocodile king, who were still playing hard in the distance, stopped almost at the same time and looked towards the direction where Yabei was. Chapter 45, Yabei wakes up and speaks. Add one more chapter for the Song family disciples reward. I have a handicap, and it took a long time to write. Whizzing. The moment Yabe opened his eyes, a cold wind blew directly in the air. There is a sense of solemnity. Chi 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 chi. Because the body just got bigger and she kept molting, a layer of white snakeskin had long been piled up around it, like a hill, which surrounded Yabe's body in it, so when Yabe opened his eyes, it's just that the breath burst out suddenly, and no one can see the situation inside. I feel the air around me is getting cold. Obviously this is here, but I feel my heartbeat has accelerated a lot. Too horrible. Is this, our king? Chunyuakayu, looking for pleasure, 8 blood pythons stared at the pile of snake skins. The letter from the mouth spit out, the voice kept. To be honest, it was just a piece of reticulated python meat before. They felt that if they swallowed it, they would be able to elevate themselves to a stage. The terrifying aura that Yabe showed now made them all in a state of awkwardness. The Crocodile King and the Reticulated Python King who were fighting frantically also immediately put their eyes on Yabe's side. As a mutant creature, and being able to develop such a powerful Beast King in the red zone, their innate alertness is definitely not a play. That kind of premonition of danger. It was as if he was suddenly pierced by a thin needle behind his head. Roar! The Reticulated Python King roared in his mouth. Hoo! The Crocodile King's mouth was inhaling. However, no matter how you look at it, these two huge monsters have already stared at Yabe. After seeing the mountain of snakeskin piled up on the ground, they paused for a short time. Finally, the strength of the python's strangulation was reduced, and the crocodile stopped biting. 10 seconds later, the two king-level monsters fighting for several hours, all stopped fighting unexpectedly. Cold eyes gathered on Yabe's side. At the same time, his body slowly moved towards Yabe. As for the ordinary mutant pythons and mutant crocodiles, there are definitely no more than 20 alive. After feeling the breath of Yabe, they all stopped, their eyes like cold arrows, rushing towards Yabe here. Ruined. Protect the king, even if you die, you can't let them attack. Those pythons and crocodiles are staring at us. Shrink the encirclement. The 8 blood pythons naturally noticed the unhealthy aura around them, realized that their situation had been exposed, and even attracted the attacks of those monsters. They reacted quickly and quickly narrowed their encirclement. Who is desperately posture? But obviously, the Crocodile King and the Reticulated Python King are faster. When 8 blood pythons formed a circle to protect Yabe. Rumble. Their huge bodies directly crushed countless huge trees, making a loud rumbling noise, and rushing towards Yabe quickly. As for the ordinary mutant crocodiles and pythons covered with blood and scars, they also touched quickly. Rustling. Chi chi. All the while, in the red zone forest, all were occupied by such sounds. After seeing those huge monsters rushing towards this side, the eyes of the 8 blood pythons stared wide. Ruined. They're all here, what should I do? The Wong woke up. But he hasn't come out yet. The 8 blood pythons felt unprecedented fear, but before, they were all mentally controlled by Yabe. Even if they were fearful, even if they sacrificed their lives, they would definitely be loyal to Yabe, and there was no Yabe. The order will always be protected. Wow! Time is fast. Those monsters are also fast. The 8 blood pythons are all ready to sacrifice at any time, and the scarlet letter is constantly spit out from the mouth, and the eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. Just. What made them even more amazed was that after the mutant monsters rushed to a position less than 5 meters away from their side, they all stopped. There was no sound in the forest that was shaking. Squeak. Only occasionally can hear the enemy far away, and there is a faint, squeaky bird. How is this going? Seeing these mutant beasts stop moving, the 8 blood pythons were completely confused. Special, don't be scary, okay? It's a little bit moving, at least I still think about how to resist. As a result, I just kept quiet. What about the 8 pythons? Hard pressure. This is a huge psychological pressure. It directly caused the 8 blood pythons, their bodies trembling violently, their eyes fixed on these monsters, but they never dared to make any more movements, and the gazes of these monsters all fell on above those white snake skins. Chi chi! The mountain of snake skins was surging, making a sneer. Although Ye Bei's whole body is buried in it, his eyes can't see anything. But he is actually aware of the outside situation. This is a special function of mental power, and the system improves him. Later, even with his eyes closed, he could fully grasp the situation at close range. The conditions outside shocked Ye Bei himself. Although he had eaten the reticulated python, his genetic level had been improved, and his strength had increased several times. But Ye Bei knew it well. Now the body length is only 15 meters. Really fight, that mutant crocodile king, as long as he opens his mouth, he can tear his body to pieces. As for the more than 40 reticulated pythons, not to mention that, with a body close to 2 meters in diameter, it is estimated that it can easily strangle itself to death. Really careless. I didn't expect to expose myself again so soon. I wanted to pick up a big deal. Under the snake's skin, Ye Bei muttered to himself. Fear? He definitely has. But in this case, fear has no effect, and he can only try to stay calm. After all, these monsters didn't attack immediately. Ye Bei didn't figure out what they were thinking for the time being, although the killing intent was in the air. Wow! Ye Bei slightly increased the strength on his body. Then, the snakeskins piled up on his body made a clattering sound, and then Ye Bei's body was gradually exposed to the sight of these mutant beasts. But at the moment Ye Bei appeared, Ye Bei took the initiative to speak. Chi chi! The letter from his mouth spit out. The regional animal language allows him to communicate with any living creatures on this experimental island at will. King Crocodile. King Python. I don't know what it means for you two to be by my side. Ye Bei's voice was somewhat cold. Between the beasts, the most important thing is not to lose momentum. Ye Bei doesn't want to reappear after his evolution is complete, giving these two kings a cowardly appearance. If that's the case, he will definitely die instantly without a place to be buried. After Ye Bei said this sentence, the Crocodile King and Python King, who were still silent, all trembled suddenly. The eyeballs also stared fiercely. Chapter 46, IQ Suppression and Agitation. Ho. The experimental island, as long as it is this island, is always blown by sea breeze. The huge sea breeze shook the surrounding trees. In this case, the reticulated Python King and the Crocodile King, their bodies are shaking. As a mutant creature. And become the king of a race. In fact, both of them have extraordinary intelligence. That kind of intelligence is equivalent to 12 or 13-year-old humans. In the animal world, in fact, there have always been very fixed rules. It is very difficult for two different kinds of creatures to communicate with each other in words. In the cartoon, all the animals can communicate unimpeded, which is simply nonsense. You must know that even humans from different regions have difficulty communicating in words. The barriers between biological races are even more difficult to break. But now, Ye Bei said the good voice and the meaning he wanted to express, but they could thoroughly understand it. But this is enough to explain the difference between this python that has just shed its skin and exudes a terrifying aura. But when Ye Bei's body slowly pushed away the white snakeskin and was completely exposed to the air, the two beast kings were directly shocked. Ye Bei's body is only 15 meters. 1 millimeter is not much, 1 millimeter is not much. The thickness of the body is not very thick, after all, it is in this red area. All are mutant beasts, too many existences beyond common sense. But Ye Bei's difference was too obvious. The first is the sharp fangs on both sides of the mouth, each of them is terrifyingly long, white and smooth like ceramics, but they give people a terrifying feeling, as if they only need to be pierced by such fangs. Without a doubt. Even if you have fangs. The scary thing is that when Yabe spoke, his mouth was still full of sharp teeth. The teeth are neatly arranged. Moreover, the teeth in Yabe's mouth are different from those of ordinary beasts. Each of his teeth are triangular in shape, thick inside and very thin at the top. If they are bitten by these teeth, as long as Yabe doesn't loosen it, even the Crocodile King and the Snake King were torn off a piece of meat. Besides, even more weird is the lines on Yabe's skin. When there was no evolution before, Yabe had a red and black snake pattern, which was similar to that of a blood python, but it looked clearer and more layered than an ordinary blood python, and the skin seemed to have scales. In Yabe now, his genes have changed, and his body has naturally undergone essential changes. The skin on the body is all blood red. And in the blood red skin, there appeared gold-like golden lines, constantly interlacing in it. You can see its difference at a glance. Blood-striped python. Yabe appeared in front of everyone in this brand new posture. If it weren't for Yabe's aura to remain the same, it was countless times stronger than before, and suddenly appeared in this appearance. It is estimated that Chunyuakaihuyu, the 8 blood pythons for pleasure, would not recognize him as his own king for a while. Are you also a mutant python? The king of mutant reticulated pythons stared with wide eyeballs. After seeing Yabe appearing in this posture, he couldn't help but back up a bit, then spit out the letter, and said something like this. He could understand the snake in front of him, then, he must be able to understand what he said. The reticulated python king thought so in his heart. The crocodile king next to him was not idle at this time. The mouth is open. The sound of rough mine, accompanied by the smell of blood, also came out of its mouth. Your mutation is different from mine. Could it be that you have found that thing? The voices of the 2 huge monsters all penetrated into Yabe's ears. Of course, Yabe understood their meaning instantly. However, the 8 blood pythons that were protecting Yabe had a dumbfounded look, and at the same time they still appeared ready to fight. They can understand Yabe's words. Regarding the reticulated python king and mutant crocodile king, they still couldn't understand. As for Yabe, after hearing the words of the snake king, he didn't feel much shock. But the words of the crocodile king made his body tremble slightly. Found that thing? Which thing? Yabe feels that there is a hidden mystery in this sentence. Is there something in the red zone or this experimental island that can allow creatures to evolve perfectly? It seems that only this way can explain why these 2 monsters will be in front of them without directly killing them. I did eat one thing. But I don't know what it is. Yabe said seriously. This sentence can be regarded as fooling these 2 monsters. After all, he knew very well that with his own strength, he couldn't resist these 2 monsters. Unless they can sneak attack and directly inject that violent toxin into their bodies, there will be no chance of winning. If they want to leave alive, they must use tricks to give them a reason not to kill themselves. Really? Hearing Yabe's words, the eyes of the crocodile king and the netted python all lit up. They were able to mutate because they were researched by humans in the laboratory, and they were constantly injected with drugs. In that process, they had already turned on their wisdom. Those fragmentary memories told them that the experiment seemed to be successful. There might be a more powerful mutation potion on this island. As long as you eat it, your strength will definitely improve again. They are very powerful. But the instincts of creatures have always been able to become stronger. Of course it is true. I dare not lie to you. Also spit out the letter. Take us over now. The crocodile king and the snake king said almost at the same time. After seeing them so anxious and showing what he wanted, Yabe knew that these 2 guys had nothing but power, and they were not afraid at all. With his IQ, he could easily deceive them. Of course, no problem. I am also a snake clan after all. But, King Snake, are you sure that it is okay to bring a crocodile there? When saying this, Yabe pretended to be solemn. Sure enough, the moment this sentence fell, the Crocodile King and the Snake King suddenly had murderous auras, and the cold murderous aura made the surrounding trees scream. The good show is coming. Feeling the majestic killing intent, Yabe was very excited. Chapter 47, Changes in Non-Fixed Evolution Points. There is no room for two tigers. The same, something that can completely change one's physical fitness, if it is any creature, it is unwilling to share it with others. The Crocodile King and the Reticulated Python King are selfish. After hearing Yabe's serious sentence, their bodies suddenly stunned. I was very clear. Your competitor is right in front of you. If you don't kill the opponent, you will kill each other after you really get the evolving potion, and there may even be some accidents in the middle. For example, if one party is trying to get rid of it, Yabe will be taken away. The best way is to do it right now. The loser, dead. Winner, get everything. The war that had just subsided was due to Yabe's simple sentence, which was about to start again. The Crocodile King. We will stop here today. The one who found that thing belongs to our snake clan. Naturally, that thing belongs to us too. If we have the courage, we will fight another day, and we will split it up. Chi chi. The Python King was vomiting a letter. It's just that he ignored his voice. The King Crocodile didn't understand it at all, and it was just a sneer when it reached his ears. And in the fight just now, all its mouth was full of blood. When he said this, there was a lot of blood dripping on the ground on the letter. It's just this kind of threat, which is ridiculous. On the contrary, the murderous aura on him increased sharply. Sure enough, after the King Crocodile felt this kind of breath, he was much more crisp, his eyes were icy, and the voice of the King Snake was directly ignored by him. Yabe's words had already let him know the disadvantage. At the same time, it was also inspired. Its infinite killing intent. Hoo! The open mouth and the sharp teeth were terrifying. Laugh! In the next instant, to Yabe's expectation, the Crocodile King unceremoniously bit the Snake King's body without even saying a word. The sharp teeth plunged into the Snake King's body. With a sniff. Wow! Then, bright red blood, like a column of water, madly spewed out of the Snake King's body. The severe pain caused the Snake King's body to be twisted immediately. In the next instant, the King Snake also reacted. The 40-meter-long body swept through forcefully, and a large number of giant trees were directly cut off. In less than a second, the King Crocodile was entangled again, and this moment, the Snake King's eyes were blood red, and his murderous intent was raging. He was extremely angry about the Crocodile King's sneak attack. Ho ho ho! There was even a huge roar from his mouth. Retreat! We retreat! The two huge monsters fought again. Yabe's first reaction was to give orders to the 8 blood pythons. In the green zone, 8 blood pythons may stand at the top of the food chain, but they are not fast enough in front of these two monsters. Yabe didn't want his loyal subordinates to accidentally die in this kind of battle. Zi. The blood pythons didn't hesitate to hear Yabe's order. The body twisted and quickly fled towards the distance. The mutant crocodile group and the mutant reticulated python group that had stopped, saw that their king was fighting again, and he was not polite at all. Chi 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 chi. Blood spattered. ZZ. The terrible strangulation power of the reticulated python entangled the crocodile, the flesh of the body was tightened, and the ZZ voice continued. Keep on fighting. I'm hungry. Let's eat something first. The 8 blood pythons retreated. But in this situation, Yabe had no idea of leaving. The only ones that can pose a threat to him are the Crocodile King and the Snake King, and their crazy fighting posture will definitely be inseparable for a while. Kill it. The more intense the kill, the better. In this way, he has enough time to devour the prey. Just swallow all the mutant crocodiles and mutant pythons that died before, and after completing the second stage of evolution of the blood-stained python, clean up those 2 monsters. Whoosh whoosh. With this thought, Yabe twisted his body and quickly rushed towards the position of the swamp. The red body like blood is particularly conspicuous. Its actions were naturally seen by King Crocodile and King Snake, but as long as Yabazi was in sight, it was more important to fight each other now. 1 minute later, Yabe has successfully reached the edge of the swamp. In the air, there was a strong smell of blood. As if just taking a breath, it was like sucking blood. Because after he evolved and awakened, he attracted the living crocodiles and mutant pythons. At this moment, they all were fighting in the distance. What's left in the swamp, for Yabe, all are evolution points. Coming to the edge, Yabe greedily looked at the corpses of crocodiles and pythons in the swamp. Bloody. And the white bones. Some crocodiles, whose bodies were twisted alive by pythons, collapsed, their eyes bulged, and they died on the spot. Some reticulated pythons were dragged into the swamp by crocodiles and drowned alive, or under their sharp teeth, their bodies were ripped apart and there were pieces of meat everywhere. Swallow. Host, swallow immediately. Even the system hidden in Yabe's body began to get excited after seeing the pile of evolution points. Such a voice madly echoed in Yabe's mind. Roar. Dark eyes, bloodshot, open mouth, roaring excitedly. The sharp teeth are ready to tear everything. Just when Yabe opened his mouth and was about to swallow a piece of crocodile meat closest to him, the voice of the system resounded in his mind again. A large number of powerful mutant beasts have been discovered. Judging by the system, these mutant beasts will provide a lot of evolution points. In addition, the existence of these mutant beasts, regardless of their strength or the level of their genes, is much higher than that of humans. Once swallowed, you will receive variable evolution points and unexpected rewards. The sound of the system is sudden. But Yabe was overjoyed when he heard this. Sure enough, good things happen every year. According to the system, the value of these huge mutant beasts is still higher than that of humans. In other words, if you eat one head, maybe you can get 20,000 evolution points, 30,000 evolution points? Even 100,000 evolution points? How many points are it? At this moment, even Yabe's own authority could not analyze a specific number. And this is only second. Yabe noticed that the system also said unexpected rewards. You should know that when you ate that spirit orb at the beginning, you got a treasure chest. If I eat all these pythons and crocodiles, will I get another treasure chest again? Golden treasure chest, diamond treasure chest? Even more advanced? This is definitely a happy event. Thinking of this, Yabe's appetite exploded. Roar! With his mouth open, his sharp teeth plunged into a huge crocodile in an instant. The moment it went down, a cold energy spread all over the body immediately. This energy was completely different from the previous hot ones. Evolution. Isn't it, rewarded for the first bite? Chapter 48, Devouring Evolution. The red area, in the murderous forest. Rumble. Wow! The mutant reticulated python king and the mutant crocodile king are still fighting each other. Large tracts of trees were broken by them. Some stones on the ground were also crushed into powder during their mutual struggle. This huge destructive power was originally not seen by any human beings in this dead zone. But because Yabe killed many humans in the green zone before, the mercenary base directly strengthened the experiment. The concern of the island. He even launched several unmanned helicopters over the island. At this moment, an unmanned helicopter hovered over the Crocodile King and the Snake King, and the process of fighting them all was recorded. Unbelievable! Really unbelievable! I have always thought that the experimental island is just a restricted area. But have you seen these creatures, these terrible creatures? They all live here. As long as you get them and tame them, it will be what a great power! Even if it is not tamed, it is a great wealth to obtain their genes for modification. The person in charge of the mercenary base, watching the video sent back, excitedly said to his subordinates. Fear, excitement, complex emotions kept surging in his mind. It was the first time that such a picture was taken by an unmanned helicopter. Before the experimental island was covered by dense forest, it was impossible to photograph the situation inside. But now, after the Crocodile King and the Snake King fought, they pushed a large number of giant trees, which led to their exposure. This python is probably 40 meters long. Unbelievable, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have thought the previous one would be big enough. It seems we have found the treasure. The news here, once it is released, the whole world will be crazy. Did the original experiment succeed? In the conference room, the high-level mercenaries also watched with wide-eyed eyes. The shock brought to them by the videos of these 2 days was absolutely unprecedented. In order to track down Yabe, so many unexpected surprises were found. Immediately send an additional manpower, 100 people, and 100 people to the experimental island. In any case, I must bring a mutant beast back. After a long time, the person in charge of the mercenary base shouted. However, Yabe at this moment has no idea what the mercenaries are like. Evolution, continuous evolution. Until the strongest weapon of mankind cannot hurt himself, this is Yabe's goal. Click. The crisp sound resounded in the red zone forest. This is Yabe's habitual way of using humans to eat food, borrowing the sharp teeth to make the sound of a crocodile. The sharp teeth easily penetrate the crocodile's body like a steel plate. Then, the teeth pierced the crocodile's bones and made a clicking sound. Snakes generally eat food directly. But the crocodile's size is really too big. Yabe simply borrowed his teeth and imitated the memory of once humans, using that huge bite force to shred the crocodile meat piece by piece, and then swallow it into his mouth. Okay? When the first bite of crocodile meat entered his mouth, Yabe's eyes suddenly glared. The first is an icy breath that spreads directly to the whole body along the mouth. This feeling is completely different from the hot breath before. But one thing is the same, that is, when this breath is spreading, my body has an unprecedented feeling of comfort. Every restless cell in the body slowly restores its calmness, and the breath becomes as pure energy. Merge with your body as quickly as possible. Congratulations to the host for successfully eating a piece of mutant crocodile meat and gaining 1000 evolution points. Because the body of the crocodile meat contains mutant drugs, the host's body will also be strengthened. In addition to the unprecedented invigoration, the systemic this sentence undoubtedly made Yabe more excited and excited. Mutation drugs, strengthen the body? In other words, if you swallow all these mutant beasts next, you will turn the mutant medicine that originally belonged to them into your own. At that time, your body will also be mutated. Get stronger power? Yabe felt that he had discovered the new world again. This experimental island is really surprising. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing the entire mutant crocodile, gaining 18,000 evolution points and a bronze treasure chest. Eat the first mutant crocodile, get a lot of evolution points, and also get a bronze treasure chest. This is definitely a super accident. Devour. Continue to devour. Swallow everything here. However, Yabe did not open the treasure chest to see what was inside. This way of obtaining evolution points, as well as increasing the speed of body evolution, made him extremely addicted. I just wanted to bite the prey like a human. Chi. Gilyalu. At this moment, Yabe opened his mouth unceremoniously, and began to swallow all the mutant crocodiles one by one. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the entire mutant crocodile, gaining 22,000 evolution points and a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing the entire mutant crocodile and gaining 9,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing the entire mutant crocodile, gaining 28,000 evolution points and a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing the entire mutant crocodile, gaining 23,000 evolution points and a bronze treasure chest. Constantly swallowed. The voice of the system kept resounding in Yabei's ears. On the information panel, the number of evolution points was beating crazily, a lot of rewards, and the numbers of treasure chests were also crazily superimposed. The more this happened, the more it stimulated Yabei to continue devouring it. Mutant crocodile. Mutant reticulated python. When Yabei ate the 10th head, the length of his body had grown to 18 meters, and he had 7 treasure chests. When Yabei ate the 29th head, he stopped the madness. Because when the 29th mutant beast became Yabei's food, the number of evolution points it brought had exceeded 530,000. The information panel of the system recorded the requirements for the second stage upgrade of Yabei's blood-stained python. Has been reached. The moment reached. Without Yabei's consent, the system directly opened the second stage of evolution of the blood-stained python to Yabei. This abrupt evolution surprised Yabei at the same time, it was even more exciting. One day, in a short time. After several stages of evolution, what could be better than this? Moreover, during the evolution this time, Yabei didn't even need to enter a dormant state. This situation made Yabei naturally even more crazy. Chapter 49, The New and Terrifying Bloodline Python. Click. Click. Blood splattered. Next to the swamp, after Yabei swallowed nearly 30 heads, his evolution points were full. The majestic energy travels through the body. The body is constantly expanding and getting bigger. If it was before, Yabei would definitely need to find a quiet place to slowly complete the evolution. But at this moment, while evolving, Yabei was shocked to discover another thing. His body is still conscious, and he hasn't been affected at all. What does this indicate? It shows Yabei can completely devour prey, or complete physical evolution while frantically fighting. To be able to do this, for him, the basis for ensuring that he can survive has increased dozens of times. Ho ho ho! Yabei roared excitedly. Since it can be swallowed, after he paused for a while, he immediately started to move again. 30th. The 50th head. 80 head. Originally piled up like a mountain in the swamp, next to the swamp was all the battle scenes of minced meat. Under this crazy swallowing, it quickly reduced. 3 hours later. There are almost no corpses still visible here. Swallowing so many creatures, Yabei's body has also undergone a higher level of transformation. The body length is fixed at 21 meters. The average body diameter has reached 1 meter. Both the aura and the sharp fangs in his mouth have been greatly improved compared to when he first became a blood-stained python. At this moment, Yabei has absolute self-confidence, fighting the king crocodile and king snake. And when Yabei ate the 90th head, the extremely powerful aura exuding from his body finally stopped the mutant crocodile king and the mutant reticulated python king who were fiercely fighting in the distance, and moved towards him again. Sweeping eyes from the direction. When I saw the corpses piled up in the swamp, only a few remained. When I saw Yabei's body, in addition to getting a little bigger, he swallowed so many creatures, his stomach didn't bulge at all. At this moment, the 2 mutant monsters finally realized that something was wrong. Asshole! You ate all my people! The first is the crocodile king roaring, murderous. Did he really swallow it? Why, the belly didn't grow at all. It's impossible. The mutant reticulated python king is also talking. After the 2 monsters stopped fighting, they rushed towards Yabei as quickly as possible. As for Yabei at this moment, after completing the second stage of the evolution of the blood-stained python, after looking at the 2 mutant monsters rushing over, he didn't care at all, his mouth was still quickly devouring the evolution points nearby. After all, during the previous battle, there were nearly 15 mutant beasts that died. While devouring, Yabei also looked seriously at his latest information situation. Infinite Evolution System. Name, Yabei. Primary species, blood python and reticulated python gene mix, new species. Age, 1 year old. Because of evolution, it has a size and strength several times that of an adult python. Lifespan, 100 years. The evolution points of the third stage of the blood-stained python, 510000/1000000. The third stage is the ultimate stage, and the level will be upgraded after completion. Level, LV2, after leveling up, genes can be changed to move towards a higher level of snake-like species. Language, snake language, regional animal language. Ability, fangs. Apostle, 1. Territory, centered on the base of the snake group, a radius of 10 kilometers. Length, 21 meters. Average body diameter, 60 centimeters. Body resistance to stress, level 10. It can withstand sharp blade attacks, and the skin can resist the impact of gun bullets. Speed, 30 s/section. Strength, 20t, it can easily lift 5t weight. Prizes, 15 bronze treasure chests, 9 silver treasure chests. Task, evolve into a titan python and transform the entire island into the newest territory. This is Yebei's latest information. Among them, the most changes have been made. What shocked Yebei most is that the blood-stained python originally had 3 stages of evolution, the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage, but this time it was swallowed. After so many prey, Yebei even directly completed 2 consecutive evolutions. In the next step, you can hit the ultimate stage of the blood-marked python and upgrade the level. Among them, the prize column that attracted Yebei's most attention. 15 bronze treasure chests and 9 silver treasure chests, this time it is so completely developed. You must know that at the very beginning, by drawing a bronze treasure chest, you can get the cobra fangs. Then, once you open all these treasure chests and obtain the contents, what level will your strength rise to? It's scary enough to think about it. In addition, many other data have undergone many changes, such as the body's resistance to stress. It is not difficult to find out if you look carefully. The information given by the system at the beginning is only able to resist the impact of ordinary firearms. But now, the system has removed the word normal. This shows what? It explained, in the future, Yebei, even if he uses this body to face the anti-human submachine gun, as long as the bullet does not hit his eyes, or other deadly vulnerable places, there will be no problems at all. This feeling is real and refreshing. If you can keep upgrading like this without any barriers, what will it look like if you enter the human world as a real dragon? Feeling the immense power in his body, Yebei muttered to himself. If deep down in his heart before, he felt that it was very unlucky to become a snake. So now, all Yebei's will are surprisingly consistent. Although he has become a snake, but with this body, he is destined to stand on the pinnacle of the world. Wow! Yebei's current physical strength already had to let the mutant crocodile king and the mutant reticulated python pay attention. I was seriously injured when I was entangled just now. But this did not prevent them from rushing towards Yebei quickly, and along the way, deliberately showed their killing intent to the fullest. Just when the mutant crocodile king and the mutant reticulated python king appeared beside Yebei and stared at Yebei with cold eyes. Evolution is complete. Yebei, who had completely integrated the terrifying power and the evolution points that had been swallowed, into his body, after seeing the 2 monsters coming over, this time he didn't pretend to be ashamed as before, but looked directly at them. Chi-chi! The scarlet letter spit out from his mouth. Yebei began to speak decisively, he was killing intent. If you don't want to be swallowed by me, starting today, surrender to me. Yebei's voice is not loud. However, this sentence turned into a terrifying force, rushing directly to the heads of the Crocodile King and the Python King, making the bodies of these 2 behemoths startled, full of shock. Who? At this moment, the murderous spirit was surging constantly. If the book reviews exceed 1000, they will be updated 3 times tomorrow. Chapter 50, devour the Crocodile King and threaten the Snake King. Ho ho! The murderous intent was gathered and mixed with the sea breeze. When it was blown, it was like a blade, cutting on the body. 5 kilometers away from the battle just now, a large number of mutant beasts gathered. After feeling this majestic murderous aura, each of these mutant beasts shivered, but the greed in their eyes was even more crazy. It seemed that he could not bear to rush in and grab their dinner. Chunyuakaihuyu, the 8 blood pythons for pleasure-seeking, although they were taken away by Yebei, but they didn't really leave. After seeing the Crocodile King and the Snake King stop fighting, they rushed back as fast as possible. Entangled in the distance. Seeing my own king. I didn't see him in a short time, and his body turned into more than 20 meters. The aura on his body has become countless times stronger than before. These 8 blood pythons feel like they are dreaming. Of course. In addition to being a beast. On the side of the mercenary base, he has been observing the situation in the red area. After the battle between the Crocodile King and the mutant reticulated Python King, the head of the mercenary base could no longer sit still, and directly issued an order to his subordinates. There are still 2 days to land on the experimental island together, and all the mutant beasts catch it all. Some creatures are watching. Some creatures are full of excitement. Some creatures are shocking. As for Yebei at this moment, the dark eyes are shining with cold light. Even though his body length is twice as long as that of the netted Python King, he does not appear at all when he is entrenched. Weak. On the contrary. Surrender to me. When he said this, his body still exudes a breath of undefeated king. But, under the law of the jungle, it is not enough to have a strong breath. The real life and death fight, whoever wins, is the boss. You wanna die? So when Yebei's voice just fell, the mutant Crocodile King was upset. At the moment of speaking, the mouth full of fangs opened. Just now I was fighting against the boa constrictor king. At this moment, there were all bright red blood stains on the teeth. The moment I opened my mouth, a strong smell spread crazily. Whoosh whoosh. Then, using his tail to balance his body, his hands quickly crawled towards Yebei. The body instantly turned into a black shadow. I have to say. The crocodile, which originally crawled very slowly, after mutation, this speed is a bit beyond common sense. It is a pity that now it encounters Yebei. Possess a human soul and a powerful body, and, not necessarily weaker than the fighting strength of the Crocodile King. You are the one who is looking for death. Yebei opened his mouth, and the system instantly filled the fangs on both sides of his mouth with toxins. The white fangs directly turned dark yellow under the huge amount of toxins. Seeing the Crocodile Queen rushing over, Yebei said in a cold voice, but his body didn't mean to escape. His mouth opened wide, his eyes opened, all of his attention was focused on the neck of the Crocodile King. Chi 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 chi. Whoosh whoosh. Wow! The speed was too fast, and the Crocodile King rushed. The big trees in front of him, like toothpicks, broke when they broke. Murderous aura gushes crazily from him. The eyes were wide, the eyeballs inside had all turned blood red and looked terrifying. The opportunity is here. At this moment, Yebei stared at the crocodile's neck. A lot of data is beating in my mind. The movement speed of the mutant Crocodile King, 18 meters per second. The length of the teeth, the estimated bite strength of the upper and lower jaws, the impact speed, the degree of skin defense on the crocodile neck. Roar! When the crocodile rushed to Yebei's side less than half a meter, opened his mouth wide, and was about to bite directly at Yebei's head, Yebei finally started to move, and the temperature of his body suddenly increased. The muscles contracted and expanded tightly, reaching their peak state. 10, 20, 30. It seemed that a large number of numbers were beating. When that number reached 30, Yebei felt that every cell in his body was rapidly running. Laugh. Moved. In the next moment, Yebei's head moved fiercely. Muscle contraction. The majestic power is all concentrated in the teeth and upper body. On both sides of the mouth, the sharp fangs, with a sneer, plunged into the crocodile's neck. Okay? However, when the fangs pierced the crocodile's neck and quickly injected the toxin, Yabe felt his body tighten, and a huge pain instantly spread throughout his body. But the Crocodile King is obviously more miserable. Normal pythons are non-toxic, and the way they fight is to use their bodies to strangle the enemy. It never expected that the blood-red python in front of it actually bit people with its teeth, and when it bit it, its own brain immediately began to become blurred, and the power in the body was being gradually lost. Take time. However, relying on the last strength, the Crocodile King bit on Yabe's body unceremoniously, but the next situation made the Crocodile King even more fearful. Sulfuric acid. Own sharp teeth. The teeth that can bite the mutant reticulated python king with blood. When I bit on Yabe's body, it turned out to be like a squeaky sound, as if biting on a half-meter thick steel plate. No matter how hard you use it, you can't go deep into it. Because the force is too large, the muscles in the mouth are torn, bloody. These are second. Click, click, click. What's more terrifying is that the click, the crackling sound, along the teeth and bones, spread to his already fuzzy consciousness. Tooth. All of them broke when they bit Yabe's body? This situation makes the Crocodile King completely confused. And the mutant reticulated python king who has been entrenched next to him, when he saw such a scene, his body couldn't help but retreat a little, his eyes showed a trace of fear that is not easy. Points. As a result, the teeth are broken. The breath of life is also rapidly declining. This is really unexpected. Anyway, at this moment, the reticulated python was completely threatened by Yabe's momentum. But Yabe just felt a pain in his body, and his skin was not pierced by the crocodile's teeth. Then, he immediately became excited. After evolution, the strength of this body makes the crocodile teeth impossible to penetrate. With this body, who is the opponent? When he thought of this, Yabe directly ignored the pain of his body. After all, no matter how many injuries he received, as long as he didn't die, he could heal quickly by devouring creatures, so, the power of the Crocodile King slowly decreased. Laugh. Yabe decisively pulled out the two fangs from the crocodile's neck. Boom! The body exerted force and threw the Crocodile King away with a bang. Whizzing! Then quickly stepped forward, opened his mouth, and swallowed the crocodile's head in one bite. The mutant reticulated python king next to him, when he saw this place, his body almost fell in fright. Chapter 51, Open the treasure chest and submit to the Snake King. Chi 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 chi. In the red area, in the forest, the sound of scoffing is constant. A mutated reticulated python king with a length of more than 40 meters, entrenched here, trembling slightly, as if it were fear. Behind the reticulated python king, there are 3 mutant pythons, all covered with blood, they dare not move at all. Moreover, there are 2 mutant crocodiles next to the mutant python. At this moment, their bodies are constantly retreating, their eyes are red, in their minds, they are all filled with fear, because in their sight, they have always been extremely powerful. What the Crocodile King, who can be killed, is actually being swallowed by a python. In addition to them, the 8 blood pythons following from the green area also watched from a distance. King. Good. That's amazing. Swallowed this time, it will definitely become stronger. They swallowed their saliva, their bodies trembled, and their mouths kept spitting out letters. The scene in front of me is really crazy. Yabe has a red body and is more than 20 meters long. But the size of the mutant crocodile king is also very defying. Even much bigger than Yabe. However, it was such a huge monster that was being swallowed up by Yabe a little bit, and he didn't even have any power to resist, the whole body was stiff. Of course, Yabe knows the situation. Although the mutant crocodile king is powerful, after he has injected a lot of toxins, he has directly consumed the crocodile king. The toxins have been along the crocodile king almost instantly. The blood spread to the head, causing it to lose its resistance. Gilyalu. Chi chi. Click click. Inside the forest, it was extremely quiet. When Yebei swallowed the mutant crocodile king, the mutant reticulated python king did not dare to move at all. The other mutant crocodiles and mutant pythons around are all like this. They all watched the terrifying scene in front of them quietly. This situation, for Yebei, was super cool. The crocodile king was so big that he couldn't do anything else when he swallowed it. However, with the first bite he swallowed, Yebei could feel the violent energy wandering wildly in his body. The toxin originally injected into the crocodile king's body is quickly recovered by the system and used as the raw material for the next tooth filling. After the crocodile king's meat was swallowed into Yebei's throat, it was automatically transformed into a part of Yebei's body. With the help of the system, it quickly transformed into energy, and there was no stay at all. Then, it was already scary enough. When the mutant reticulated python king saw that Yebei was devouring the crocodile king with his own eyes, his body did not grow in the slightest, and the whole snake was not so good. The mutant crocodile and the mutant python were swallowed by Yebei before. After all, he didn't see it in person. But now, swallowing such a big crocodile, there is no change in the body, which directly exceeds the logical scope of the mutant reticulated python king. How is this possible? The body trembled slightly, and the huge letter spit out, but this kind of frightened words were spoken. Yebei did not answer him. Still continue to swallow. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. Time passed quietly. All the mutant beasts around just watched and didn't dare to move. After an hour passed, the huge crocodile had been completely swallowed by Yebeiji. Not even the belt bones, there is nothing left. Belch. After Yebei turned the crocodile into energy in his body, he even opened his mouth and hiccup. In his eyes, excitement flickered. The sound of the system kept resounding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutant crocodile king and earning 50,000 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for getting a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a large amount of mutation potions, and the physical fitness will continue to improve. Now the improvement progress is 20%. The reward that a mutant crocodile king brought to Yebei was unprecedented. In addition to these sounds of the system, Yebei, who was entrenched on the ground, began to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye. 22 meters. 25 meters. 30 meters. That scarlet and terrifying body, it took a full length of 30 meters to stop. The fangs on both sides of the mouth, as the body became larger, were also growing rapidly. The fangs now seemed to be bigger than ivory, and sharp and murderous. The skin strength on the surface of the body has also been strengthened several times. At this moment, Yebei felt that he had 100% confidence and easily strangled the huge mutant reticulated python king in front of him. I have given you so long without attacking. Are you afraid of me? Mutated netted python king, from today, you are my servant. Lead your still or alive subordinates to do things for me, and develop rapidly. Get out of the snake group. If you do, I can spare you not to die. Feel the strength of the body now. Yebei opened his eyes. From where I looked, the whole world became extremely clear. Seeing the mutant reticulated python king stunned in front, motionless, after seeing several mutant pythons behind him and the 8 blood pythons in the distance, Yebei slowly spoke. When speaking, he opened his mouth slightly, and the scarlet letter spit out, terrifying. Although he said so. But Yebei was very clear in his heart. When the mutant crocodile king was swallowed, the system did not let him fall asleep. At that time, any creature dared to harass itself, and it could stop swallowing it halfway, and counterattack accordingly. The mutant reticulated python king didn't make any actions. This was only because Yabe was testing whether the python had a useful value. Obviously, the behaved and powerful mutant reticulated python king was favored by Yabe, and he wanted to subdue him. As for the mutant reticulated python king at this moment, where can I dare to make a sound? The mutant crocodile king, who had fought with him for several hours before, died tragically and was swallowed by the blood-red python in front of him, and after the devouring was completed, the strength and body of the python was greatly improved. Reason tells the mutant reticulated python, I am definitely not the opponent of this blood-red python. Fear? Yeah, just fear. This is the instinctive feeling of creatures when facing the strong. Although the mutant reticulated python king can talk to Yabe, he has a certain IQ, but he evolved from a snake after all, not like Yabe, who has the IQ of a human. To put it simply, this mutant reticulated python king is just a beast after all. Yes. So, under the threat of Yabe, the mutant reticulated python king was frightened, and finally bowed his head directly. Shinko spit out from his mouth. Turn into a voice that Yabe can understand. Hearing this, Yabe was extremely excited, but he didn't speak to the python king anymore, but said to the system himself, System, this time I got so many treasure chests. You can open it, I won't open it all. Yabe looked forward to the items in the treasure chest. Chapter 52, Open the golden treasure chest and harvest. 3 shifts did it. Ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation ticket. Wow! The wind keeps on. In the forest, the trees clashed. Yabe swallowed the mutant crocodile queen, and the remaining mutant crocodile was immediately frightened, crawling on the ground, shivering, and had no courage to escape. The mutant reticulated python king of more than 40 meters surrendered. As a result, the murderous spirit here quickly disappeared. And the mutant beasts surrounding this area finally began to move around. Intuition tells them that the war is over, and there is a lot of delicious food waiting for them. Ho ho ho! Wow! Excited voices continued to be heard, and both feet decisively stepped into the restricted area. Yabe sighed. After seeing the mutant reticulated python king surrender, Chunyuakayu, the 8 blood pythons for joy and joy felt like they were dreaming. The mutant python that was once invincible in their hearts is so vulnerable today. The most important thing is, in a short time, his king has evolved to 30 meters, which is unimaginable powerful. Chunyuakayu, have fun, there are a lot of crocodiles and pythons here, come and eat them. And the king of mutant netted pythons, you can also eat with the 3 mutant netted pythons you are still alive. While communicating with the system about the treasure chest, Yabe said so. When the 8 blood pythons heard Yabe's command, their eyes flashed golden light. They were not winded at all, and they rushed towards the swamp frantically. There was still a lot of food inside. Yabe hadn't finished eating. They knew as long as you swallow those, you can quickly become stronger. And the mutant reticulated python king, as well as the 3 alive mutant reticulated pythons, faced the strength of Yabe, and did not dare to resist half-heartedly. Going to devour food immediately. The host now has 15 bronze treasure chests and 10 silver treasure chests. 5 bronze treasure chests can be upgraded to silver treasure chests, 5 silver treasure chests can be upgraded to gold treasure chests, and so on. The host is sure not to upgrade, just open them all treasure chest. The voice of the system came soon. Okay? After hearing this, Yabe was taken aback. Then he spit out the letter, and his mood became even more excited. At the very beginning, when you got a bronze treasure box, you could get something as powerful as the cobra fangs. With a little bit of your brain, you can imagine how attractive the prizes are once the golden treasure box is opened. Just 5 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver. 5 silvers are exchanged for 1 gold. This made Yabe a little depressed. Well, the system, Can't it be cheaper? For example, 2 silver treasure chests for 1 gold treasure chest. Yebei asked sincerely. No. The system rejected it very decisively. However, immediately after the system refused, it said again, the prizes in the golden treasure chest are absolutely worth it. For example, the ability to obtain immortality, even directly transformed into a real dragon, or an immortal body, regardless of any damage, the host will not be killed. In addition, there are more incredible abilities, such as fire breathing, water spraying, and lightning triggering, which can guarantee that the prizes inside are absolutely worth the money. A bit seductive. Damn it! This is really naked sales. And after Yebei heard this, he couldn't refuse it for a while. The ability to live forever? Immortal? Become a real dragon, even if you evolve to become a titan python? Do you want to be so powerful? Then, if there is a diamond treasure chest, or a platinum treasure chest, what will happen to the contents? When asked this sentence, Yebei's voice trembled a bit. I can't believe the treasure inside. The host currently has insufficient permissions to query. However, the systematic answer directly broke Yebei's basin of cold water. 15 bronze treasure chests, make all silver treasure chests. Another 10 silver treasure chests, make 2 golden treasure chests. Okay. Yebei admitted that he was tempted by the system, and said decisively. In this way, you will have 3 silver treasure chests, 2 golden treasure chests. As long as you open the contents, it is estimated that the entire experimental island will be able to walk sideways in an instant. Okay. Host. Hearing Yebei's instructions, the system was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the treasure chest upgrade was completed, and immediately afterwards, 5 treasure chests appeared directly in front of Yebei's eyes. The 3 silver ones, exuding silvery white light, looked mysterious and strange. 2 golden, the golden light is dazzling and noble, as if there are endless treasures hidden inside. And all this can only be seen by Yebei himself. In the eyes of the 8 blood pythons and the mutant reticulated pythons, Yebei was just resting on the ground now, without any movement at all. This efficiency is really amazing. Then, let's open a golden treasure box directly. Yebei spit out Zinzi and said excitedly. Yes, host. The sound fell, and one of the golden treasure chests slowly opened. The golden light was extremely dazzling, but under this kind of light, Yebei's eyes opened wider. He wanted to see clearly inside the treasure chest he opened first. What's good? Okay? Focus on sight. Seriously staring at the contents of the golden treasure chest. A fiery red light is beating. Fictitious. It's not true at all. But Yebei could clearly feel that there was boundless energy in that group of light. System, what is this? Isn't it something that can make me breathe fire? Yebei asked curiously. If it can breathe fire, it's also very powerful. My body is now 30 meters long, if there is a fire in my mouth, how big will the flame be? It's exciting to think about it. Spirit fire. After being swallowed, it can fuse with the body, as long as the host is willing, it can spray out hot flames at any time, and the host's body will never be threatened by the flame, the system explained. Spirit fire? I haven't heard of anything. However, this effect is very powerful. Able to breathe fire. From now on, this own body, even if it is shrouded in fire, it doesn't matter. This is quite powerful. Thinking of this, Yebei was unambiguous, opened his mouth directly, rolled the scarlet letter, and easily rolled the spiritual fire into his mouth, and then swallowed it in one bite. Okay? However, Yebei's eyes widened as soon as he swallowed it. Those pythons who were busy devouring food also looked towards Yebei. Because Yebei's changes at this moment are really shocking. Chapter 53, The Terrible Power of Snakes. Hoo! The spirit fire was swallowed, and Yebei took a big breath. The dazzling firelight turned into an extremely terrifying force, spreading wantonly in the body. At this moment, Yabe felt that every cell in his body was fully burning. However, there is no pain at all. On the contrary, it is as refreshing as a hot spring. In the eyes of the 8 blood pythons and the mutant reticulated pythons, it was completely different. I saw Yabe, who was originally entrenched on the ground, the temperature around his body suddenly increased in vain. Then, there seemed to be flames beating on Yabe's bright red body. The red flame is constantly fluttering. The flame and the red body completely merged, making Yabe's body look weird to the extreme. Under this huge temperature, the fallen trees closest to Yabe's body instantly turned into ashes. Wang is evolving again. Amazing! There is flame outside the body. This. The 8 blood pythons were stunned. For beasts, flames have always been their natural enemies and one of their most feared things. Many humans, after entering the forest, took advantage of this and lit a bonfire to prevent sudden attacks by wild beasts. But now? They saw a lot of flames beating on Yabe's body. But in this case, Yabe's aura and vitality, not only did not weaken at all, but on the contrary, it became stronger. Especially the king of mutant reticulated python, after seeing this scene, there was a lot of fortune in his consciousness. Fortunately, I didn't take the initiative to find death like the crocodile king before. Although the length of the python in front of me is no better than myself. However, this flame alone is powerful enough. It can't even imagine. What would he do if he and Yabe's body were strangled together and suddenly such a hot flame appeared on Yabe's body? At that time, it is estimated that it will turn into roasted snake meat in an instant. Yabe completely ignored the shock of those pythons. Devour the spirit fire. When the body completely merged with it, Yabe felt that the flame had really merged into the depths of his soul. As long as Yabe was willing, he could spray out a huge flame at any time. He can even easily make his body full of flames and burning. It's amazing. Try the power of this flame first. Yabe murmured. His upper body slowly entangled, and his consciousness moved a little. The flames on his body originally disappeared in an instant. Roar! Then, Yabe suddenly opened his mouth. A loud roar resounded through the forest. It's weird to make such a sound by a python. Immediately after, an even more amazing scene appeared. After Yabe opened his mouth, a fist-sized flaming red sphere formed rapidly in his mouth. The fireball slowly grew larger, and there was still a terrible inside. Extreme strength. Wow! In less than 3 seconds, the flame was as dazzling as a small sun. Roar! Yabe uttered a loud empress again, and flames burst out frantically from his mouth. The flame that spewed out was at least 10 meters in diameter. As for attack power, it is even more terrifying. The king of mutant netted python could see clearly. I saw the turbulent flames, and instantly turned the large tree more than 1,000 meters in front of Yabe into ashes. The fire burned. The mutant beasts who gathered in the distance and were about to rush over, after seeing the flames that lit up in the forest and the hot breath, they immediately stopped, staring at them, not knowing what happened, but instinctively they backed frantically. Fire! A python that can breathe fire. The mutant reticulated python king looked at the terrible destructive power and a lot of remaining flames still burning, and held it back for a long time before spitting out the letter, saying this snake language. Is it just our king's ability? Okay, awesome. Unbelievable. The 8 blood pythons were also stunned, but after they swallowed some food just now, while they were shocked, their bodies were also rapidly evolving, becoming bigger a little bit. If under normal circumstances, this growth rate would definitely make the king of variant reticulated python stunned, but Yabe directly attracted all its attention. In addition to the shock here, at the mercenary base, a person in charge of staring at the computer screen suddenly widened his eyes. Then the whole person yelled like crazy. Something big, something big, there was a huge fire on the experimental island. I could have seen a terrible fire dragon just now. It was terrible. I felt my body being burned across the computer screen. It was already late, and most people were already asleep. The mercenaries' exclamation quickly awakened all the senior members of the mercenary organization. Then everyone went straight to the meeting room. After all, the experimental island has been listed by them as the key point, and any event must be paid attention to immediately. When they watched the flames of the experimental island through video, all of them were stunned. Their response was no worse than the person in charge of staring at the computer. To some extent, they were even better than the mutant reticulated Python King to be shocked. At this moment, Yabe had no idea that he had just experimented with the ability to breathe fire, and it would have such a big impact. Seeing the destroyed forest in front of him and the destructiveness it caused, Yabe nodded in satisfaction. This powerful feeling made him excited. The ability of the flame is really good. Next, let's continue to open the treasure chest. The golden treasure chest has one more. A cloud of flame smoke came out of his mouth, and he muttered to himself. Not long-winded, directly shouted to the system, "Open the next golden treasure chest." "Yes, host." The voice fell. The second golden treasure chest in front of Yabe's eyes slowly opened, and the golden light was even more dazzling than the previous one. After seeing this light, Yabe's eyes lit up directly. "It looks like there is something good again." Zinza spit out from his mouth. Yabe stretched his head, eyes directly towards the inside of the second golden treasure chest. Hiss. After seeing the contents of the second golden treasure chest clearly, Yabe hissed directly and took a breath. Chapter 54, Obtain Evolution Potions and Upgrade Again. Hiss. What does it look like when a python in air? Indescribable. However, judging from the appearance of Yabe, his huge body first receded slightly. Then his eyes widened and he moved forward quickly. The body was shaking slightly, seemingly excited. Although he became a snake and continued to kill. But many times, Yabe still behaved like a human. The lid of the gold treasure chest opens. The golden light overflowed. All this, only Yabe himself can see clearly. In the second golden treasure chest, the things placed are very simple. It is a glass bottle the size of mineral water, with liquid in it, light blue, which looks extremely mysterious and weird. And when Yabe saw it at the first glance, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Mutated potion. The previous research product of the experimental island. This is the only one in the entire world. Any creature can mutate and gain wisdom by just sniffing its scent. This potion can make 100,000 creatures at the same time evolution. Yes. This is why Yabe sucked in the air. He thought of Chongsheng, of immortality, and of spraying water. But it never expected that the things hidden in the second golden treasure chest would be the potions that countless mutant beasts were watching. Just smell it, and you can evolve. With such a small bottle, 100,000 beasts can evolve wit. If the beasts were really allowed to evolve, Yabe could imagine that in this world, humans would never stand at the top of the food chain again. The rise of beasts will be unstoppable. System. You said this mutant potion is a research product. This is the only one in the world. How did the mutant creatures before that explain it? Did their evolution fail? Yabe asked in a trembling voice. This potion is definitely a good thing. With this stuff, Yabe can expand his team at any time. An invincible team. The real medicine, the scientists on this island haven't researched it out. The medicine absorbed by these mutant beasts is not even a semi-finished product, saying that they are evolutionary failure, and there is nothing wrong. The system immediately returned. After listening, Yabe couldn't calm down for a long time. Things that have failed evolution can be so powerful and so powerful. So, once the finished evolving potion is swallowed, what will happen? It's totally unimaginable. At this moment, when Yabe looked at the evolution potion, his eyes became extremely hot. Laugh. In the next moment, he directly stretched out the letter, preparing to swallow all the evolution potion in one bite. It was just that before Yabe touched the potion, the evolution potion disappeared directly with the treasure chest. Host. Evolution potion can provide 100,000 biological evolution at the same time, even human beings are no exception. This bottle, if swallowed by one creature and swallowed by 100,000 creatures, the effect is exactly the same. You swallow it like this is a waste. In addition, in order to ensure the safety of the evolution medicine, it will be temporarily kept by the system. If the host wants to use it, just tell me. The system explained it immediately after putting it away. Call. Hearing the explanation from the system, Yabe took a deep breath. If you really eat the medicine in one bite, and the result is not much effect, it is estimated that you will vomit blood. Then give me a little bit. I'll talk about it when I evolve. Yabe said decisively. It is good. The system didn't hesitate. After Yabe's voice fell, he only felt a faint fragrance, strangely appearing in his own breath. Immediately afterwards, that scent turned into a marvelous energy flowing quickly in Yabe's body. This energy is completely different from the previous devouring prey. It is softer. When moving, Yabe felt that his body and soul fit more closely. Every cell divides. Any small changes around the body, and the whole body is undergoing changes like gene remodeling. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. When half an hour passed, the evolution potion had been completely absorbed by Yabe. However, Yabe had some doubts. System, this potion is wrong. I did feel the changes in my body just now, but it didn't seem to become stronger. Are you sure this is a finished evolution potion? Yabe asked immediately. Yes, half an hour passed, and I did not grow larger. You try other things, such as mental power, and memory. The system said. Okay? Yabe was slightly puzzled. But I still did it decisively according to the system. The first is to concentrate, and then his eyes suddenly glared, because he found that he could clearly perceive the changes 5 kilometers away. He even felt it very clearly. A large number of mutant beasts were surrounded outside, ready to rush over at any time. It's very similar to the ability of the domain. But the host, this is completely observed by mental power. The evolution potion has greatly improved your mental detection ability. At the beginning, the distance that your ability can detect, no more than 500 meters. At least it's more than 100-fold. Awesome! Hearing what the system said, Yabe couldn't help but exclaim. Then test my memory again. Close your eyes slightly. Then Yabe's breathing became hurried. The memory of being a human being, and the memory of crossing into this python, all floating in my mind very clearly. Even every detail that jumped from the plane at that time was very clear. As long as Yabe is willing, even the memory of a year or two can be made. This memory. The strength of memory depends to a certain extent on the development of the brain, and the development of the brain is closely related to the IQ. The true use of the evolution potion is to increase the utilization of the brain. Other biological aspects have evolved, but the IQ has changed not big. This is the reason for the failure. Their evolution is the lowest one. The system continued to explain. Okay? Yabe nodded seriously after listening. Indeed, IQ is the root of everything. Why are humans powerful? In terms of individual combat power, in this world, it is estimated that countless beasts will easily slaughter humans. But in the end, why can humans still stand on top? The reason is simple, that is, relying on IQ to build countless powerful weapons. If this medicine is obtained by humans, the overall IQ will increase again. It would be terrible to think about it. It is estimated that at that point, it will not take long for humans to break away from the shackles of the earth, go straight to the universe, and enter the constant star civilization, even galaxy-class civilization. I see. The system, open my information panel, I will look at my latest data, and also open the last 3 silver treasure chests. Ye Bei took a few deep breaths to keep himself calm. But in my mind, I couldn't stop thinking about how to use those medicines next. 100,000 places. Too much is also a tangled thing. When Ye Bei was thinking about it, the silver treasure chest opened directly, and the silver white light instantly enveloped it. Okay. Is it possible to have something good again? Ye Bei stopped the entanglement in his heart and looked over excitedly. Chapter 55, New Information in a Lot of Snake Eggs. The silver white treasure chest was suspended in front of Ye Bei's eyes. Seeing the light radiating from inside, Ye Bei immediately leaned over. However, the contents of these 3 silver treasure chests are indeed inferior to the gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to move underwater. As long as the host is willing, he can freely move underwater and breathe. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full set of fangs. All the teeth of the host will become fangs. The toxins will be replenished by the system and will not be poisoned by itself. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to communicate. Any creature, regardless of domain, can communicate with the host. As the treasure chest opens, the voice of the system continued to resound in Ye Bei's head. In fact, the abilities in these 3 treasure chests are very powerful. If they were placed before, Ye Bei would be ecstatic if he obtained any of them. But with the comparison inside the golden treasure chest, he was extremely calm at the moment. Put away everything you get. Maintaining an unprecedented calm, Ye Bei continued to speak to the system. Okay. System, take a look at my latest information. When the sound fell, a fluorescent screen appeared directly in front of Ye Bei's eyes. Because of this evolution and improvement, the information recorded on it has undergone many changes again, and it should be said that it has become more perfect. Infinite Evolution System. Name, Ye Bei. Primary Species, Blood Python and Reticulated Python Gene Mix, New Species. Age, 1 year old. Because of evolution, it has a size and strength several times that of an adult python. Lifespan, 100 years, lifespan is the dividing line, and it is difficult to improve. The evolution points of the 3rd stage of the blood-stained python, 650,000/100000000, the 3rd stage is the ultimate stage, and the level will be upgraded after completion. Level, LV2, after leveling up, genes can be changed to move towards a higher level of snake-like species. Language, Biological Universal Language, the highest level. Ability, Full Fangs, Fire Breathing, Free Movement Underwater. Apostle, 1. Territory, take the host location as the center, the spiritual power coverage is all territories. Length, 31 meters. Average body diameter, 60 centimeters. Body resistance to stress, level 10. It can withstand sharp blade attacks, and the skin can resist the impact of gun bullets. Speed, 30s/section. Strength, 20t, it can easily lift 5t weight. Weight, 21 tons. Task, evolve into a Titan Python, transform the entire island into the latest territory, develop your own snake group, and reward a platinum treasure chest. Looking at the latest information that appeared in front of him, the first thing Ye Bei noticed was the change of the mission. The system also stated the rewards for completing the mission this time, and the mission is not only to obtain territory, but also to develop his own snake group. However, Ye Bei only analyzed this task a little and found that there was no difficulty at all. Because this is basically consistent with his own interests, even if the system does not say, Ye Bei will quickly complete it. In addition, the changes in the rules of the territory made Ye Bei a little depressed. The territory area has been changed to the spiritual power coverage area. Doesn't it mean that your mental power is far from enough if you want to turn the entire island into your own territory? Must continue to improve? When you swallowed food before, you only enhanced your physical fitness. Only after taking the evolution potion did you increase your mental power. So how can you increase your mental power quickly? This point has to be carefully analyzed. In addition, the language has reached the highest level. From now on, Yabe can communicate with any creature unimpeded if he wants to. After reading this latest information panel, Yabe is still in a very good mood. The ability column is the key. He has gained so many abilities now. From the green area to the red area, the speed of this increase is completely the same as before. Unimaginable. Hey! Next, Yabe's gaze was directly placed on the pythons devouring food near the swamp. It's okay not to watch. Yabe looked at it and found that the 8 blood pythons that followed him from the green area had all grown to about 15 meters. It's just that they didn't change the genetic level like Yabe did, they just got bigger. This kind of bulky blood python is really rare. The reticulated python king, from today, you are my 9th subordinate and give you a name. For convenience, you will be called Wang Wen in the future. Yabe spit out Zinzi, said seriously, and even said a human name was given to the reticulated python king. Facing Yabe's strength, the reticulated python king did not dare to have the slightest objection. Yes. Because he swallowed most of the prey, his stomach was almost bursting, but he lowered his head and answered respectfully. System, don't I still have an apostle quota? Let Wang Wen be my apostle, right? Seeing Wang Wen's attitude, Yabe was slightly satisfied. But there was still some worry in my heart. This python was more than 40 meters long, more than 10 meters more than himself. Although he easily killed the crocodile king and swallowed it to intimidate it, but who knows if the python king will turn back someday. Moreover, this kind of python, if it can become its own apostle, is obviously more useful. Of course. The host is sure to use this apostle qualification. Well, use it. Yabe said decisively. After the sound fell, a white light burst out of Yabe's body abruptly, rushing directly into Wang Wen's body. Immediately afterwards, Yabe discovered that as long as he moved his mind, he could easily control Wang Wen, and even if he let him die, he would execute it without hesitation. The effect of the apostle is similar to controlling 8 blood pythons. Yabe felt it a bit, and soon adapted. Then, something unexpected happened to Yabe. First of all, Wang Wen's gaze toward him became more respectful, without a trace of impurities. In addition, Wang Wen's stomach swollen with food was quickly disappearing, and his body continued to change. Big. Awesome. It seems that Wang Wen can also evolve now, just like Chunyuakayu 8 blood pythons. Yabe immediately analyzed. Then, he directly ordered Wang Wen. Wang Wen, after you have swallowed the food here, immediately start to develop the python group, the more the number, the better. Any kind, as long as it is a snake clan, all will be accepted by me. Yabe said directly in a commanding tone, talking. Master Snake King, if we develop the snake clan, we actually have a lot of young snakes. Before this battle, our reticulated python group had prepared in advance and hid a lot of snake eggs. As long as it takes some time, they will hatch. And will soon become a mutant reticulated python. Wang Wen also changed his name to Yabe. However, these are not critical. Because Yabe's eyes lit up instantly after hearing Wang Wen's words. Snake eggs? Lots of? It's really effortless to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere to find it. Incubating these snake eggs, they are also mutant reticulated pythons, and cultivating the snake tribe army is completely easy. Very good. Wang Wen, take me over immediately. Yabe whispered, but when he was speaking, his mind moved slightly and suddenly thought of the finished product evolution potion. Chapter 56, Alien Beasts Block the Way and the Power of the Snake King. It was night, and the cold wind kept rustling in the forest. However, as far as yabe and snakes are concerned, the night cannot stop them. As long as there is something moving or shaking, they can be locked for the first time. Yes. Lord Snake King. When Wang Wen heard Yabe's order, he turned around and was about to find the snake egg. After becoming Yabe's apostle, he would complete any order from Yabe. And many more. But when Wang Wen was about to lead the way, Yabe shouted. Chunyuakayu, the 8 blood pythons for pleasure-seeking, have been controlled from the beginning. Now that they have evolved to this point, with the help of the system, they will never betray. And Wang Wen has just become his own apostle. There is no possibility of betrayal. And so, before going to deal with snake eggs, Yabe felt that it was necessary for them to gain spiritual wisdom. After all, I am alone now, and if they have the wisdom, they will undoubtedly be more efficient in developing snakes. In addition, through his mental power just now, Yabe also sensed the existence of a lot of strange animals around him. If he wants to solve these problems as soon as possible, it is indispensable for his subordinates to obtain high IQ. Yes. Wang Wen looked at Yabe suspiciously. Chunyuakayu, for fun, 8 of you are coming. Yabe said to the 8 pythons that were still devouring crazily in the swamp, these guys are evolving very fast, they don't know that they are full, they eat more and more, but after hearing Yabe's order, they all stopped immediately. Then moved to the front of Yabe, waiting for Yabe to speak. I will give you spiritual wisdom. Starting from today, you will have a higher IQ than human beings. Starting today, you will be my most loyal and obedient subordinates, who will never betray. Yabe entangled. Looked at these pythons condescendingly, and said seriously. Although everyone heard what Yabe said, they didn't understand the meaning. There was a bit of daze in his eyes. But Yabe is not wordy at all, he immediately spoke to the system, give them some of the evolution potions, 9 biological components are enough. Let them evolve in a comprehensive way. Yes. The system agrees. Then, 9 light blue water mist emerged out of thin air, as if a strange power was helping, and quickly got into the snorts of the 9 pythons. Evolution. Continuous evolution. It's just that this time it's not on the physical level, but on the IQ, memory, and spiritual level. Yabe could see clearly. When the 9 light blue water mists entered the bodies of these pythons, they entrenched on the ground, originally full of murderous, or greed, or muddy eyes, at an extremely fast speed. Become brighter. It seems that wisdom is spreading in it. 9 snakes, crawling on the ground, motionless. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. After an hour passed, the body of the 9 snakes finally started to move. Thank you Lord Snake King for your reward. Wang Wen will definitely serve his life in the future, Lord Snake King will live forever. After moving, Wang Wen was the first to react, his eyes kept gleaming, and the scarlet letter spit out, and when he spoke, he even flattered Yabe. King. We will definitely cultivate the best snakes. Thank the king for his gift. Wang, longevity without borders. The 8 blood pythons also started to talk, flattering. But Yabe always felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, and almost committed embarrassing cancer. The IQ of these snakes has improved significantly, but what they say, why is it so second? You don't need to talk about these nonsense. Yabe was speechless, but on the surface, his eyes were still cold and his tone did not contain any emotions. Give you an hour to swallow all the food here. After an hour. In the scene caused by the reticulated python group and the crocodile king before, only blood was left. The 8 blood pythons, as well as Wang Wen, grew bigger again. Each blood python has reached a terrible 18 meters. Wang Wen's body has evolved from more than 40 meters to 50 meters. The terrible length, as well as the circumference of the body, is terrifying. Wang Wen. You lead the way and find the place where the snake egg is." Yebei did not hesitate, and immediately began to order, "Chunyuakaiyu, have fun, you are responsible for catching prey. There are many mutant beasts around. Don't be polite, kill as many as you want. Then use their meat to feed the young snakes." Having said this, Yebei let Wang Wen lead the way. He led 8 blood pythons followed closely behind. As for the 3 mutant reticulated pythons that were still alive in the previous battle, because they ate too much food, their stomachs grew up and couldn't be directly converted into energy, and they couldn't move fast, so they left them beside the swamp and found a safe place. Resting. Chi 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 chi. Wow! Boom! The violent voice constantly resounded in the forest. 10 terrifying boa constrictors moving fast in the forest. Especially Wang Wen, who rushed to the front, in order to quickly complete the task that Yebei confessed, he directly rushed in the direction of the snake egg in a straight line. The big tree in front of him was hit by his huge body in an instant. The stone in front was easily crushed. Like a hurricane, murderous aura boils, crushes all the way, destroys all the way. Every place where they passed by was left 10.5 meters deep gully. Their body weight was really terrifying. In this way, he rushed a distance of nearly 5 kilometers. Then Wang Wen slowly stopped, because he clearly felt that there were a large number of mutant beasts in front of him. "Master Snake King, those mutant beasts have already appeared. If they are right, they must be the guys who were waiting for me and the Crocodile King to kill each other and want to get food. Now they are blocking here. It is obviously unkind. Please Lord Snake allow me to strangle them all." After Wang Wen stopped, he respectfully said to Yebei. He was able to guess the purpose of these strange beasts and spoke very neatly. This kind of communication made Yebei quite satisfied. But Yebei didn't intend to waste time here. Chi chi! The body twisted, and the huge body appeared strangely in front of Wang Wen. The eyes became pitch black. Squinting, staring at the front seriously. After looking at the mutant beasts, the scarlet letter in Yebei's mouth spit out, originally intending to let Chunyuakaiyu, 8 blood pythons strangling for pleasure, but at this moment, Yebei directly changed his attention. The number of mutant beasts is very large. Looking at it, there are tens of thousands of heads. Looking at these mutant beasts, Yebei felt that maybe they could be used for his own use, and now all he had to do was to show his power of the Snake King. His eyes swept over the beasts in front of him again. The next second, Yebei's murderous intent boiled over. Chapter 57, You, all are my prey. The red area. Forest. Although it was pitch black, Yebei's vision would never be affected in the slightest. With spiritual power and the help of the domain, he knows all the details of the creatures in front of him. Mutant tigers, mutant wolves, mutant dogs, mutant lions, mutant eagles, mutant wild boars, and even mutant rabbits and mutant ants. Almost all creatures in the forest have been mutated in this area. But these mutant beasts, to be honest, really surprised Yebei. After he was reborn, he experienced so many incredible things. Deep in his heart, he couldn't help but breathe in cold air. Of course, this didn't prevent him from madly releasing the murderous spirit in his body to intimidate these mutant beasts. Because these mutant beasts in front of them are very mysterious. Take ants for example. It is more than 1 meter long, the body is dark, with 2 long tentacles, and on each foot, there is something like a sharp blade. Who has seen it? The mutant rabbit is even more powerful. What's so special about a rabbit? It's at least nearly 2 meters tall. At first glance, I thought it was a horse. In addition, there are 2 super sharp and sharp teeth exposed in the mouth. The eyes are blood red and the fur is even more pronounced. It looks dark red, extremely weird. As for the other mutant beasts, they are even more powerful. They are at least 100 times stronger than the mutant beasts Yebei encountered in the green area before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there were even more mutant beasts in this world. So many monsters exist. But no matter how, the second stage of the evolution of the blood-stained python was completed, and so many treasure chests were opened. In addition, Wang Wen and 8 blood pythons were his subordinates. Even in the face of these mutant beasts, Ye Bei was not at all empty. Chi chi! The scarlet letter in his mouth kept spitting out. While Ye Bei was staring at the mutant beasts, they were also staring at Ye Bei. In their eyes, the giant python that appeared in front of them was undoubtedly even more terrifying, with that horrifying long body. Obviously it's just a python. But the body turned out to be blood red, which looked extremely strange. Those red lines are covered with silvery white lines, just like blood lines. In addition, there is a pair of sharp fangs at the corners of the mouth. In the dark night, the fangs emit a faint light, as if no matter what creatures come into contact with the fangs, they will die. When spitting out the letter, the sharp teeth in his mouth are even more terrifying. Roar! Some alien beasts stared wide-eyed, grinned, and roared. Woo! Some strange beasts closed their mouths tightly, their throats surged, and their mouths made a whining sound. Chi chi! Wow! There are also some strange beasts, either retreating or raising a part of their body as a weapon, and staring at Ye Bei. You! Are you trying to kill me? Ye Bei spit out Zinzi and said such a sentence seriously. The sneered voice turned into a language that all beasts could understand, and it quickly reached their ears. Okay? After the sound fell, tens of thousands of beasts, their eyes widened. They gathered here. Different kinds of mutant beasts couldn't communicate at all. They appeared because they wanted to have a good meal. As a result, now, a giant python standing in front of him actually spoke? And or a language that you can understand. Wow! In the next instant, these mutant beasts started to move. It is unimaginable. Why do you speak the language of our lions? Boa! Do you know ant language? Can speak the language of the eagle? How could it be? After the huge vibration, the reactions of these beasts were all questioning how Ye Bei did it. Ho ho ho! Hoo! Wow! It's just that their sounds, mixed in a mess, are all terrible howling beasts, shaking the trees in the forest. Those Wang Wen entrenched behind Ye Bei, as well as the 8 blood pythons in Chunyua Kaihuyu, who were having fun, their eyes were bright at this moment. Because, after being baptized by the finished evolution potion, they were all shocked to discover that they could even understand the sounds of the beasts and easily understand the meaning of their sounds. I'm asking you a question. Why is it here? Ye Bei ignored the curiosity of the mutant beasts, but continued to speak with a cold voice. There was such a big battle here just now, it must be for food. Correct. The crocodile group is fighting with the python group. Your snake group won, right? If that's the case, please leave quickly and don't affect our food. Aren't you a mutant beast? This has always been the case here. Once the two races go to war, the other mutant beasts will share food after the battle is over. After all, the evolution of mutant beasts requires a lot of food. Fighting is often a contest between races, so most of the time, everyone will stay at peace. If you don't want to make trouble, leave immediately. These mutant beasts screamed. Okay? The IQ of the mutant beasts really surpassed Ye Bei's expectations. Almost able to communicate with humans normally. However, after listening to these, Ye Bei was shocked. There is such a thing. Doesn't it mean that the mutant beasts that are still alive in the red zone are all extremely powerful, and have survived countless battles? But, through this, Ye Bei instantly knew why Wang Wen had stored the snake eggs before the battle. In addition, in order to ensure that his race will not be eliminated, the mutant crocodile king must also be prepared. After thinking of this, Ye Bei's eyes glowed with gloom. The mutant crocodile king is very powerful, and once they enter the waters, it is even more invincible. If they can find their eggs, cultivate a new mutant crocodile, and then control it, it will be another powerful combat force. Sorry, everyone. I didn't intend to let you go today. I hate creatures in front of me, for whatever reason, and it's not suspiciously aimed at anyone. I just want to say, from now on, you are all my prey. Grin. Zinza spit out. After Yebei finished thinking, he said such a sentence unceremoniously. Hiss. The sound fell, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a raging murderous intent crazily emerged from Yebei's body. The mouth opened slightly. A ball of bright red fireball, weirdly boiling in his mouth. Chapter 58, Burning Mutant Beasts and Raising Pigs. Ho-ho! In the forest, the sea breeze is constantly blowing and rustling. At this moment, the red area, anyone who knows this experimental island, is called the Absolute Forbidden Area, the Death Area. And now in this area, a major event is happening. A 50-meter-long mutant reticulated python. 8 18-meter blood pythons. They are led by a 31-meter-long, blood-red python, are facing a large number of mutant beasts in this area. Obviously the number is very different, but in terms of aura, they are not weak at all. You guys. All are my prey. Yebei said this slowly, and his mood immediately became much smoother. He understood very well, since Wang Wen knows to store some snake eggs and King Crocodile has done the same, then, on this island, it is estimated that all mutant beasts have made second-hand preparations. Then, even kill them. It doesn't matter anymore, search the entire red area and retrain it. In addition, the main reason why Yebei killed these mutant beasts was special. These are all evolutionary points. More than 30,000 heads. They are all mutant beasts, and one by one is too powerful. According to the evolution point pyramid analysis chart given by the previous system, Yebei just glanced and found that the mutant beasts here are far beyond the green area, even with the lowest evolution points. There are also 5,000 points. If you swallow them all, how many evolution points will you get? I'm excited enough to think about it. Yebei completed the next stage of evolution of the blood-stained python, but only needed 10 million evolution points. These are at least more than 100 million evolution points. Is there any reason to stop Yebei from killing? At least now Yebei couldn't think of any reason. Roar. A low roar came from Yebei's mouth. Since he was determined to kill, he was not at all polite, and started to brew flames in his mouth. The best way to deal with wild beasts is to burn them to death with flames. Wow! Hoo! The flame formed in Yebei's mouth. The weird atmosphere made the mutant beasts in front of them stare, and their bodies began to tremble. A mutant python can breathe fire? How is this possible? Although the scenes are all mutated creatures, there are certain limitations on the mutations. Basically all of them are improvements in body shape and strength. This kind of fire-breathing ability is absolutely impossible because it is beyond common sense. In addition, the reactions of these mutant beasts were also extremely fast. In shock, retreat, and fear flashed in their eyes. In an instant, I thought of the scene of being surrounded by the circle of battle before and discovered that there was a big fire inside. Was it the red python caused the fire? All the mutant creatures' eyes widened. However, until the last moment, they obviously won't give up. As for Yebei, looking at these mutated beasts in front of them, after discovering that they did not run away, they became even more excited. Bake them with flames. Just make mature meat and eat, so many evolution points, it's cool to think about it. Wow! Then, 10 seconds later, the bright red flame formed in Yebei's mouth had already formed a huge fireball directly in front of his mouth. The pythons entrenched behind Yebei had seen him breathe fire before. But even so, when I saw it again now, everyone was shocked, their bodies prostrate directly on the ground, shaking constantly. Wow! At last! That group of flames, with a breath of death and terror, suddenly ejected from Yabei's mouth. The moment it sprayed out, the originally dark forest was immediately occupied by a huge fire. Within 5 kilometers of Yabei's area, it seemed as if it was daytime. Wow! Rumble! Flame jet, destructive to the extreme. The mutant beasts facing Yabei realized that it was wrong and ran away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The temperature of the flame was too high, and the speed came too fast, but they were swallowed by the flame in an instant. However, what was beyond Yabei's expectation was that the mutant beasts on both sides reacted very quickly when his flame sprayed out, and they dispersed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he retreated quickly, standing in the distance, glaring at Yabei. Murderous and fear coexisted. Wow! The flame was burning, and the air was full of burnt smell and the smell of barbecue. Belch! After the fire this time, Yabei burped again, and a cloud of white smoke floated out of his mouth. This kind of scene is completely beyond recognition and full of incredible. It seems that the speed and response of mutant beasts are quite fast. But I still burned dozens of them. Next, let's continue. Yabei spit out temper. The dark eyes slowly became blood red. His mouth opened again, ready to continue breathing fire. But after that moment, the mutant beasts who retreated finally did not dare to resist any more. Boa! You are dead. I remember you. Don't let me take a chance. In less than 3 seconds, the mutant beasts that were still alive roared one after another, and those roars turned into voices that Yabei could understand, all of which were threatening words. And, when they finished saying these things, they didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and they all ran away. There were tens of thousands of mutant beasts in front of them, and they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wow! If it weren't for the fire and the smell of barbecue in the air, no one would have thought that so many mutant beasts had appeared here just now. Master Snake King! Just let them go like this? Do you want to go down and kill them all? When the group of wild beasts disappeared, Wang Wen raised his head cautiously, spit out the huge letter, and said this. Wang! I am willing to go too. And I dare to threaten the king. They don't want to live anymore. The 8 blood pythons also spoke. After they possessed IQ, they all lowered their heads when they spoke. The power that Yabei showed just now scared them, and their eyes were full of fear and awe. No need. As long as they are still alive in this area or on this island, sooner or later they will become my prey. Now let them go temporarily, it is more useful to me, just as a pig raising. Have fun, drag out all the mutant beasts that burn to death, and then stay here, and Wang Wen and I will look for the snake eggs. Yabei said coldly. Then he directly gestured to Wang Wen to lead the way with his eyes. I didn't even look at the mutant beasts that burned to death. When Wang Wen and Yabei disappeared from sight, Chunyu Akayu, 8 blood pythons looking at each other for joy, and then spit out letters. If Yabei were here at the moment, he would definitely be shocked. These 8 blood pythons are actually discussing matters? Chapter 59, the latest plan for the mercenary base. Wow! Flames fly. The temperature in the surrounding air has increased many times. At this moment, 8 huge blood pythons were entrenched near the flames, with letters constantly in their mouths. Chun! Why did the king stop us just now? If we kill all mutant beasts directly, with our devouring ability, it is estimated that we will evolve more powerfully. At that time, the entire island was the territory of our snake tribe, and no race could stop it. Idiot! How can you understand what Wang did? I'll ask you, if you were to deal with Wang Wen, would you be able to fight it? Even the first Wang Wen you met, you have that strength. Chun said unceremoniously. Mutant beasts all have their own races, and each race has a king. They are all extremely powerful. Although our king can use the terrifying ability of flame, it takes a certain amount of time to use it every time. Once the mutant beasts feel that today is a deadly battle, if they unite and besiege us together, it is really hard to say who will suffer by that time. Let them leave, and intimidate them with great strength. Then, they have become the food in our mouths. They will be broken one by one and disintegrated one by one. The king's consideration is absolutely not wrong. Those mutant beasts are afraid of our king's strength. After returning, they will definitely cultivate their offspring desperately, then protect them, and then slaughter them. We can capture all of their offspring, and if they grow up, there will be a lot of food. Wang is really wise. Yet. But, let's get these burnt beast corpses ready first. Then they will be used to feed the young snakes. 8 blood pythons kept talking. But I have to say that they have improved their IQs, and they have undergone a big change in their thinking, and they even really guessed some of Yebei's intentions. Of course. If Yebei hears this and is shocked. Yebei just wanted to give these 8 snakes a word. As a snake, you talk so much, not long-winded. Of course, such a big thing happened on the experimental island, it is impossible for the mercenary base to not know. Those in charge got out of the bed at night and were in the meeting room looking at the big screen for a meeting. Everyone. This is the video just fed back from there. The huge flames are at least hundreds of meters away, and they appear instantaneously. However, according to the analysis of our professionals, this kind of flame is not like it's man-made. The first time it appears may be an accident. This is the second time. It is definitely not a coincidence. When the head of the mercenary organization sitting in the main seat said this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. People who can sit in this position, apart from being cruel, naturally have very high wisdom. The conclusions drawn from the video analysis made him feel a little scared. To be honest, this is really incredible. Unbelievable. We have checked the mutant beasts over there before. Apart from the huge size, they are basically not very threatening. Moreover, the island is completely isolated from the outside world, surrounded by large areas of sea, and they have no chance to come out. If they are found to be a threat to mankind, there is no doubt that so many countries in the world will directly destroy the entire island. The flame is indeed incredible, but I also don't think it threatens. Some high-level people have expressed their own opinions. Just these words made the person in charge sitting on the main seat look even more gloomy. So, what if the mutant beasts inside really have mastered the flames? This means they have wisdom. Everyone, don't forget, their bodies are capable of such terrible changes, and there is no problem with wisdom. Maybe. Even once they are given enough time, maybe the mutant beasts who don't know the water can enter the sea to live. If that day comes, it will be in trouble. The person in charge spoke with a chill in his voice. Of course, the desire in the eyes is getting stronger. I suggest that we continue to send more people to attack the experimental island. I also agree that when the time comes, we must prepare enough weapons to prevent them from continuing to evolve. Airborne armored vehicles are best. As long as you catch the creatures inside, do some research, you will know. The plan is going on normally, and it is recommended to upgrade the level. For humanity. For humanity. For world peace. For the prosperity of mankind. Those high-level people around were very clever, and quickly understood the boss's meaning. Said that there are intelligent mutant creatures on the experimental island. It's so terrible. In the end it is not for my own benefit. This is obviously to convince everyone to put all their attention on the experimental island. Now that they understand, these high levels also have the same idea. Naturally, it hits it off, and even in the end, they even said things for humans. These guys know that on weekdays, there is no don't kill innocent people everywhere, you just don't feel ashamed when you talk. Yebei had no knowledge of the fact that the mercenary organization would send additional personnel. Chi. Under Wang Wen's leadership, Yebei directly showed all the aura on his body. 2 huge pythons moved fast in the red zone forest, making a snorting sound. Under that terrible aura, no matter what mutant beasts were along the way, they instinctively avoided far away, for fear of being affected. 20 minutes later, Wang Wen's speed slowed down a little, until it stopped. Master Snake King, we are here, all the snake eggs are in this one. Wang Wen said respectfully. Okay? Ye Bei also stopped. Snake egg. This is where he will expand the snake clan and grow his own strength. When he follows Wang Wen's gaze, Ye Bei spit out a letter, and the pupils of his eyes returned to pitch black, but those eyes were getting bigger and bigger. Hoo! He even took a big breath in his mouth. As for Wang Wen next to him, seeing Ye Bei look like this, a little excitement slowly appeared in his eyes. He knew, the snake eggs stored here would definitely satisfy Lord Snake King. Chapter 60, 1,000 Snake Eggs and Hatching begins. The forest is dark. It was still night. At least 2 hours were left before dawn. But this darkness would not affect Ye Bei's sight in the slightest. What you see in front of you is a huge ruin of barren stones. All the stones are grey-brown and piled up like a mountain. At first glance, there is nothing unusual. However, through the area covered by Ye Bei's powerful mental power, it was only an instant that it was definitely not that simple. On the surface, it looks like a ruin, full of stones. However, in those stones, there are all kinds of caves crisscrossed and twisted. Each cave has a diameter of more than 1 meter. There are at least 200 such caves in the pile of abandoned stone mountains. If it's not wrong, the inconspicuous stones piled up outside are all just blind folds set by the mutant reticulated pythons. Incomplete evolution potions can give them such a high IQ, which is really terrifying. What shocked Ye Bei the most was every cave, after 5 meters deep into it, was piled up with snake eggs as big as a human head. Dark grey, densely packed. With mental help, Ye Bei knew the number of these snake eggs instantly. There are 1,000 reticulated python eggs. 1,000. As the dying, and the largest python in the world. There are so many eggs preserved, this is simply a huge asset. If humans are told that there are so many eggs hidden here, those biologists will probably go into madness completely, and they will have to take them away no matter what means. No. King. All the snake eggs here are all stored by our family over the years. In this area, there will always be various race battles. Only in this way can we ensure that our mutant reticulated python family will not if you break it off. As long as one reticulated python is still alive, you can raise them all quickly. Wang Wen spoke and explained it to Ye Bei very timely. In other words, as long as you and 3 other reticulated pythons can hatch all of these snake eggs? Very good. But how long will it take? Ye Bei was quite excited. When he said this, he even made up his mind. Once all these 1,000 reticulated pythons hatch, he will immediately give them the finished evolving potions. At that time, all the pythons following him will be high IQ people, and watching them grow up, they will always surrender to oneself. How shocking will that scene be? Just think about it, Ye Bei is full of expectations. However, he did not show all of this. When speaking to Wang Wen, his tone was still very calm, with a commanding feeling. 3 months, it only takes 3 months. Wang Wen answered immediately. Can't it be faster? 3 months? This time is indeed very short for Ye Bei, who is still a human being, and for Ye Bei, who now has a lifespan of 100 years, it is also very short, but, at this moment, he deeply knows that humans are watching. In this way, we must evolve quickly and improve our strength. It can be. But Wang Wen was halfway through, and then looked at Ye Bei with some fear. At that time, I will find Chunyuakaiyu and the 8 blood pythons for fun and pleasure. I will provide your food during the incubation period. During this period, there is no need to do anything. In this case, Ye Bei asked directly. 15 days. As long as 15 days, you can do it. Wang Wen spit out the letter, directly pressing the time to the limit. But here is the mutant python. In the human world, many rules have no effect on them. In 15 days, let the mutant python eggs hatch. This speed made Ye Bei somewhat satisfied. Very well, these snake eggs will be handed over to you. If they haven't hatched after 15 days, I don't mind swallowing you as food. The voice is unceremonious. Yes, Lord Snake King. Wang Wen didn't dare to delay any more. While spitting out the letter, his huge body slammed directly onto the rocky mountain in front. Booming! It seems that the action is very fierce. But in terms of strength, Wang Wen was extremely proficient. In less than 5 minutes, he smashed all the stones around and piled them up, forming a shape of Hui, with snake holes in the middle. After the stones were cleaned up, Ye Bei was watching calmly next to him. I saw that Wang Wen's huge body actually got into something with a diameter of only 1 meter. Rumble! In the next moment, the huge body directly tore the hole to pieces. Between the 3 breaths, it had penetrated a distance of 5 meters, Zinzi stretched out, and easily got all the snake eggs out. It's really terrifying power. This destructive power, as well as the precise control of power, is almost perfect. Ye Bei's body entangled beside him, muttering to himself. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. In just 20 minutes, Wang Wen relied on the power of a snake to get all the more than 1,000 snake eggs out. Master Snake King. Although my body area is very large, I can't hatch too many at the same time. Now I will start hatching here. After finishing these, Wang Wen respectfully said to Ye Bei. When speaking, the body has slowly covered some snake eggs. 15 days. Forget it, during this time, I'll just wait here. Looking at these snake eggs, Ye Bei's eyes glowed. After dropping this sentence, directly through his mental power, he issued an order to Chunyu Kaihuyu, for pleasure. Immediately bring the previously cooked food and the 3 mutant reticulated pythons in the swamp. Nothing hinders the order. The 8 blood pythons, although they didn't understand Ye Bei's intentions, did not dare to resist any thoughts at all when faced with his orders. Chi 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 chi. Zzz. As a result, each snake speeded up, still biting each cooked mutant beast in its mouth, and hurried over. Another half-hour passed. 8 blood pythons, all arrived. Throwing the cooked mutant beasts aside, when they walked around the pile of stones, entered the middle, and saw Wang Wen's body crawling on top of a large number of snake eggs, the eyes of the 8 pythons almost stared out. Excited. Yes, they are as excited as Ye Bei. So many snake eggs, once they hatch, how powerful they are. These snake eggs will be crucial to the future army of snakes. When the 8 blood pythons were shocked, Ye Bei began to speak.